and hug. this way, boy.
Are you kidding me?
I keep on falling, falling and falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry, 'cause I keep on falling, falling and falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. And I keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry. I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom of solid? I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of fate is what they call me.
Rumble, YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Welcome to Friday and Flat Earth Friday with us, the Foundry, Ironwork 92,000 in the house, Ironwork 92,000 also in the Foundry. Trust me, I haven't lost y'all. I haven't lost y'all. I'm just slipping a little bit today. It's nice out. There's no rain. So there are other reasons for me to mess up. But before we even get there, how do I look? How do I sound? If I sound good, great. If I look decent, we're good. We're solid. I think we'd be okay. How is it? How's it? How's it? Okay, we good? We straight? All right. All right. Okay. Well, first and foremost, excuse me, there it is. First and foremost, before we get down to business, let me greet everybody in the Foundry again. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see y'all. Let me make sure I do my part first and greet the Foundry. JJ is in the house. How you doing, JJ? Justin Johnson is here. Oh, and we also saw our brother Black Light earlier. I know he's got I know you fixing your stuff, so welcome to you in advance, Black Light. Vern Smith, what's going on, family? Good to see you. Wolfchild, I see you, sir. I see you. All right. Shannon Emerson, one of my day ones. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome. And you here early too. Wow. No, you know what? It would be like Voltron if her uh uh grandma used to say warrior, Jimmy Satterfield, and Nano CBD, they would come together, because those are like my day ones. Those are like the foundation of what the Foundry is. We all came across each other on the Ghost of Judah Tribes channel, which is still awesome. It's still amazing. The Ghost still posts. That rhymes, by the way. But the Ghost doesn't really do flat Earth nearly as much. I guess he left the flat Earth to me, which is fine. That's cool. But the Ghost is still flat, y'all. So don't worry about him. He's still out there doing his thing. Shout out to the Ghost of Judah Tribe, because without him, I probably wouldn't be doing my show the way I'm doing my show. So shout out to the Ghost. All right, all right. We are scrolling on down. Yes, Centero 59. How you doing, bro? It's good to see you, family. It is good to see you. Welcome. All right, Warrior coming out to play just like I predicted. Yes, yes, sir. Good to see you. Rethink Inc. How you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. All right, all right. Plain and simple truth. Good to see you. Howdy. Welcome, 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 welcome. Eldon Bean. That's right. Shout out to the people over on the Rumble side. People on the Rumble side, shout out to you. And guys, look, listen, check me out on Rumble. Please, please check me out on Rumble. Please. You know what I'm saying? Check me out on Rumble, y'all, because I'm there too. So check me out on Rumble. Pebbles is in the house. Our sister Pebbles. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome. I see you. Nubik is in the house. Good to see you, bro. Welcome. The next chapter's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And we also have because the Foundry is just so full today. It's just we packed. We packed to the hilt today. Jim Anus is in the house. That's right. That damn name, boy. Jim Anus, welcome, sir. Welcome. I see you. Saddle Bum is in the house. Good to see you, sir. I see you too. I love it. I love it. Something about you guys, anytime I see your thumbnails, it makes my heart skip a beat a little bit. I'm not going to lie, because it's like, all right, these guys are good. They're solid. They're okay. You know what I'm saying? In my own little way, it tells me that you guys are all right. You guys are here. You know what I'm saying? Ida Hill. Hey, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Yes. Keep tuning in. Just grab your steak, grab whatever you got going on today. Over at the American Legion, they're having Fish Friday. So, like a dummy, I missed out. So, whatever. I got fish at the house. I got fish at home. Remember, like your parents used to say when you wanted ice cream outside? Parents are like, we got ice cream at home. You don't need that shit out here. We got ice cream at home. It's better. Our ice cream at the house is just like the stuff they got here. Matter of fact, it's better. I got fish at home. So, I got fish here. I could cook my own fish. But I like the American Legion's fish. And they have like they also have shrimp. I know some of y'all are, you know, um, Hebrew Israelites and stuff. So y'all don't eat no shellfish. I get it. I ain't got no smoke for you. All right, you do your thing. But I do love fish. You know what I'm saying? I do love my fish. My fishies. Lumpy gas in the vacuum. How you doing, sir? Howdy, howdy. I see you. I see you. I see you. Yes, sir. And we're just scrolling on down. We're scrolling on down, making sure we're catching up. Brian Roy, Mr. Roy, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you, Brian Roy. I see you. I see you. All right. And again, Blacklight is here. Yes, sir, he is. Yes, indeed. Maria Walker. How you doing, sis? Welcome. Our sister Maria Walker is in the house. Yes, that's right. And your other sister Pebbles is here. That's right. We got her too. You know what I'm saying? All right. Okay. Andreas Machkia. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Rumham Solo. How you doing, Mr. Rumham is in the house. Everybody in the Foundry, put your hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care. All right. And if you're happy that it's Friday, everybody say, oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's that old school getting the party amped. You know what I'm saying? You got to move the crowd. That people found different ways of moving the crowd back in the days. So I got to find my own way of doing it. I can't be biting off of everybody. You know what I'm saying? So True Earth Whisperer, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, J.R. Hartley. Indeed. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Pimp Mauled Me Foreskin. How you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. I see you. Yes. Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, man. It's good to see y'all. Welcome everybody to the Foundry. Wolfchild, how you doing, sir? Welcome. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you. I see you, ADR. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. ADR, I see you. Yup. I see you, Wolfchild, ADR. Yeah. Vern Smith. All right. Some new guys in the Foundry, which I greeted you guys last time. Sean Hawkins. Sean Hawkins. You guys remember Sean Hawkins? This is Sean Hawkins. Howdy, sir. Welcome. If this is the real Sean Hawkins, please stand up or sit down, whichever suits you. But if that's the real Sean Hawkins, howdy. Don't come in here playing games now. These people will bite you and they'll draw blood and not give a damn. Careful, Sean Hawkins, careful. But it's good to have you here. Welcome. Yes, yes. Rethink Inc. Everybody. Maria Walker, Jim Anus. Yeah. Yeah, Newbeck. Yeah, Vern Smith. LVA Paul. How you doing, sir? LVA Paul, I see you. Yes. How you doing, sir? I think I froze up a little bit. Okay, I might have froze up a little bit. I apologize. Excuse me. Let's fix that real fast. Let's see. Mr. LVA Paul, welcome, sir. It's good to see you. I see you, and shout out to the Rumble chat. Thank you for holding it down on the Rumble side. Guys, check me out on the Rumble side. Make sure you check me out on the Rumble side, all right? Because I'm there too. Show the Rumble some love. Flat Earth Shawnee B, Mr. Shawnee B. If everybody check out Shawnee B, you know who he is. Make sure you sub to our brother Shawnee B. He's got some amazing stuff. He does the old world and he does the old world quite well, if I might add. So, all right, it's good to see everybody is in the Foundry. And yeah, man, we packing the room tonight. We are packing the room tonight in my own little way, man. I like the audience the way it is. I'm happy with it just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? And for all you other flat earthers out there that are transmitting, that are pushing this flat earth right now, shout out to you guys. You know who you are. Probably Sava's out there. Our brother Blacklight was on here earlier. Yeah, and so it was easy for me to go ahead and start genning up a list, you know what I'm saying, of our family that's got channels and stuff. So shout out to all those in there. There it is. There it is. Yep, Shawnee B. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Justin Johnson. Appreciate you, JJ. Thank you for that. That's Shawnee B's link right there. Nope, that's not it. I'm silly. But there it is right there. Thank you, JJ. And then to follow it up with our good brother Blacklight. Our good brother Blacklight. There he is. Yes, sir. So now that we've got that figured out, we are moving. We are grooving. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so family, I got a guest in the house. Let me see if you guys could figure out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know him. He got his dreads and stuff like that. Recently clean, shaven. Our brother over in the VA side of the house, very soft spoken. Hey, Vlad. Hey, man, you remember when? Y'all know who it is, everybody. Shout out to our brother from another over on the lower side of VA Blacklight. Welcome, brother. Good to see you, man.
What's up, bro? How's my sound? I'm coming through clear.
Yeah, you coming through clear. You're a little bit choppy, but is it raining down there?
No, it's all right. It might just be my service. I hope it work out. This I did mine right before yours. I don't know if you saw my laptop fucked up. I had to switch to my phone. So I might end up having to do that again, but we just gonna work with it for now.
That's fine with me. If it's fine with me, I'm sure it's fine with the Foundry. But then again, if it's fine with me, you know I got bad internet. They probably gonna be like, God damn, just Virginia all around just got bad internet. That's probably what they're going to say. But then again, in my defense, like, look, I told y'all, you know, just around here. Look, let me show y'all. If y'all don't know this, you see that? You see that? That's what is surrounding my house. You see all them trees and stuff like that?
Woods.
Yeah, I live in the woods. So if any of y'all remember that show Tales from the Dark Side, and they had the woods just everywhere. That's what it's like over here. It's nothing but woods. It's just the woods. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to forgive me. I mean, I make it work though. This internet, Blacklight, listen, man, the internet was worse. When I first started, I ain't have no sound. The sound was bad. Internet was just atrocious. The camera was like the same, but everything else, it was just, dudes was like, yo, we could barely hear you. But we agree the earth is flat. That's what it boiled down to. So it was like a 3-hour show where people could barely hear my ass. You know what I'm saying? I ain't have my shit together for nothing. You like a million, you're like the way you starting out and everything, you're probably like half a year ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? When I started out, it took me, like, the learning curve was a little bit, you know, it was something to be desired, but whatever it is, what it is, man. Anyway, how you doing, man?
Shit, I'm doing all right. Well, I mean, I had started a channel like back in like 2017. So I'd been thinking about it over the years. So I'd already been knowing what I needed and everything. It was just a matter of me finally getting everything together. But shit, I'm doing all right today, man. Shit, I'm just chilling, just enjoying the nice weather. Just, you know, weather be so damn bipolar here. I'm just enjoying one of the good days we got.
Yeah, man. Because I tell you what, it started out a little bit chilly today, but then, I mean, you know, things started to kind of come together. So I was like, you know, I'll take it. But I'll tell you what, man, you had everything, I guess, figured out and laid out prior to you actually starting the show. I guess that's what we all should do. But I guess, you know, if you're just going to jump in and just get right into it, then I mean, there are a million ways to skin a cat, but probably your way was the most effective way because I think you starting out the way you did, you have pretty good stuff. You got quality content already. And I'm still learning, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to you for that. But, oh yeah, man, anytime, man. No doubt. But yeah, man.
I'm gonna try to use these NBA playoffs as much as I can until they're done, just while it's a hot topic. I'll just try to use that to stay in the algorithm as much as I can until it's over. And then try to think of another way just to get more people, more eyes and ears on the message.
Yeah, I think the NBA is a good one. And I wonder if anybody in the league is talking about it. Now, you know, there's a lot of attention drawn over to the guys in the NFL, the rookies and stuff like that, especially Shedeur Sanders. I haven't heard them talking much about, man, can you imagine if Shedeur Sanders said, my pops think a certain way, but I think the earth is flat. So man, the oh my god. Could
Yeah,
you imagine the backlash he would get?
I'm not gonna
Ooh.
lie. I hope he does not do that. I hope,
Yeah,
I hope,
right.
I hope he played 10 years into his career and get some good accolades and shit before he go down that path. I don't want
Yeah,
him to leave that
yeah,
for a veteran. Let a veteran do
exactly.
that.
Yeah,
Get your
let
money
LT
right
say it. Yeah, Ray Lewis and them, let them say it. Cool. But yeah, man, Shador. I'm not saying that Shador Sanders would say that. But I mean, my thing is, I think the kids these days, you know what it is. They
They need
starting to see
somebody
things.
influential.
Yes. They starting to see things, they starting to understand things that we didn't understand when we were coming up, right? And shout out to the young folks, man, that get to see it in a different light. Everybody has their time, right? Everybody's time is different. Mine was a little bit late. You had yours when you had yours, which I think these stories are amazing. But if it was earlier, Lord knows where we'd be now, but that's okay. That's okay because we have to gain our experience any which way we get it. Which to kind of harp on what I'm just saying right now. Y'all know I've been asking y'all for y'all's address, right? And y'all know I've been asking everybody in this foundry knows that I've been asking for y'all's address, and y'all know that I've been asking for your story. A lot of you guys gave me one and not the other. Some of you guys, very few of y'all, yeah, I know, yeah, you too. Very few of you guys didn't give me your address, which is great, right? Because if you hadn't gotten something already, you already got something coming your way, right? Or you're just going to keep getting shit coming your way. Postage is cheap, I think. But know this. I need your story. You know who you are. You never relayed to me your story. Yes, Santero's laughing and shit, but you know who you are. I need your story. I'd like your story. You know what I'm saying? So even still, just go ahead, send that story because it's waiting. Now, with me saying all that shit that I just said, hopefully you understand. Hopefully you understand it, at least half of it. I want to talk about our brother Cyberdine Big Toe. Cyberdine Big Toe, good man. He comes in the foundry from time to time. So I kind of wanted to relay his story. So it goes like this, family. So you're gonna see me trip up a little bit. Just bear with me. So starts right here. Cyberdine Big Toe went ahead and sent to me not only his address but his story. And God damn, that motherfucker's long. But we're gonna do what we do, and we're gonna read it out loud. So
That's why
Cyberdine
it's
Big Toe.
that's why I
Go ahead.
haven't said mine, Vlad, because I know it's
Hey,
gonna take so goddamn long to write it
it's
out.
okay, bruh. We're on here for 5 hours. Your story is worth it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more than happy to read your story. I don't care if it was a book long. I'll take 2 episodes to read it. I don't care. I'll still read it. So, with that being said, Cyberdine Big Toe. So, why do I believe in flat Earth? I never thought about the flat Earth until 2019. Well, shout out to you, man. I was right around that same time. When I turned 19, I had a really great spiritual experience that turned me to getting back to Christianity, but could never understand how God could have been the creator of all things, yet we are just floating in space and in a universe that just continues on and on forever. Then that makes God or gods an alien who lives on another planet and is just a superior being compared to us because they are able to create worlds and force life to spring forth. Hmm. All right. So then, after struggling with that for many years, I was reading a book about physics and the concept of a pocket universe. Pocket universe. I ain't never heard of that, but a small universe encased in something impossibly created by a higher intelligence. It made sense to me, so that was my goal. That was my goal to for many, many years. Basically, a galaxy that God carefully watches over, entailed in another universe. I guess, in a sense, the way uh of the Men in Black kind of look at the universe. Remember the ending of Men in Black, um, Black Light. Blacklight,
Yeah.
you alive? Yeah, you remember the
Yeah.
ending of Men in Black where they had the marbles and stuff?
Uh-huh. And it was like
Yeah.
the universe that like how it expanded into another one or whatever. Like the universe was inside. They had it in a
Bunch
little
of
bag
worlds, a
and
bunch
shit.
of words. Yeah. So, all
Uh-huh.
right, let's continue. And then it goes on. In 2019, I watched Mark Sargent. Shout out to Mark Sargent. Give his interview on the Good Morning Britain with Philip and Holly. So that sweet dude with that lady. Y'all remember? We just played it a couple of weeks ago. And it really started me thinking, or started me to rethink the pocket universe concept. I really like Mark's content. Well, again, shout out to Mark Sargent in conveying his message. Nice, clear cut, dry, none of the bullshit, and just on the money. I really like Mark's content, and I've watched all his stuff and all his interviews. Problem is, oh, Jesus, I'm not gonna read that part. Okay. Yeah. Problem is we're gonna hold on to that unless he gives me the green light. I am not gonna put out
Is he Cyberdine in here right now?
Cyberdine, where you at, bro? You want me to read that? I'm redacting that. All right. Wherever Cyberdine, wherever you are, brother, I am redacting that for you. Okay. I am redacting that for our brother Cyberdine. So, Carrie Skates, how you doing? Jimmy Satterfield, another one of my day ones. Welcome, welcome. Okay. All right. Who else we got in here? We got I thought I saw Harmon in here. Duke Nukem, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. Duke Nukem. All right. 306. Real Cygnus, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. And there he is. Harmon's in the house. Good to see you. Lord Race is also in the house. Welcome, sir. Good to see you, man. Sue F, how you doing, Sue? Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, man. So let's continue. Yeah, man. I'm a hold on to that one. That's a draw 4 card that we don't need to drop right now. Okay. And he said the problem is blank, 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 blank. Because, and then I'm sure you can imagine. Then he says, because what he says, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to read it. So, Cyberdine, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read it, bro. But it is what it is. Mark knows we tell the truth over here. We don't fuck around. So it goes on to say, problem is Mark is a liar about aspects of his life, like his employment. Because what he said he used to do changes with time, and he tries to make himself look better. I find this interesting. So I have come to the conclusion Mark is paid opposition or just desperate for attention. And I stopped seriously thinking about his other beliefs, but I still follow him and track his lies he tells. This is the lies we tell, y'all. This is why, let me finish this part. I feel Mark and Flatter Dave are shills, or just trying to monetize truths. But back to my story. Now, before we continue with your story, I'm glad that I finished that part off.
I'm mad at it.
I'm not mad either. You want to know something? What do you think about all that so far, Black Light?
I've seen Cyberdine in the chat. That's somebody I feel like I done spoke back and forth with, and like certain people whose names I remember, I feel like it's because I agree with a lot of the things I've seen them say, and it's just like right there, like I haven't watched Mark and Dave that closely, but it's good to have people that do, because he brought Mark into it, or Mark brought him into it, so it's like, of course, I'm gonna watch him and make sure that everything is on the up and up. Like, so somebody like me, I can't speak to Mark or Dave as well as somebody like Cyberdine can, but so it's good that he can. And yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people, certain people, I don't know how everybody feels about those two people, but I kind of agree. I tend to agree.
You know what? And shout out to all the folks out there, whether you're in the Foundry or not, right? If you are a flat earther and you're really looking for the truth, we're looking for the truth, right? Whether these guys are for real or not, you have your reasons as to why you think they're suspect. I'm not going to try and force you into thinking otherwise. I think this is why it's so important that you're of your word, or you stick with your word, unless of course new information comes up, then of course you have to shift or you have to change, and that should be explainable. But the lies, man, the lies people tell, man, these things are dangerous. These things are dangerous. So for all the stuff that globe people try to say bad about us, one thing that's genuine about the flat earth, for the most part, is that people are looking for the truth. That's all we want. We want the truth. And if you're giving us something totally different, we don't want it. We cutting you out, and we're going to cut you out violently. Some people will do it violently. Some people will just turn their back on you. But it's totally important, as we're starting to see. Oh snap, Lev Kung Shaolin, how you doing, brother? As we're starting to see in our brother Cyberdine's letter. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to pause and I wanted to shout you out, Cyberdine, for that, because that's real talk. You know what I'm saying? That's real talk, and you're going to push on what you believe, whether these guys are solid or real or not. I agree. I agree. Shout out again to our brother Lev Kung Shaolin, and make sure you sub to our brother Lev Kung Shaolin. Solid content in there. He talks about waves, not waves, but vibrations and all, stars and everything else. I like his content. Good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while, man, and welcome to tonight. Okay, so let me go back to what I was writing. Okay, so back to the story. All right. So even though Mark has paid opposition in my mind, it really got me thinking about the flat earth concept. So still, even if you think that Mark is not of the truth, he got you somewhere, a good starting point. So that's fair. So I began looking for others who are true believers, but I found too many who are subject to other conspiracy theories. I understand. I find absurd, like the Mandela concept or the fact that the gravity doesn't exist. It also frustrates me that so many people think that Jeff Bezos' space flights are fake. I used simple triangulation and determined the sun is about 3,000 miles above the earth. So if the sun falls inside the dome firmament, then it's a huge dome. Okay, that's fair. So why can't Bezos just load people onto a rocket and shoot them up 50 miles and let them free fall? Well, we'll talk about, remind me, but we'll talk about that here in the next after we're done reading Cyberdine's testimony. Then it continues. When I was a kid, my father took me to see the space shuttle take off and land. I was well over 4 miles away from the launch pad site in Florida. So it sounds like you were down there in Port Canaveral, Pecan, right? And I felt the power the rockets had. If they are powerful enough to launch just those huge rocket bodies alone, I don't doubt that you can strap some people on a rocket and shoot them up in the air. I also feel that the space shuttle actually does stay up in the air like it claims they do, because after seeing the launch, we drove 3 days to California and watched it land. I doubt they shot the rocket a second time just so the shuttle can then make a landing. And after landing, I saw the astronauts actually get out of the shuttle. So to me, I believe the space missions really are in the sky, but they fake the views of space. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's a little bit different from what some of us believe. I also believe that under the dome, there is an area with a vacuum. As the air and gases settle, creating decreasing pressure at different altitudes, they leave an area without air at the top of the dome. Look up how barometers work, and that is how I feel we operate as well under the dome. That's fair. That's actually pretty solid. I like that. So I'm an independent flat earther. Nothing wrong with that. I still listen to Mark, but more just to determine that the next load of horse crap he is shoveling. God damn. But I constantly search for people who are not monetized and just share what they find as truth. That's why I really like your channel. Shout out to you, man. Thank you. And if there's an insult for me and I don't know about it, it is what it is, man. I guess I'll just step into that pile of shit, I guess, you know. You're open to people with all different ideas, and I learn more from your channel than I have from many other sources. You turned me on to Blacklight. Shout out to you, Blacklight. God damn, boy. We just hitting all the green lights, huh, today. Shout out to Blacklight. Turn me on to Blacklight, and I really love his content. He reminds me I should be polite about everything, and I hope to have his attitude someday. I still watch McToon, but he makes my blood boil sometimes. I feel we should not shelter ourselves from our peers who disagree with us. I agree. It's better to have peer pressure than not have any peers, right? Plus, it allows me time to think about what the opposition is spewing and determine my rebuttal. That's really smart. And, before we continue, I think that's wise to do that. Even though I did ban McToon from my stuff, I just did not want that drama. I didn't want no germs in the Foundry. That's why I banned McToon permanently. You know what I'm saying?
Understandable.
Right? But he's right. We do need to battle from time to time, because even though I give people their opportunity to think on their own, in here in the Foundry, it's a safe space for flat earthers. You're not going to get ridiculed. We're going to listen to what it is you have to say. And I'm going to say some stuff that you won't agree with. And my thing is, since I listen to you and I give you an opportunity to talk, even though this is my channel, I want to play fair. I like to play fair, right? Because if I'm going to say something, I believe I'm right. My thing is, if you don't believe I'm right, I'd like for you to prove me wrong. And then it's not going to be about a battle of wits, but instead it's going to be about a battle of what is true, what we can prove, and what is not true, or what we cannot prove. You follow? Yet and still, we're going to press on. So it goes on. My belief, gravity exists and not just electrical energy, because we have not found a single device or a single way to lift heavy loads by changing the polarity of heavy objects. That's interesting. Despite some of the evidences that we might have, some people might say giants, some people might say pulleys, but he's saying that. I find that interesting, but let's continue. Does it mean gravity can curve oceans? No, but I have not found a possible way to prove heavy loads by reversing the polarity of the objects. I know that makes me seem very different from most flat earthers. I took 2 years of physics in university, and I'm very slow to disagree with physics because I know they work. Okay, that's okay. But I feel there are laws and rules for us as God's children, and learn to harness physics so that we may be able to improve our community and our daily lives. But I believe God is not bound by the laws of physics. Okay. And if you don't believe in God, or you believe in something, nature is not bound by our laws and the laws of physics. Kind of like Harmon says, and I agree with that. Nature does whatever the hell it wants when it wants. Right. Therefore, there are many things we can't understand. But I hope we will once we leave this mortal world, once we die. Flat Earth makes credible sense to me now, but I am very reluctant to share it with anyone outside my immediate family, because it seems like everyone just wants to rebut me and not listen. That's fair. I'm just an old guy, 56, and I live out west. I lived in California as well as different areas of the East Coast, and hated the congestion of the West and the Eastern United States. I have also done lots of traveling all across South America. Shout out to the guys in the South. I speak fluent Spanish, so I was the go-to guy. Okay, so I was the go-to guy when they needed someone to travel with to South America. I am a computer guy as well, and do DBA work and data manipulation for a huge company based in Sweden. Nice. So you get to work at home, I assume. I finally graduated from college with a degree in economics 3 years after dropping out to work on my marriage. Shout out to you, man. I started university when I was 24, and it was late in my life, and I didn't graduate until I was 30. I was a professional woodcutter from the age of 19 to 24, but wanted to make more money in another career. I also took many electronics courses as well in the university. So one of my hobbies is small robot I have named Roy. Little Roy so kind of like Brian Roy. Shout out to Brian Roy in the Foundry. Like Roy Batty from the Blade Runner. Nice. And I think that was played by Rutger Hauer. And God rest Rutger Hauer's soul, he's gone, but not forgotten. But he is a stupid robot and loves falling downstairs and disregarding my programming no matter how I try to fix him. But that's part of the growing pains I feel. This is me talking. But that's part of the growing pains I feel with when you build anything, right? Let it fuck up a little bit and then you get it to where it's right. But shout out to you for doing a robot thing. Back to him. I also read nonfiction history voluminously, and therefore I don't buy into the whole Tartarians built all the Greek style buildings that were discovered by colonizers. I had a guy at work tell me the Mormon temple in Salt Lake City was a Tartarian and Mormon founded. My ancestors were pioneers and made all the doors in the Mormon temple. And we have photos from when it was being built. Okay, that's what's up. Nor do I believe in super advanced civilization that lived before us, but we have lost all remnants of it. So when you see me jumping into comments and saying things against other commenters, you know I'm not trolling. I got you, brother. I got you. All right. And then it starts to finish off with both my kids are grown. So it's just me and my wife, and I have two granddaughters. My wife is originally from Venezuela. Shout out to the Venezuelans, and through New Jersey. And shout out to the Jersey folks. And we do volunteer work and lots of Latin speaking immigrants helping with English, resume writing, or just tracking down free used items for them to use. Not a problem. My screen name is Cyberdine Big Toe. Got you there. Because for years and years on the internet and billboard of the 1980s and 1990s, I always use Cyberdine systems from the Terminator. Nice. Or Big Toe from Stripes. Sergeant Sergeant Hulka. I remember him. He was the guy in charge of his battalion. After being called, the troops Big Toe turns and says, "I'm going to shove this big toe up your ass." But with all the huge worldwide sites like YouTube, names like Cyberdine Systems was taken, as was Big Toe. I have two artificial knees and an artificial elbow from an accident that I was in at 7. And I may have to get artificial toe, a fake toe in the future. Okay, well, I hope you recover quickly, sir. Another reason I call myself Cyberdine Big Toe is because in Terminator 2, they find an arm in his computer from the Terminator. Friends called me cyborg and joked someone would find my knees after I die and think I was a cyborg. That's pretty funny, but I think that's partially true. That's probably what they think. When Terminator came out in 1984, my friends called me the Terminator. And I may have to get an artificial toe in the future. Okay. All right. Growing up, my other nicknames were either Moose, I'm 6'3", pretty big guy, or Robot or Cyborg, or some of those other nicknames, all based on robots because I still have huge scars on both my knees. Everyone knows I'm titanium in knees. My disability never stopped me from doing sports. And then coaching as I got older. I started playing sports at the age of 4 and then had to give up all the sports and coaching just 4 years ago. The only time I have ever not done sports was the 2 times I had to recover from getting an old worn out pieces in his knees replaced. Otherwise, I did county rec or some type of organized sport every single year. 4 years old, I speak fluent Spanish and English and have studied French, Arabic, Farsi in college, and I've graduated with an economics degree. But I never had the chance to use Arabic, Farsi, and so on, so forth for 20 years. I can't even follow a conversation anymore. And that is all. Shout out to our brother Cyberdine Big Toe. We appreciate you, man, and welcome to the Foundry. I appreciate that. My bad, y'all. I know that was a lot. But I want to give you guys your time in the sun, man. And I want to make sure that I relay I want to make sure that I get everybody's story out there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Black Light.
No, I was just saying that was a hell of a story.
I
didn't see all of that comment, the explanation for the name and everything. And it made me think of fucking Will Smith in I, Robot, where he had the arm and shit, like just shit like I never thought that's really what and just all the movies, like there's another one called Repo Man where they got like artificial organs and shit, like just for
there's a book. Guys, check this out. There's a book I recommend to everybody in the Foundry, right? It's called Machine Man. I'll give you a little bit of the book. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but I'll give you a little bit. So it's about this nerd, right? This nerd goes around and he works for a university and he does prostheses, right? Prostheses. And then one day he is building a prosthesis, a robotic prosthesis. He gets into an accident and then I think it was his leg that he lost or his arm. He lost his appendage. He lost his leg, right? He woke up. He was like, what the hell? And they were like, yeah, man, you lost your leg and everything else. And he was like, damn, that sucks. Fast forward like a couple of weeks, he builds his own prosthetic and then he attaches it to himself. And then he's like, this is a little bit cumbersome. He's like, you know what? He builds a better one. He builds like a 2.0 version of that prosthetics. And it's slightly robotic, right? He puts it on and he's like, this works better. He's like, damn, this is good. Actually, it works better than my other leg. What do you think this motherfucker does? He ends up deliberately getting into another accident so he can shear off. Yeah, he shears off his other leg. And then now what he does is he attaches 2 legs. But he's like, yeah, legs are good, but what can I do with them? He puts Bluetooth, he attaches all these crazy gadgets to his legs. So his legs, he's essentially becoming like that, the prototypical Japanese anime cyborg, got all these bells and like Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget. But now he's becoming into his mind that he's like saying, hey, these legs that I got, why do I have to use legs if I could get something else? This motherfucker decides to get rid of both his legs and that put tread in legs like he's a fucking tank or something like that. So now he moves around with tread instead of legs. But then he's like, damn, this tread is a little bit heavy and I don't think that it goes well anyway. All that to say, check out Machine Man. It's called Machine Man. You can find it over at Amazon. It's an amazing book. Quick read, like 300 pages, nothing wild. But Machine Man. And then it starts to get crazy. The dude gets obsessed. So if you know anybody that's a bulimic, or if you know anybody that gets tattoos, I got a whole bunch of tattoos. What's one of the things you notice? You kind of get addicted to getting a tattoo. This guy started getting addicted to getting prostheses and making his own shit. That's Machine Man. That's basically the premise. It gets wild. It gets crazy as the story progresses. I highly recommend it. Yeah. Check it out.
Shout out to Cyberdine for sharing that, though. That's dope. And honestly, listening to that whole thing, I honestly don't think Cyberdine give a fuck about you sharing that part of the story with Mark Sargent. Just listen to his whole story. He probably don't give a fuck. He probably wanted you to say that on here.
Yeah. He's like, you listen to Mark, I got something for you right here, baby, in this here letter. Shit, man. But yeah. So
dope.
yeah, shout out again to Cyberdine for all that. Now, one of the things I wanted to touch on before we went anywhere, right, tonight was we spoke just briefly, what was it, Tuesday, with Flat Earth David Weiss, about what they experienced, the guys down in Antarctica, right? Down in Antarctica. And so everybody is scattered about to the winds. I totally get it. Totally understand. Now, this is what I thought. Maybe they did. Maybe they experienced it. But then part of me saying, I don't know. Maybe they didn't. So I don't like that feeling. But still, what did they pick up while they were down there, right? Or what did they claim to have picked up with their cameras? There was no streaming of the sun, but they did take still pictures of the camera. I forgot what the frequency was of those still pictures. Obviously, they stitched them together to come up with it looks like a sine wave pattern up in the sky, right? So let me show you what Feed Your Mind TV. Everybody knows who Feed Your Mind is. Shout out to Feed Your Mind. This is Feed Your Mind. And so, David Weiss and the Flat Earth, blah, 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 this, that, the third, right? So shout out to Feed Your Mind. We're going to copy that. We're going to drop this in the Foundry for everybody. Boom. There it is. Feed Your Mind. So if you didn't see this episode of Feed Your Mind. We're going to play it right now real quick. Hold on. We're going to share. Boom. Boom. There it is right there. Feed your mind with this. If you hadn't seen it, well, check it out. If you have, well, you're going to see it again. Here we go.
So we've been uncovering that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica from the final experiment can actually work on a flat Earth Gleason's map. So some flat earthers thought it was impossible, and Jirenism tried to explain away one of the new videos that just came out. It's like a 2-hour long video talking about how the 24-hour sun actually does work on a flat Earth Gleason's map. So whether you want to believe it was not a real experiment, if you want to believe it was CGI, or if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they went to Antarctica but something was off, you might be thinking, well, either way, it looks like we can explain this on a flat Earth Gleason's map. And this information coming out actually is resonating with me. It's making a lot of sense because, like I described, I mean, anywhere you're standing on the outer ring, you're going to see the reflection of the sun. You're going to see a mirrored image of the sun. The source sun would actually be above the flat Earth, and it looks like the source sun is actually the Polaris star, perhaps, or somewhere in that general area is what we're seeing. And then so any day that you're seeing the sun, you're seeing an apparent sun, the image of the source sun.
Again, Dave Weiss and Marty Leeds showed there is both motivation, financing, and long available technology to easily fake this. That is
All right, now, guys, pay attention. This, for the whole video, I think this is something that this part right here, I should have just fast forwarded to it, but pay close attention to this, all right?
is option C. There is option D, that he really did see an
at all
apparent
that.
cold circling ball
Look at that. See
of
what it's
light
doing?
spinning around his head that the mystery schools, ancients, and Freemasons call an apparent sun or the second sun, which can happen in certain locations when acoustic waves from the source sun way up high in the toroidal field, remember, light is just sound vibrations collapsing the ether, which then sends vibrations bouncing down in 3D around the parabolic toroidal field, and they meet at certain sweet spots, creating the other end of those vibrational waves as a visible, apparent cold light. This is no different than TV, radio, and satellite dishes work when they use parabolic reflection. When you watch TV, you wouldn't say the Kardashians are physically right there in that dish receiver hooked up to the coaxial cable leading to your TV. They are in a studio too far away for you to see them, being transmitted through vibrational waves from a tower or a satelloon to your dish that bounce off the back of the dish and meet at a sweet spot right there and recreate apparent Kardashians for you to watch. They're not real, but they look real to you. In a toroidal field, the source sunlight or vibrational frequency transmitter or beginning of the frequency wave is moving around and has an enclosed 3D toroidal donut shape to bounce those frequency vibration waves off in all directions. So whereas the radio dish has only one still sweet spot, the signals can all come back together at to give you an apparent TV or radio station in your coaxial cable. There could be multiple spots all the way around the 3D circular donut shape that will each have an apparent circling reflection point, since the source frequency wave generator or sun is circling above and the source is coming from inside the parabolic donut.
Very, very good points. Now, this is something that I mentioned on previous not shows, but little episodes that I've made prior to going live, you know, for the most part, is that this place not even represents, excuse me, but rather it's similar to how a parabolic dish works. You know, he was showing the feed horn, he was showing the dish, the parabolic dish and everything else, but it's like the feed horn is at the top and then it shoots something from the bottom, or you could even say the feed horn is on the bottom, right? A lot of people say Rupus Negra, and then it hits the dome firmament dish that many say may be out there, and then it does what it does from that point forward. I don't know whose noise that is, but yeah. So this is interesting. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying it's interesting. Let's press.
Not from far away outside like a radio dish. Just like all these houses can get the same apparent Kardashian show in their living rooms, despite not all being in the exact same place.
And then another major thing that you're going to want to know about is how, well, we covered in a few videos
Look at
ago
that.
how the sun was changing shape in the sky, and it was distorted, and you'd see oblate circles and full circles of the sun and all that. So a lot of people from the globe side are saying, well, that's just from the 360 cam. Well, the thing is, if
Well,
that's not
it is.
360 cam,
Brenda,
It
Brenda,
is.
you know what? All right, guys, hold on. First off, before we continue, hello, Brenda. Good to see you. Harmon, hello. Good to see you. RG, good to see you as well.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
All right, welcome, y'all. Welcome. Look like Harmon is over there playing Casino Royale with James Bond and shit, doing his thing. He's obviously at the craps table or some stuff. What's
Yeah,
up,
I just
y'all?
wanted to say hi right quick. My game starts at 6, and so I just want to say hello to everybody and wish me luck.
You got it,
Hey,
man.
good luck,
You got
man.
it. Brenda,
Yeah.
what do you have to say? Your clock starts now. 46.
Oh.
You're gone. What's up?
Oh yeah, that's have you been researching how the military uses curvature and spin to calculate launch trajectories?
I'm sorry, to
Right?
calculate what trajectories?
Launch trajectories
I'm not gonna
for artillery.
uh
Have you been researching that? Because they do. They use curvature and spin to calculate launch trajectories, right?
mhm, okay, all right.
Have you looked into it?
Brenda, I haven't. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you.
Why haven't you
I
looked
have.
into it?
I have. I would like to
Why
comment on
haven't-
that, Brenda. So yeah, they do physically. They use the physical spin supposedly,
Yes.
but
Yes, they
also
do.
you can't remember once it's in the air, right? Once it's airborne,
You got 4 minutes.
y'all's claim is the atmosphere drags things along as well. So they don't calculate that. You got to remember that.
There's not a lot of drag, and that's pretty well known.
That's what y'all claim. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's the fact. That's just the facts.
Okay.
You can
So how does it
calculate.
get the
You can
target?
calculate for drag. You can compensate for drag, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
right?
Mhm.
You can
Yeah.
do that, can't you? Can't you, RG?
I mean,
can
I'm sure
calculate
you
for
didn't
drag.
mention that though. You were just saying
Yeah.
they do it at the lunch.
But that's the same for everything. So that would be
Okay, cool.
a factor. You're right. So
Yeah,
you can
just let us know
calculate
What
for
that calculation is, so we can correct once it's in the air. We can correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Brenda, go ahead.
the point is that they use curvature and spin to calculate the launch trajectory. Right, RG. Isn't that right?
So
Oh,
they
sorry,
put-
that was
so
on
wait,
you.
wait.
Yeah, Brenda.
Brenda.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes. So the answer is
So Brenda-
yes, isn't it?
So
But did
Brenda,
you look into it? Did you look into it, Ironworks?
Brenda, I told you I did not. I'm not gonna
Why
lie to
not?
you and say that
Why
I
not?
did.
Why not?
Because I didn't. Brenda,
Why?
you've got
But
use
why?
your time wisely. You've got 2 minutes, Brenda.
What?
Or 3 minutes.
You're a truth seeker. Why aren't you seeking the truth?
Well, Brenda, I
I'm
didn't
begin-
study that.
I'm beginning to think you don't care. I'm beginning to think you don't care, that you're selective.
Mm.
You're selective, aren't you? You
I do.
ignore things that you don't like.
No, I didn't. I'm not saying
think
that I
you do.
ignored it, Brenda. No, I'm just saying that I didn't. You asked me a truthful
Yeah.
question, and I'm being honest with you. I did not look at it. I'll
Why?
look at it because I didn't, Brenda. I didn't look
Why?
at it.
Well, don't call yourself a
Brenda.
truth seeker
Oh,
then.
Brenda, you're running short on
Don't
time, Brenda.
Don't call yourself a truth seeker then. Because
Hey,
you're
just
not.
tell us what you were
And-
going to tell us,
You're
Brenda,
not.
please.
That's what
You
you
don't care about the truth if you ignore facts that you don't like.
Oh,
Hold on, what was your point?
Right?
What was your
It
point,
is.
Brenda?
Right.
yeah, Brenda, what you
You're
got?
not. My point is, you're not a truth seeker
So I'm a lie.
if you ignore things that you don't like.
No, I didn't
He
ignore
didn't say
it.
he didn't
Brenda.
like
Yes, you did.
didn't say
You just
No,
told me
Brenda,
you did.
I didn't say no, Brenda. You're putting words in my mouth. Come on, that's not being genuine. You be genuine.
Did you look at? Did you
I have
research it?
allowed you. I told you I did not.
Yeah.
I'm being truthful with you, and so
Yeah.
it's not that I didn't do it
Because you don't want to know. Because you don't
No.
want to know. Because
All right,
you're not
Brenda.
a truth seeker.
Brenda. So we're gonna mute you now. before we kick you off.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna
Brenda.
take your time. So check this out, Brenda. You asked me a question. I truthfully answered you. You asked me why. I said because I didn't. That's all. Brenda, if you continue down this path, you will not have a minute left, which you have, and I'll just kick you off.
Well,
Capiche?
that's what you do anyway, because you can handle any.
Goodbye,
Hmm.
Brenda. So that
God damn it.
that fool just don't get it.
That was
That's
so
your problem,
productive, y'all.
Vlad.
So productive.
Vlad, that's your problem. You ain't out here seeking the truth.
Yeah, I'm like, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest to God answer. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Why?
I didn't
Why
do
not,
that.
Vlad? Why not,
I,
Vlad?
Yeah,
I'm
man.
saying. Matthew, how you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. What's going on?
Blackula, how you doing, my friend?
I'm not bad, man. Which Matthew is this? Matthew who?
Rethink.
Oh,
Oh, good.
Rethink Inc.
Okay, I was
Oh
about
my
to say, I
gosh.
hope it ain't Matthew, the
Rethink
one that
Inc.
kept coming at me crazy. Yeah.
Matthew,
What's up,
Rethink.
Rethink?
Man, you've never been up here.
I haven't. I pick and choose who I grace my presence with.
Oh well. Hey, it's about time to have somebody up here other than the same folks. Which, hey,
Right.
no smoke on y'all, man. I like having the panel up here. But wow, okay, man, good to have you up here, bro.
Vlad, you're my brother from another mother, man.
Hey, man.
I just don't do a lot of I'll do a lot of chat and I'll go on certain channels and I'll speak a little bit. But when that fucking thing comes in the chat room and starts talking shit about researching this and researching that, my grandfather retired from the Navy. So I know a little bit. And I actually read books outside of the narrative. So Brenda, let me just fucking tell you right now, sorry for cursing.
No.
There's something in artillery called a right hand rule. And if you're too stupid to know what that is, that means the rifling in 99.5% of anything American made is rifled to the right. So your Coriolis effect and all your gravity bullshit, when your projectile shoots out of your rifle, your cannon, your railgun, it's twist to the right.
Okay.
That's your fictitious force of the Coriolis effect. And they absolutely do not write manuals and teach people in artillery anything about a Coriolis effect. It's windage, elevation, and distance. So you go read the fuck up, dude. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Hey, brother,
Here,
shout out
here,
to
brother.
you, man. Thank you for that. See, and my thing is, listen, y'all, I'm gonna keep it real with everybody, right? No, I didn't read the artillery manual. My thing is, look, I'm not gonna do. There's certain things I'm like, I'm not. No, maybe one day I will. Not saying I'm not gonna keep that outside, but no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So. Like I don't think I don't think you need to do that to prove that the earth is flat. That's just extra
Right.
credit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And
yeah.
the bullet spins, right?
What's say again?
Artillery
The bullet.
spins.
Yes, the book.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
So there's no spin of the earth. It's the spin of the round, right? That's they correct for basically.
It's the spin of the round when
Right.
when the rifling in the majority of all weapons is a right hand twist. So when you shoot at a distance, you're accounting for windage, elevation, and distance. The right hand spin of the projectile coming out of cannon, rifle, railgun, mortar, it doesn't matter. They spin to the right because it's easier. And we've been doing it for time immemorial that if your projectile comes out spinning in a right hand rule, they call it the right hand rule because it is generally a rule. Now, there are some rifling that goes to the left, but the majority of the world produces weapons and ammunition that leave said weapon with a right hand twist. And you don't think over 1,000 yards to 20 plus miles that the Navy will shoot a projectile 20 miles off coast, you think they're actually accounting for the spin and Coriolis effect? They hit that shit dead on, and they hit it where they aim.
Yep. And you want to know something? I don't want to steal your thunder or anything like that. But if
You don't gotta steal nothing, bro. Preach.
If you guys look at a map, a lot of our wars were fought. A lot of our ship-to-ship wars, right, were fought in the Pacific. You're not going to hear of an American vessel combating another vessel, especially during World War II time frame, right? There was no there was no ship-to-ship, surface ship-to-surface ship combat happening between the U.S. and Germany. That's not what happened.
No,
it was happening. Guess where? At the Pacific.
At the Pacific Rim,
Pacific. Right, at the Pacific and the South Pacific. If you look at a map, what's in the South Pacific? The equator. Why is that important? Because now, where's this bullet going to go? Where are you going to rifle? And if you shoot, and we're talking about Coriolis effect and the Earth spinning, now you really have to take something into account, because it's spinning at a speed of like 1,100 miles an hour, correct? Almost 1,000 miles an hour or something like that. So now we're taking this.
I believe it's 1,038, but yes.
Right. More than 1,000 miles or something like that. Right.
Yes, sir.
So this is where a lot of your naval the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Battle of the Coral Sea, and so on and so forth, where a lot of these Japanese ships and many American naval vessels as well, they sunk. So, Brenda, you're barking up the wrong tree. You're
exactly.
You're talking to him whose grandfather.
We know too many things, right?
Man, right? You're talking to me that I was in the Navy and I did my thing as well, and I learned about all this stuff. So
you're talking about people that buy the official narrative that the television tells them about 9/11, about Vietnam, about school shootings. These are the same people that call us idiots for breaching out of the mainstream narrative to actually understand the shit that goes on. And they have enough nerve to come into our chats. I don't go to fucking 0 Globe channels and Globe proponents and say a goddamn thing to them. I don't have time for their nonsense. If you can't critically think and understand that the majority of any narrative spun since my family came to this country in 1850 was an agenda, then I don't have any common ground with you, and we're never going to see eye to eye.
Amen.
I mean, I don't know how. I'm not an asshole. I'm just very blunt. And a lot of people take it as Rethink's an asshole and he doesn't do this and he doesn't want. No, I'm just very blunt. And if you don't have the ability to look at an opposing view and understand like the message that's trying to be conveyed, like Sean Hawkins and Brenda and all these other people, and they want to come in here and they want to spout out the same shit that a textbook taught them, I can't fuck with you. I'm sorry.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think mainly what they're doing, they spit out that little bit of bullshit to get a response, and then they go for the personal attack, not the attacking the answers. You know,
it's always a personal attack. It's never attack the argument, attack the person.
Right. They're looking for anything. And Melania Moron, listen, the guys in the Foundry will tear you to pieces. So I highly recommend.
No, Vlad.
Yeah.
That's my very, very good friend. It's Melanie Moran. She changed it to Melanie Moron to be funny.
Oh, hey, Melanie Moron, be nice. You almost got fucked up about this bitch, man.
No, don't fuck her up. She's like one of my best friends in the entire world. She's wonderful. She's just like me, and she will say exactly what the fuck she wants, and you either get out of your feels or don't. But she's great. Please don't ban Melanie.
No. She's here for you. We rock with her.
She is here for me.
Okay.
Right on.
Good deal. Hey, I did want to say before if y'all want to jump back into this toroidal and the sun, I jumped on real quick because I seen what y'all were doing. That's what this is. What we were talking about, kind of a little bit yesterday, Vlad, with new things, new perspectives, and new theories, at least that we can all try to latch onto and either dismantle or build upon. And I like this because if there is a firmament, with Capricorn at a certain level on the dome, right? A 1-for-1, basically a 90-degree zenith from the ground to the sky, the celestial dome, from the equator or Capricorn or Cancer is, I think, heading in the right direction, especially if we think there's a toroidal force that would pull this plasma ball or plasma transformer known as the sun up and down, right? That would only make sense with the toroidal force pulling it up, right, from the going down to Capricorn, then back up this force.
RG,
Well, this it's
No, RG's
okay,
making perfect sense.
No.
Because if you look
Explain
at
to
a
me, yeah, because
toroid,
right.
a toroid, when you map out a toroid, a toroidal field, and the hyperbole field, the hyperbole is a left-hand spin. The toroidal field, which is much greater, is the stronger force, and that's a right-hand twist. When if you're looking down on it,
it's a left-hand twist.
When
Yes. Now, kind of to add on to what you guys are talking about, magnets function the same way.
Exactly the same way, because yes,
direction of a current, like you've got the right-hand rule. You've got a right-hand rule for how for electromotive, I think it's electromotive force. For all my electricians in the house, it's been a while for me, so forgive me if I mess up some terms. But you have a right-hand rule, the direction a current moves through a conductor, right? Or like I'm
going to educate the fuck out of you in a minute.
Right? so the direction it travels.
I love these conversations, man.
Based off of direction that the current travels, then you have the flux around. So the flux would represent, I guess, the direction that the toroidal field would be moving. So you have the flux around that conductor, the wire that we're talking about. It turns, it twists in that direction. A lot of times,
so now
diagram, right. And so in a diagram, it would show a point. So that point would demonstrate the direction of the current coming towards you. So then if it's going towards you, it would go in a counterclockwise direction. But if it's going away from you, it would go in a clockwise direction.
That's why at the equator on the ground, if you look up at a 90 degree, you'll see the star field on your right hand side going clockwise and your left hand side being counterclockwise. You're at the middle of that field at that point.
Yes.
So that's why people see the star field like they do.
Yes. Yeah. What's crazy is everything seems to function that way. You could take your hand, right? And then you can add drops of, you can add soap, to make it contrast, or you could add drops of coloring, whatever. Right. A little bit of drops of, and then you drag your hand and create wake. The wake on either side of your hand will turn in the appropriate direction. Right.
So this is where I was heading with this is where I was heading with the toroidal force. It only makes sense, and I'm going to start at the equator on the ground, and you look up 90 degrees into the sky. Okay. You're going to see the star fields opposite directions over a time lapse, right? And this is why people say, well, you can't do it in the south. It's turning one way, in the north, different ways. Yes, you can. It's only natural. It happens everywhere on a fractal level, going from the big, which is the sun, the toroidal fields, and everything that we see above us, right? Versus like on a small scale, what you were just saying. So my point about the toroidal field and the sun traveling from Cancer south or going down the firmament to the Capricorn and back up, that's your toroidal field traveling and carrying the sun, right? You see what I'm saying? Like in the sky, it's going to be a 90-degree angle from where you're at on the ground.
Right.
Now, if there is this toroidal strong field that we witness,
90 degrees where?
Straight up.
Looking straight up.
Straight up. Yeah.
Yeah.
From your vantage point, on whatever latitude. Yeah.
Okay. So then,
So if the sun is something like light or plasma, it wouldn't weigh hardly shit, right? It wouldn't.
right?
It's not a big ball of gas. It's just like a light, basically, or a plasma, a transformer, I think. But
Mhm.
your toroidal field is carrying it around and up and down, because once you get below your celestial equator, right, it's
Mhm.
going to be going down from the force from the toroid coming up and over, going downward, and then as it goes around and back up again, under, carrying, it's like magnetic lines. It would then carry it back up to Cancer and then back down and repeat.
Oh,
Basically,
right. Like man, you
it's
know,
going up and down.
yes.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, Matt. My bad.
No, Vlad, that's my bad. I interrupted you, and I'm sorry. But
No,
listen,
no, no,
it's
no,
very,
no. Go
very
ahead.
simple. If you say you would take, say you made a box that was 3 feet wide and a foot tall to reproduce a sine wave or a toroidal wave, where you could show the wave going from your left hand side to your right hand side. The only way that you're going to get something to appear well, not just appear, it would factually move from left to right. What you would have to do is you would have to take like 1,000 points, say they were like little metal rods that ran up through your box, and if you cranked it and had, like, if you had it on a set of gears, it would start in the left, and as you turned your, just say, oh, what are those fucking things called? Like a Nickelodeon, when you would crank a Nickelodeon back in the day, and it would be like a flapper machine. It's almost in essence to that, where you would take, say, in 3 feet wide, you would have 100 different little metal rods. And when you cranked it, this rod would go up, and the one directly beside it would go up, but not quite as far, and subsequently down until you were at your base level. It's going to appear that if you dropped like a ping pong ball in there, it's going to appear that this ping pong ball is going to move from left to right on its own, when in reality, the up and down motion is strictly up and down. And the reason I'm saying this, and bear with me, everybody, it's
The
a
up and
little,
down motion.
it's not hard to, it's not hard. If your up and down motion is in sequence, it's going to appear that your object that you have in the sine wave is moving left to right, because it's a sine wave and it's propelling it along. A wave is literally nothing more than an attribute of an action. It's not actually an action. A wave of water isn't fucking anything. A wave is, your water isn't waving. It's an attribute of the thing that's happening. So if you have rod at 12 o'clock, rod at 11:50, rod at
Rod.
11:40, 30, 40,
Rod.
down to 10, it will
Rod.
then
Wait.
produce the wave to carry it along.
What do you mean, rod? What's rod?
Okay, so if you built
Like
this
lines of
box,
longitude, maybe, if you think of it like that. Go ahead, though.
well, it
Yeah.
would be longitude versus latitude, yes. So
Latitude,
if you
yeah.
built this 3 foot by 1 foot box,
Right.
and in those 3 feet you had 100 different elements that could move up and down, just like a little metal rod that only did up and down. Your first rod would move to the north at 100%. Your next rod will move at 95%,
And
or
then
90, and then
I got what
80,
you're
and then
saying.
70.
So if we were
So
to take
you're
this, if we were to
producing
take this box, you're talking about the rods are lined up left to right next to each other.
left to right, and they're
Gotcha.
only going
Okay.
up and down.
Up and down. Yes, like pistons.
They're not moving vertically.
Like pistons.
So what you were literally doing is it's the way that people misunderstand electromagnetism and electricity, and how an electron will move through a wire to power your light bulb in your house, nothing is fucking moving left to right. It's moving up and down. It's moving north to south, and each subsequent next position is moving a little bit lower or a little bit less in amplitude. That's why there's the amplitude frequency modulation. It's not an actual movement. An electron isn't moving from the fucking power station to your light bulb. It's moving, the wave is moving up and down, and it carries the magnetism, i.e. electricity, with it. People don't understand what electricity is. They don't understand what electromagnetism is.
Right.
They
And
just
basically
buy the
difference is-
narrative and
But no, go ahead.
exactly.
And basically the difference is in each piston's position, it's a phase angle.
Exactly.
And what they mean, just to clear things up, y'all, phase angle, they say this degrees, that degrees, it's timing. It's timing. That's what it is.
100%.
Where it is in time. That's what they mean by the phase angle. Just so
that's your modulation
to people. There's a lot of terms, and it's just the timing of where we are in, whether it's collapsing or it's expanding. Just
or
time.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
So you're not moving the magnetism from left to right. Your modulation is timing from exactly, Russell. It is just the frequency, which is modulation. So you're not carrying this electromagnetic, i.e., electrical force. You're not moving it from this direction to this direction. Nothing is moving. It's just an amplitude. It's a frequency. It's how often this piece is coming up and down versus the next piece. So when electricity carries through a cable, it's a sine wave that goes through it, and your current, which is basically electromagnetism, is in line with your sine wave, and that's what carries your power along. People think, fucking atoms, oh, I got this 1/billionth of a piece and it's moving from it. No, it's fucking vibrating. It's a frequency. Tesla told us over 100 years ago, frequency, vibration, and energy, and they all are truly the same thing, just with a different amplitude.
I think what it is that there's so many terms to remember, and people are more, and I was caught up in it too, right? People are more enamored in the terms and trying to figure out what the terms mean, and they all basically go together.
They just complement each other,
right. And
I think and maybe to tie it into what we're watching today, if you don't mind, real quick, and we'll get back to it if you want. But I think to tie it in, what we're talking about here is also, our experience in it individually. I think there's a base reality, right, that we're all inside of, but we have individual experiences looking up in the sky, right? But part of the video you're watching, when it's going up and down, so in my understanding, between, if there is a firmament, truly is, I think there is, between in the northern summer, it's just the sun is up higher, right, between Capricorn and the equator, and that sine wave is going up and down, up and down, up and down around the firmament, right? It's a different, it behaves differently than the southern summer, when it's between the equator and Capricorn, right? It speeds up, I believe, and that sine wave moves faster, I think. So the sun at a very, very low angle, I guess you could say, if you're in the north looking south and the sun is lower on the horizon, I think that the sun could be.
Go ahead. No. Finish that point. I want to kind of add on to it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if we think as a community that there is something that this sun is being projected against, so we can see it, it's a certain color and height in the sky. What I'm trying to say basically is, either it's purely optical, or there's something that the sun is being projected against and at a low place like Antarctica, if it is a circle,
Right.
the lower it gets, the more squished and that frequency makes it, I think.
Exactly.
Finally.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And you want to know something? And before I let you finish and you cook, let me add on to what you said,
I'm
because
done.
you
I'm
see it
done.
basically when it squishes, it's at its slow point or its stop point. Like there's so
Mhm.
many times where the sun gets to a stop point. So a lot of people would equate when it slows down, like December slows down to a stopping
December
point, or the
21st is the
December
longest day. Yeah.
21st, December 20
Mhm.
to that 23rd time frame or the 24th time frame, to
Yep.
where now
Mhm.
it stops, it slows down to a stop, and then it turns into a fucking pancake. And then it reverses everything. So basically, just like a sign, it does. And basically, kind of like what you said, RG, where you said it all
Mhm.
complements everything, like culminates and complements each other. That
Mhm.
does that. The sun does that at the top.
And
The
the
sun
reason why we're
also,
having an issue with it now is because we've never seen it videoed. So if they did truly go in, the sun does do that. It's just a shock, to flat earthers, because we want the truth. And if it
right,
is the
right.
truth and it does happen, then it is what it is.
So all of that, right? I know we said a lot, y'all. I hope we kind of I'm not gonna say dumb down the terms, but I hope we kind of water down the terms enough to where they're palatable and you kind of get what it is we're saying. We're basically saying that the sun doing what it's doing is doing what waves do. It's showing you right in the sky on that camera view, right? That Feed Your Mind was showing us that the sun going up, stretching out, right? And then getting flat, turning into a pancake. It's doing what we see waves do, basically. It's doing exactly that.
Exactly.
And to basically come to a crescendo with it all, this demonstrates the sun is not a physical ball in the fucking sky. End of story. End of
It
the
cer-
that right
it
there
certainly
story.
isn't.
It
It
is not
certainly
a
isn't
globe.
93 million miles away and fucking creating fission.
Thank you.
Like that's a hill I'd die on.
Yes. And you want to know something? This is that right there. If they did go, say they did go, let's just entertain they did go. That right there is nail in the coffin. That's it. That's it. It could have been there for a million hours. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter at this point. Strictly because the sun. Listen, if we go in the north, has anyone ever seen the fucking sun do this in fucking where you from?
Alaska or Canada, I haven't. I
Right.
haven't seen
I've
any
never
video.
seen this do this in the south. Or
I
in
see it go
where I
up and
live.
down all the way around your head, so it's similar. So
Right.
what would happen in the south, right? It's just
I've
another
never
wave.
I've never
Every single day, your sun will go up and down, but it'll move a
Mhm.
degree.
right.
Okay,
But
so
I've
it's
never
moving up
seen
and down to create the analema.
right.
Yeah,
So
there you
and
go.
that makes sense, right? And my thing is I've never ever seen the sun, and they've never taught us that the sun fucking misshapes itself. Now, if this was part of the globe, if it was part of the globe, then it would be like, hey, that's what the sun does. The sun is the only heavenly body that misshapes itself. I'd be like, hey, I would have taken a bait like everybody else does. But the problem is, despite all the evidences we got showing that this shit ain't what they tell us, that's it right there. Now guess what? Now you get to see it visually. Unfortunately, some people have to go
Yeah.
places in order to experience it, but there you
Mhm.
fucking go. You've got a fucking
Yeah.
sun that turns into a football. Not
Right.
anywhere. Not on a box of Raisin Brands that shows the sun picking up 2 scoops of raisins. Not on a box of Sunny Delight that shows a sun, big orange sun pouring a thing of juice. Not a fucking nowhere. Nobody sees the sun turn into a jelly bean, into a
Right.
football anywhere except for
Hey,
what
and
we
just that.
displayed in that camera.
Yep. And
So
just to add to that,
yeah.
because Maria asked a minute ago, I've seen her in the chat. She asked, "Why would it be this much runaround and so much trickery and mind games just to find this out. And I think, Maria, the answer is because you had a very 2 or 3 arrogant people behind it that thought they could witness this, right? If they went down there and witnessed it go around their head, that it was guaranteed to be a globe. And they were mistaken because, they forgot we're fucking truthers and we dig through it. We got a big community to try to model these things and figure this out. And if what they showed us could happen in the South, and we've seen through Joe Hamby's modeling, just his small model, that yes, with a firmament, this could happen in the South. So they didn't think about that. They didn't think we were smart enough to call their bluff. So there you go.
Right. And I mean, that's the problem you come across, man. There are like 1 million people doing these observations. There are 1 million people that look at this stuff and they go to sleep, they wake up, that's the only fucking thing on their mind. They thought people would be like, oh, they got it. Oh, I guess it's a ball. No, man, people are gonna see through your bullshit. But people are, slow pokes like us, or not y'all, slow pokes like me for sure. I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, they were right there. They got to, if they claim they went and they claim they saw the sun do that, right? Like I said, it doesn't matter how long it was up. Nothing. This thing, I can't take this fucking mug and turn it into a plate. I can't do that, right? And if I did turn it into a plate, well, I can't turn it into a mug again, right? Or if I broke it, that's it, unless I glue it back together. Anything here that I have, I can't in all good, unless it's a piece of gum or a piece of Play-Doh and it's designed for that. All these things, especially all the bullshit that we were taught, we're kept in a box in our thinking. All these things, they hold their shape. There is no place in the globe Earth for the sun to misshape itself. There's no place for it. The discussion is over. All these guys with the globe channels, with the Star Wars shit in the background, with the Lego Battlestar Galactica stuff. Listen, it's nice. It's cute. All right. I like Battlestar Galactica. I like Star Trek.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? It's cool stuff, but it's all bullshit. It's all lies.
It is.
And here we are, guys. This is why your globe channels, I don't know how you guys fucking make numbers, but you guys are a sorry bunch. You know that? And I'm not sitting there to diss you or make fun of you. And I'm here on a Friday, so, you can say what you want about that. We're here on a Friday figuring out, we're just picking through your bullshit. This is another tangle that we've just unfucking strung, or we've just straightened out, right? It's right there.
This is called intellectual honesty, which 90% of Globers don't obtain in their life. They refuse to be intellectually honest, because if they were, they would understand that the shit that's presented to us has fucking problems, and has more than enough problems to put us down a road, or put an individual down a road where we're going to question things. And to the intellectually honest, you're not going to blind us. You're not going to be able to say, well, just believe this because this is what we say. Because when you really start to dig into the facts and you understand what's being presented as evidence and what is factual, what we know and we can demonstrate, I'm going to leave you all with one final saying, and then I'm going to jump off and I'm going to jump in the chat. And I'm going to talk to Melanie, because I love her probably more than any other person on YouTube. She's such a great person.
I like that.
Yeah, Melanie is fucking great, because she's just like me. She will say what is on her mind when it's on her mind, and she doesn't care if you don't like what she says. You don't have to be disrespectful. But it's really simple. Tesla told us well over 100 years ago, Einstein and his theory of relativity is nothing more than a beggar draped in purple. And if you all understand, purple is the color of royalty, is the color of we design the narrative. Relativity is nothing more than a beggar dressed in purple, lost in mathematics, with no concrete foundation in
That's it.
science and what we do.
Yep.
And I'm going to end it at that. Vlad, thank you for letting me up.
Anytime,
And
brother, man. You're
I
welcome.
wish everybody a great weekend. Everybody have a great Memorial Day. And if I don't get to speak with y'all for a little while, just understand I'm not going anywhere, and I'll be back. Okay?
All right, Reed. Thank you, man.
Hey,
It's good to have you, bro.
same to
And
you,
you're
brother.
welcome here
It was.
anytime.
Thank you for
Yeah,
having
man.
me up.
You bet, man.
See you
Anytime.
guys.
God bless,
Russell,
man.
Yeah, good.
Russell, have a great
Yes, sir.
weekend. Russell, Blacklight, have a great
You
weekend,
too.
and we'll meet again.
Blacklight over
Yes,
there.
sir. With a pleasure.
He all tied up. Blacklight
Right
ain't
on.
listening to us no more.
He
But
forgot we
yeah,
were on.
He's
No, I'm
listening.
joking.
yeah, right. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
See
You
you.
do your thing, man. It's good to have you on, though.
Thank you for having me up.
You bet, man. You bet, man.
All
I
right.
thought I
See
saw
you,
a couple.
Vlad.
Peace, brother. I thought I
Go
saw
ahead. Go
Luke
ahead.
2343. What's going on, bro? It's good to see you, fam. Nate X is in the house. It's good to see you too. Big Pine Sailing. I see you. DeWitt Straight Laces. Yes, sir. I see you too. Heron Song. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome. Dr. Bass Ackwards. You know he's left-handed, right? Check him out.
What's
Dr. Back
up?
right? Check him out. Check him out. Make sure you sub to our brother.
Bass
Dr.
is great.
Who else? Who
Bass
else?
is a great guy.
Yep. Born
Sorry.
to Run. What's going on, bro? It's good to
Hey,
see you. Good to see
Vlad,
you. What's up, fam?
I want to throw some out there because you just mentioned Heron Song. The other night, when you had Dave on there, Heron Song was asking Dave a question that never got answered.
I
When
was trying to get her question
Yeah,
out
see,
there.
I
Like,
noticed it in the chat, but it was like after I had left. But she was asking Dave what
Go ahead.
changed for
I'm
him,
gonna
like
slippers
since,
one go grab another
it was
beer.
like when he was calling people idiots. She was asking what changed for him. She asked it once, and he ran around. He did the runaround. He never answered the question, and that's why she kept saying, like, I never
was
got an
like-
answer to my question.
man, I was trying to figure out what she was saying because okay, now for in this one right here, Dave threw an apology out there. He did, and Heron Song, I appreciate you, but we're gonna have to credit our brother Blacklight over here with bringing that up because, you know,
It's a tag team effort.
It is, man. I appreciate it, and I appreciate y'all for calling that out. Dave did apologize. I don't know if y'all heard it, but he did twice actually. He apologized, not to he apologized to the community. He said, "Hey, now I don't know how y'all would look at it, but he said if I did this, and I think he knows he did that because he said he did it, and that he called people retards. Because a couple of people were like, Greg and them were like, "Yo, you called us retards," and a couple of people were hitting him upside his head saying like, "Yo, you called us retards." He was like, "Yo, I am sorry for that. I apologize." He said it, and then he said it again. So I was listening.
From
But
what I heard,
was it a sincere apology?
right? From what I heard, it was a real quick. Well, yeah, if I did, my bad. What it wasn't. Oh, you know what? I did do that. You know, I got to own up to that. That was my fault. You know, egg on my face. You know, I gotta have my moment. You know, I'm in the hot seat. It was none of that. It was just, yeah, my bad. Oh well, whatever. I'm still Dave Weiss. Y'all still listen to me. Go look at deep inside the rabbit hole, like.
Well, and he started, but before anybody even pointed that out, he did start off talking about people being stupid this or retard that. He said it, bro, right before it was asked. So that's probably why it was such a big deal to a few people. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hey, and Russell, shout out to you for calling him out on that, trying to force that team shit on us. Because you made a good point when you was talking about Witsit. Like, you done sent money to him, helping him out, and then he wasn't even trying to hit you back and shit. So no, it ain't no fucking team
about
it's
anything.
People that you agree with. Like, here, certain people here, we can get along and we can agree and we can say that this is a family or a community. But we can't just say that anybody out there talking flat earth is we all a family. We don't know everybody. We don't know their motives.
Right. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, and you and Vlad are the first people I've reached out to that actually answer the phone or call back or just talk about things that really need to be brought up or pushed, or not pushed on people, but things that need to be looked at with more eyes. You know what I mean? And try to make a decision on, you know, how we could address it and move forward. Like this video he's already showing right now with this dude, it makes sense to me. Like, because I've been in it so long and I've looked in it, had more time, mainly because I'm disabled. But you know, I'm trying to explain things. Sometimes I might not explain it the best, but I want y'all to know what I know. That way, y'all can kind of you know, bring it to y'all's
Iron
communities.
sharpens iron. I dig it. I understand. Yeah, and I mean, maybe the way in which you put it down, I don't get, but other people get. So you know, sometimes somebody might need to feed that same information just in a different kind of way so I can receive it. You know what I'm saying? I like that though.
Yeah,
That there are people
it's
that
better like that.
understand,
Yeah.
right? That there are people
Mhm.
that understand that some certain people just don't get it a certain way, and that's okay
Right.
because we're here for each other. But no,
Well, it's gonna
but back on the
move
apology.
people forward. Yeah, for
But
sure.
yes,
Yeah,
back
it'll
on
help
the
people.
apology thing. Yes, I did hear him say that, but yes, to go back on that, it didn't appear sincere. It didn't, but I did hear him say it. It just didn't appear sincere. It was like kind of like, yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, so you know the earth is flat, right? And it's like, nah, man, like nah. We're gonna have to. That needs to be revisited, and it needs to be for real. It needs to be like we believe you, because right now it's not like Ghostbusters where we believe you. I feel y'all on that, man. I totally feel y'all on that. So Dave, bro, you're gonna have to
Well, that's why I told
make it right.
right, and that's why I asked Dave. I didn't really ask him. I wanted to see what he was gonna say, so I rephrased the question different or statement different. Like, yeah, some people are really business minded, and they,
Mhm.
you know, are good with making money and, you know, pushing their whatever their beliefs, or they might put people on the app that they like or they agree with their message, and not others. Like, that's why I was like, you know, I think I startled Stinky Cash a little bit, but I said, well, you know, he was talking about, you know, a face of things or being a leader, and I was like, okay, cool. I've been in for 8 years. Why not me? Well, because nobody knows you. That was a
Well,
weird answer to me, because how am I supposed to gain uh not a following, but how am I supposed to get my message out there if you can't put me on your app, right? Am I not cool enough, or I don't know what the thing is? Do I got to make my own content for 8 years, right? Before, you know, I'm not saying I wanted to be a face, like I said. Like, I don't ever want that much attention or scrutiny, bro. I'm a private person, but like,
yeah,
why
I,
not?
I
Why not, Dave? Why not, Dave? Are you only wanting certain people on your app? You know?
well, I feel you on that, man. But
But go ahead. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
at the same time, I don't know if we need a I don't know if we need a leader per se. I think when people
I
call
think we need a
Dave a
change in the
leader,
big faces. I think so, for
well,
sure.
right. I think we need is we need continuity of people seeing different faces, hearing different perspectives, but remaining flat. Kind of like a sine wave. Just like a
Hey,
sine
you
wave.
got. Hey, okay, okay. I
I
like
mean,
that.
because like Blacklight's finally doing his thing. Blacklight's been watching different content for a while. He's been a flat earther for a while. So this is a great
Mhm.
example. Like Blacklight now has his show, right? And he's starting to gain traction. And shout out to you, Blacklight. Congratulations on a
Yeah,
400.
for sure. Shout out to
And
you.
many more subscribers. So this is what I'm talking about, right? So it's not just
Oh,
about me
I
or it's
put
not
you on
just
my
about you
platform, by the way, on X. Yeah,
on
so
X.
I got you up
Oh,
there.
much
Yeah, I was talking
appreciated,
about
man.
Blacklight. Yeah, man, and
Oh
y'all
yeah.
both. Yep.
Yeah. So like it's a group effort, and even though you know some people have like me, I have a lot. I guess you could say relatively a lot, but that's because I've been doing this for a little bit. After a while, Blacklight's gonna get his thing. Somebody in the Foundry. I know there are many of y'all that don't have channels yet, but somebody's gonna fucking that don't have a channel is gonna grow. They're gonna get their thing, and we're gonna watch your stuff. Same way the same way Black Light's watching me right now, I watch Black Light and we support each other. But the thing is, at the end of the day, is we have to be consistent in being of the truth. We have to. Go ahead,
Yeah, and
Brenda.
not have anything that's gonna mess us like things that could be used against you. Like I think people are starting to try to, I don't know, that shield word's thrown around a lot. I don't think there's that many, but there might be. I don't know, but I don't want to see people tear each other down for sure. For sure.
Right,
So
right.
this is what I want to know. Question: I want to know: is it possible for like the flat Earth community to have almost like an elected official? Because like let's just say the way it started out, it started with just in my head, it's about 4 or 5 people that we all know that just started spreading it. Eric Dubé, Matt Boylan, Mark Sargent, Dave Weiss, whoever. Like, but they started it, and then I don't know, I guess there was a power or a fight over who was the leader or whatever, and then it just led to like the community being kind of divided. So
I think
can
so.
everybody
Yeah.
that's down here on this level, can we all look at one person and just say, all right, this is a person we trust, this person we agree with, you know, can we pick somebody as the spokesperson to say this person, you know, is speaking on all the points that we agree with. We, you know, this person, we're gonna all flock to this person's channel and boost this person up to, you know,
Yes.
spread the
That would be
is that
nice.
possible?
That'd
No,
be
you know
nice and
what?
not tear each other down for sure. That'd be
Yeah.
nice.
I think that's what they did. That's a good question, by the way. I think that's probably what they did once they started getting big channels, and that appears like what Dave was doing, because I remember when Flat Earth Recon came out. Sam's channel, right? Sam has his own flavor. Shout out to Sam, and hopefully you're recovering fast, Sam. Sam just came from the hospital, but Flat Earth Recon came out. When he did, Dave started like bumping his stuff up. So and then he starts showing his flat earth material on his channel. So Dave does, like, it seems like he does 2 things. He shows up to your show, gets the views up, but he also takes your material because he showed up in it, and then he like kind of pushes it, right? He finds a home within, oh, this one talks about seasons, this part talks about why the stars in the sky do what they do, right? And then he takes your stuff and he puts it in his channel, so he's promoting you like 2 ways, 3 ways, kind of. I think this is what they did before, like with Mark Sargent. I could be wrong, I don't know, where they would get on other people's shows and, you know, and kind of blow it up, you know what I'm saying? And that's a good idea, though. I like that idea. So we all kind of support each other, and we introduce, because, you know, let's face it, we all have a different way in which we deliver the message. So we support each other, right? And we go out and we get people to watch, you know, watch him. If I couldn't tell you, maybe Black Light has a way in which he could tell you, or Black Light can't tell you, RG did it. If RG can't do it, maybe Matt. If Matt can't do it, maybe Harmon can't do it, Ida, so on and so forth. Somebody, and then you want to know something, somebody might be like, hey, you know what, ABC, shout out to ABC, good to see you, ABC reminds me of my sister. You know what? Yeah, let me, and then you know what? People would listen to what she says just because that ABC reminds them of their sister. And it's like, then instead of treating ABC like a piece of shit, like they would treat any other flat earther, they're more apt to listening to her. So everybody has a different way in which to deliver this type of news, and the communication is the key. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the communication and communicating the truth is always the biggest takeaway, I feel, of, or one of the bigger takeaways of the flat earth. Go ahead, Black Light. I'm sorry, man. I'm over there talking and shit.
Well, no, I just threw the question out there. I want to know what people think. Like, is that something that's even possible? Would that work or no?
Let's see. And his Black
I was
Light's
looking
channel.
at the chat. It looked like the chat was a lot saying like, I don't know, there might be a thing where power could corrupt one person. But I'm just saying, even like as a speaker, like let's say like Mark Sargent was out there as a speaker for Flat Earth. Dave Weiss was out there as a speaker. Now let's just say if somebody comes out there and gains a lot of traction as a speaker for Flat Earth, but they saying things we don't agree with, we can all say like, no, don't listen to that person. When it comes to flat earth, they don't represent what we believe. Like, because I feel like just when, I don't know, I feel like it's a lot of confusion out there. Like, I don't know, it's just my opinion that when people start talking about aspects of the earth that we can't prove or we don't know for sure, it's just going to turn people off of it. You go over people's heads with thermodynamics and light refraction, the average person ain't going to understand that. Like, so I could be saying like, everybody in here could say, yeah, black light, he's flat earth. I could get real big and start saying like, yeah, the way the light and the moon beams and the stars, and saying all the shit that don't make sense. And I'm trying to convince the average person, and y'all like, what the fuck is black light talking about? He never said this before. He trying to sound like he's smart or some shit. Like
that's a dangerous place to be. That's a dangerous place to be. No. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think for like flat earth, advanced flat earth, like if you could put it that way, advanced flat earth, it's a dangerous place to be, because there are people that are good at conveying that kind of message and getting people to understand it. That's cool. But I think there should be in everybody's back pocket, whether you're, have a channel or not, every flat earther should have a 5-minute how-to flat earth kit. You know what I'm saying? At least 5, at most 5 minutes. 5 minutes, because within the first minute, 30 seconds, that's like when people are most, I guess, I don't want to say vulnerable, but that's when they're most receptive. First few seconds, you got their attention, right? And maybe back in, 40 years ago, it was like the first 2 minutes you had their attention. Now we got to scale that shit down to like the first 10 seconds, 30 seconds, right? Because of we
making a good point.
The age we live in, and we're not trying to force people to be old people from back in the day. We're living in now, we're living in today, and information is at the ready like this.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
So a lot of the younger generation now, Dave's doing a good thing with going to schools and getting, permission to actually introduce this to the kids. That's great. That's great. The advanced stuff, here's my biggest concern, guys, and I'll keep it quick. I've got my nurse is about to leave. She's going to help me out with a few things, so I'm going to mute up, but I'll be here. I think the biggest thing for me is we got to stop thinking about primarily first, it has to be right, the scientific community, you have to get basically their silent permission, like if you say something that's taboo or something, every flat earther wants to jump on you, bro, and be like, no, you can't say that because it's not verifiable. Well, with the advanced stuff now, bro, like a lot of things now in science, people aren't caught up with. The instruments, the heights they're at, the things, the platforms that are really up there right now over your head, you have no clue about, right? Well, here's my point. The higher you get, the easier flat earth is to prove, right? So new stuff is coming out all the time. And we got to stop thinking about what the Globers would say. Oh, the Globers can tear that apart. Bullshit. They can't. They might say they can, like, Brenda that just came on trying to, and I busted her out real quick. It's like, we got to stop thinking about that and just put the info out there. And if people don't gravitate toward that in the flat earth community, trust me, they will be behind in a few years if they're not caught up. That's just, fact. I'm not being an asshole right now, but trust me, the things that a lot of people are fresh with now, right? We should have specific channels for that to send people to, like, okay, here's some good information. Go see these guys. Like, and if you're just coming into the community, cool. There's great channels for that, right? So I just want to say that I think we got to stop thinking about what the fuck Globers are going to say and just do it. Just put it on record. Right?
Yeah, if we were worried about what Globers said, we would shut up.
I'm gonna mute up though. I'm gonna mute up.
All right, do your thing, bro.
I'll be back.
Go ahead, Black Light.
No, I was just saying, who's wondering, who's like thinking about what Globers is gonna say?
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
If you listen, I'm gonna say one more thing.
Well, I think people are shamed. That's all I want to say. You get shamed by your own community if you say things that are either taboo or can't be proven, or they think it can't be proven. Bro, I'm telling you, the new stuff that's here, right? Information that's freely available on people's pages. We gotta start learning it, or don't shame other flat earthers because you don't believe it or you don't think it's true. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Appreciate
Well,
y'all.
Russell, have a good night. Vlad, can I piggyback very quick and then I'm going to
absolutely,
dip out?
absolutely.
So, the last thing I'm going to say is the hardest thing that I've found since September 11th in 2001 is how to be intellectually honest. And it is a very, very hard thing to grasp and take a hold of and put into practice.
I agree.
It's literally the evolution of indoctrination and free thinking. If you can land somewhere in the middle of that, you could die on the hill of the heliocentric model, and I will respect you and I will communicate with you in an honest and open discussion and debate. But when you get these zealots that just want to parrot the given narrative without stepping outside of it and actually studying things and trying to discern what the differences could be, to understand that these all aren't concrete evidences. These are things that we're indoctrinated with from the time we step into a school until the time we come out and be a good worker bee. If you can step away from that enough and drop enough of your fucking ego to actually critically think, then there'd be a whole lot less McToons and Brendas in the world. And I just want to say thank you again for letting me come up. Blacklight, it was good to be on a panel with you. Russell, it was good to be on a panel with you. Vlad, I love you, bro. Thank you for letting me come up, and we'll meet again. Right?
You got
We'll
it,
see
brother.
each other.
Love you back,
All
brother.
right.
You have a good
You
night,
all
Peace
have a
sir.
good
out.
night.
Peace, peace.
All right, all right.
Peace out.
Yeah, man.
Peace out, fellas.
Peace, peace. So that's Rethink Inc. We see Rethinking in the chat all the time, but that's him digitally in the flesh, in the digital flesh, I guess you could say. But no, man, like that's it right there. Like a lot of people aren't going to drop their ego, and we expect that, right? And it's okay. But as long as this thing is getting conveyed, right, there's no right way to do it. As long as it's being done, yes. But of course, we're just looking at better ways in which to deliver the information. Because at the end of the day, somebody got to say something, anything. But what I'm starting to learn is the less crazy for now. The less crazy for now, the better, right? You just deliver the information. The stuff we could see for miles and miles, and then you could take it from there. And then you just tell them like, fuck them out of here, motherfucker. The hell? Get your ass out of here. Right? So my bad, y'all. This is a damn bug. Get your ass out of here. So yeah, y'all know I live next to the woods, man. I think it's lightning bug season. So I think the lightning bugs is out. But either way, what I'm gonna do, family, is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share with y'all this right here. Boom. I'm gonna share with y'all that this is that Feed Your Mind TV. And so Will Duffy went to Antarctica and he thought he saw something, but he was wrong the whole time. So you know what I'm saying? So there it is. That is Feed Your Mind TV. That is that show where he shows the light and everything else like that. And you'll see the ball get you'll see the sun get squished. Man, boy, I tell you what, if these guys were there and they did look at that sun and say they did see it for 24 hours, I bet they looked at that sun and they were puzzled. First, they were probably like, what the hell? If they noticed that that thing misshaped itself, and they were probably like, oh, fuck, this doesn't look good. Because if I was a glober, the first thing I would have said is, I don't understand how a ball. I got him. I got the bug. Look at that. I don't know if y'all can see it. Y'all see that? Yeah, I got him. I don't know how the sun could have done anything like that. I've never seen the sun do anything like that. Antarctica. I like it, JJ. Antarctica in the house. So once they would have seen that, and that's kind of like Matt said, man, to be intellectually honest, if they're honest in themselves, if they're honest with what their eyes are seeing and what their eyes are not seeing, then they'd be like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, Ida Hill, I didn't kill him. I stymied him. So I kind of like slapped him down because I like lightning bugs. And then I grabbed him by his antenna. Then I chucked him aside. So I didn't squish him. So he's lucky. But yeah, man. So there it is right there. Feed Your Mind TV. I'm not even going to go ahead and I'm not going to stress that no more because that was a good one. That was a good one. I know Feed Your Mind probably left that one in the dust, but always refer to that. And if you didn't get it the first time, I'll go ahead and I'll drop it in the Foundry once more. Boom, here it is. There it is, y'all. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, family, is I don't know what we have going on here tonight now because we were supposed to have a guest on going over Flatgate or Arced Gate or Missing Tapes Gate, whatever gate you want to attribute that thing to. We were supposed to have our guest on, but our guest is not coming on with the gates. It is what it is, man. Shit happens. Right?
Who was the guest? Or was it a surprise?
Our guest was supposed to be David Weiss.
Oh,
Dave
shit.
was supposed to, yeah. So it's gate now. So we're not getting any gates.
Okay.
I thought I told you, Vlad. I wasn't going to be able to make it today.
You know what I'm saying?
I was going surfing, kite surfing.
Right?
I don't sound like that. You guys are fucking crazy. I don't sound like that. That's not me. Yeah, you guys are retarded. That's well, what's this?
Right? Yeah, man. Yeah, he ain't, it doesn't look like he's gonna be making it. And then he is gonna make it. He's going,
wait, but my show's done, so I'm ready.
Yeah, man, he ain't gonna make it. It is what it is, man. Whatever, man. We press, man. We press. So yeah, man. Oh man. So that right there, I think besides all the gate stuff, we could do gate all day, right? We could do gate till the cows come home. But I feel what we went over,
it's not stupid. You're not stupid. It's stupid.
I feel that what we discussed right there is a big part of it all, probably the biggest part of it all, because now we have a visual representation, right? And this is something that the globe people, oh, where's your model? Notice how they need a model for everything, but the model that they have, the globe, is used for nothing. You have to talk out if your ears are more to capture Dave's distinct resonant. Oh, my bad. Okay. Oh, I got Nate X, the voice coach. Thank you, coach. Nate X, the voice coach, is telling me how. Okay, all right. Let me make sure I do that. You have to talk out of your ears a little bit to capture Dave's distinct. Okay, I'm gonna have to record myself doing Dave, and then I'll have to come back and listen to it and then kind of do different. Damn. Yeah, because how I sound to myself when I do his voice, that's how he sounds to me. And then he's like,
geez, guys, I don't sound like that. That's not what I sound like. You're full of shit, dude.
Right? That's how that motherfucker do. Yeah, man. So, yeah, but real talk, I think that right there, that Feed Your Mind video, guys, listen, tear that shit apart, right? Go through it again. go through it again and watch that over and over, play it in the background, listen to it, and from both sides of every movement using their sign and enabling. So I feel you. I feel you. And shout out to you, Awaken Nemesis. Good to see you. Good to see you. But real talk, man. It's good that we're here. And it's good we've got that part. I think it's a win, to be honest with you. I think that's a win tonight. And yeah, man, like, and I'll be honest with y'all, man. I'm hungrier than a motherfucker. So I'm hungrier than a motherfucker, man. I'm like, shit. What I did do, just go ahead, Black Light.
No, I was saying it's going to be an early show tonight.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be early. But I got this gum on Facebook, right? It's called Lorenco. And what it's said to be able to do is remineralize your teeth, right? And so it gives you back your enamel, your tooth enamel. I think this is pretty cool because I've got one of my molars has a small little pit in it. And I'm like, shit, it's been there for a minute. And I'm like, well, damn. Does it have aspartame? No, it's all natural. All natural. Organic spruce gum.
What about fluoride?
No, it doesn't have fluoride or sealingide. Get it? Floor, ceiling. Anyway, I'm here all week. But it does. Yeah, it's all organic. It's made of tree sap, Larice. But this is a spin-off off of a gum called Underbrush. I'm gonna put it in there, y'all. Underbrush gum. Hold on. Right? And so let me get that for y'all. Underbrush remineralizing gum. GUM. There it is. Underbrush gum. And so what I'm going to do, family, I'm going to send that to y'all. And it's a good gum. It looks like it's a good gum. I got the spin-off version, which is, like I said, which is Lorenco. So I'm going to drop that in the Foundry for y'all. Y'all go ahead. Boom. There it is. And look, here's the thing. These guys aren't telling me to, they're not telling me to go promote their shit. That's no. If I find something that's good, like I like talking about it. You know what I'm saying? And I like to make sure people are healthy. And if you're a gum chewer or if you're trying to get off chewing or smoking and you want to come up with a good habit and you're chewing gum, why not chew a healthy gum? You know what I'm saying? I know ABC's like, does it got microplastics? Does it got rubber bands in it? And I'm like, no. They've got different flavors, obviously mint and stuff like that. Golly, I'm just trying to share this. How do I share this? I'll just go ahead and I'll drop it in the Foundry for you guys. There it is, y'all. Boom. It's gonna come up like a big ass link. Like, see, look at that. Of course, it can't just do the right fucking thing and just come out like a regular old link. This is ridiculous. Jesus. Yeah. So that's it right there. And what I'm gonna do, fam, is I'm gonna get my ass together so I could get me something to eat because a Negro is hungry. You hear me? I am hungry.
I'm hungry.
I am I'm so you ever been so hungry you start getting upset because you hungry? Yeah. And so I'm getting there. I remember I was in this survival school. I might have told y'all, but I was so hungry. We were there for 2 weeks. We were out in the wilderness and everything. But this is our wilderness phase, right? And we're out in the wilderness and it's snowing everywhere. And I hadn't eaten for 4 days. I hadn't eaten nothing. I did drink. We were drinking pine needle tea. We were drinking tea made out of snow that we melted over a fire, and we put pine needles in there, and that's all we drink, right? And I was so hungry. I was thinking about a macaroni and cheese my grandmother had made from like 1985. And I remember I had a cold that day and it was good, but because my nose was leaking all over the place, I just threw the macaroni away. And I was like, man, you know what? What I would do for that macaroni that my grandmother made. It was so good. And I threw it away. And all I could think was if I saw myself as a kid back there throw that food away, I would have slapped myself, dude. I'd be like, don't you ever throw some food away like that. Yeah. And I was
Right.
cold. I was
Mm.
hungry. And it was just, yeah, I was basically homeless. You know what I'm saying? So fun times, fun times. But yeah, man. Yeah. When it was good, right? Yeah, yeah. But man, yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. I'm not even going to sit here and, make bullshit up or tell stories. You got anything, Blacklight?
Do I get anything?
Mm-hmm.
No. No, just try to keep on being creative with my channel. Like I said, just keep coming with ideas and just keep thinking. I don't know, because like it's hard trying to figure out how to wake people up. So I don't know. Hopefully y'all see some more good videos on my channel soon.
Yeah. Yeah. People are people, man. People gonna be people. People get fooled, and we get fooled still too, I'm sure, from time to time. But people are fooled with the easy stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's the stuff that it's like, but we told you already. We told you already about this, but we told you, right? It's almost like, what am I not communicating to you for you to be so? I hate saying dense, but for you to be like that, like, what am I? Go ahead.
I'll tell you about like my cousin. I was talking with him on live earlier, and I don't know why he wanted to fight me so hard on like the semantics of like flat or level. Like, I'm telling him like he's saying he don't think we on the globe. I'm like, yeah, it's flat. He like, I don't think it's completely flat though. I'm like, yeah, I know there's mountains and hills and valleys, and he like, but nah, it's not completely flat. It's like crevices and oceans. I'm like,
he's like, dog, you forgot sidewalks. I'd have been like, come on, bro.
I don't know why he wanted to fight me so hard on it. I don't know. Like, so I just went trying to communicate with people. I don't know. He was like saying the same thing I was saying, but didn't just want to like say, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. My brother's like that. But he's of the globe, right? He's like, oh, so he's like, and he's a math teacher, right? He's like, do you know anything? Oh, so you think the earth is flat. So then tell me about differential equations then. Tell me about that. How does that work? And I'm like, are you serious, dude? Are you serious? What does that have to do? See, because differential equations, you know what I'm saying? Thomas Babbage's, the scientist, if you knew anything, you know about Thomas Babbage's and how he figured out that differential equations, the field of, and I'm just like, he's hustling with me. He's hustling right now. And I'm like, bruh, I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't count because it's flat anyway. Go ahead.
I just made a video. I think you might have commented on it. Made a video earlier just talking about like why it's so hard to wake people up, and it's just people's egos and emotions is attached to the globe. Like, it's like especially when you got a job like a math teacher, where like it's like intellectual, where you might know more than people. Your job is to be a teacher, or your job is an expert or something. You go 20, 30 years of your life. Can't nobody tell you something you don't already know. Like, if the earth was flat, I would have known that before you. Like,
yeah.
Like I know what I need to know. Ain't no way I've been thinking the wrong thing.
Yep. All I do is work in numbers. And I'm like, yeah. And your numbers don't tell me what reality is. They're numbers. Your numbers work, but they don't match with what's outside. That's the problem. Sure, in your mind, you got $10, but in your bank, you've got -85. Sorry, not sorry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was making it plain to people like him, like, look, I know what the numbers say, but you could take those same numbers and you can apply it to what's really going on, and you'll see it doesn't work. You'll see it just, I don't make these rules up. They are what they are. Now it's funny you said that, because even me, as I did electronics intelligence. I was a that was like at the end of my career. I did electronics intelligence, right? And so ELIT they call it. And so basically like frequencies, vibrations, hertz, megahertz, gigahertz, right? All that stuff is in my wheelhouse. That's what I do. How radars are detected, how radars work, how they function, and just the very strong in the fundamentals of understanding the function of these things, right? And so when I realized how essential my job was to understanding how this place worked, it all clicked for me. And it made me better at my job. Believe it or not, it made me a better operator, right? And so I'm like, dang, holy smoke, it wouldn't work. I said, this is why things like attenuation make sense. And this is why things like skip distances make sense. And over the horizon radars and how they function, and why long wavelengths function better to transmit further than shorter wavelengths and everything else like that, right? Or high frequency and long frequency. So anyway, saying all that to say, when you understand the truth, depending on what it is you're doing, when you know what the truth is and you understand what when you understand what your real limits are and what your real advantages are, it makes what it is that you're related to or what it is you do stronger. It just makes it that much better, because maybe you were running on fumes. You were just running on understanding things, or not understanding things, but rather remembering things. You were just running on instead of understanding things, where if you have a strong foundational understanding of something, you don't have to remember per se. You just need to comprehend and understand. You have to have that come to Jesus moment, to where I understand now. It makes sense. It's like it becomes a part of you now, to where you don't have to remember certain terms. You just understand why it functions and how it functions, and you can make it applicable to almost anything. This is where true understanding comes in. And this is how it worked for me on a flat earth. And I can apply it to my everyday job. What sucks is when you're faking it and you think you know, or you truly don't know, but you sound good and you sound like you know, and you sound like the shit makes sense, but in real life, you're faking it the whole time. That's what I found myself doing in much of my job.
I think that would be like an interesting test, maybe for people like older people, like when trying to like wake them up. It's almost like if I was to be talking to somebody who's maybe like 50 years or older, and I could ask them, if they remember facts about the earth, like, do you know how fast we're spinning, or do you know, like, how big it supposedly is? I know these things, but I could ask you something like, oh, your job that you retired from, that you haven't done in years, if I was to put you on it right now, would you be able to remember how to do it? Like, yeah, I know how to do it. Would you know how to ride a bike? Yeah, those things come natural. You don't have to try to remember the complexities of riding a bike or a job that you've done all your life, because it makes sense and it's natural. But trying to remember some shit that don't make sense, it's hard to remember. That's why nobody in their 50s or who's not naturally into this shit gonna be able to tell you how fast the earth is spinning or how big it is.
Yep. That's right. Because of the unnaturalness of it, that's how you know it. It's almost like that's what lies come with, right? They're like, do you tie knots?
No, I ain't got a lot of experience.
Yeah, so I love tying knots, right? I could tie like a million different knots. I love tying knots. And so when I was a diver, right, tying knots was like a big part of what it is we used to do, because a lot of the stuff that we would bring up or down in the water column, we had to have some kind of positive control on it. So we would have two knots tied, right? A knot to lower the thing that you got, and a knot in case you needed to secure it to a part of the boat, right? So you had to learn how to tie different knots, right? you had divers out there that they weren't good at tying knots a lot at all. But one of the things we had a couple of terms for the knot that you tied, the type of knot that you tied. So first is a snow knot. A snow knot is the type of knot that you tie that looks good, but once it hits the water, it breaks apart. So it's a shitty knot. It melts, basically. As soon as it hits the water, it falls apart. So we call that a snow knot. And then we have a phrase that goes, look, we need to get this shit done. If you can't tie a knot, tie a lot. Just take that shit, just bundle that motherfucker up and hope for the best. You know what I'm saying? Which that's kind of like a lie. It's just like a lie because you could tie, let me finish up my point real quick. RG.
Yep.
Real quick. Let me finish it up.
I'm listening.
So you could tie the prettiest knot, but you shake it a little bit, you do a couple of things, it's going to unravel. But the real knots are the ones that you tie, they won't undo. They can't undo. Right. You apply tension to them, they ain't going nowhere. Those are knots. Knots are like the truth. You know what I'm saying? But with bad knots, with poorly tied knots or knots that are designed, they're called slip knots. That's what the lies are. The lies, slip knot, it's just a matter of time. Under tension, a slip knot, you give it some time, that knot is going to break. But a good knot, a real knot, you understand? You tie that thing, you tie it properly, and it's under tension, it's not going anywhere. That's what the truth is. Awesome. And everybody understands that knot as a functioning, that is a good knot. Bowlines, hitches, truckers' hitches, right? Half hitches, clove hitches, Beckett bends. Those are solid, true and strong knots, right? And if you tie a knot and it's shitty and it looks pretty to the trained eye, they'll be like, that's a shitty knot. Give it some time. It's not gonna hold. So if you can't tie a knot, learn how to tie a knot. Don't tie a lot. And so I feel that people that do this globe shit, they put these big words out there to make it sound pretty, to make it look pretty. And then they throw this stuff out there, and then they kind of make it, they give it teeth by bringing people along to believe their bullshit. And the person that could spew out that same nonsense better than you or better than them, they're the ones with the degrees. They're the ones that teach the bullshit. And then honestly, and to be all honest, like we don't know how to bullshit like that like they can. We don't know about, the freezing point of this or that and why it's important to the globe. So we don't know how to divulge this. So it makes us look stupid. So it makes us look like we can't tie knots. It makes us look like we don't know how to tie a fucking bowline that can hold under tension. These guys just tie a lot. That's it. Go ahead, RG.
Yeah. No, I've been listening, man, contently while my nurse finished up helping me. But you're right. And those people are the who are looked up to, right? Like TV Globers, like TV scientists, like these entertainers, which which is admitted to if you really look up who they are in their past. Yeah, and education, man, that's how they've done it. They've done it through the public education. People that can't afford to send their kids to these private Harvard or Yale colleges, right, and shit. They've really overdone it. And also another way they've done this and pulled this over everyone's eyes just in the last like 30, 40 years, bro, is they've taken these specialties like a biologist or a geologist, right? And they've made it to where they send these people to college and there's 20 different degrees in geology or 20 different ways to get your biology, but it's called a specialty. That's what they do. You have to know the specialty to be an expert in your field in a broke down section of the corner, in the dark corner of biology or some shit like that, right? And it used to be they would teach you everything about biology and then you would be called a biologist. You couldn't just have a specialty. And they've subdivided everything down into categories that are endless now, and they've added a bunch of fancy words, bro. That's all it is. And when I came into Flat Earth, you're right, I didn't have my coming to Jesus moment until really I was just listening to people like Eric Dubay and Robbie Davidson, right? And Rob Skiba was my favorite, bro. And I learned so much. And what I learned from him, bro, is that they weren't scared to give their opinion about things, right? Nowadays, people are scared to give their opinion because you're going to be like some type of fear is going to come into you, like, oh shit, like, should I say this, right? You should never have those thoughts. It should be like, okay, I'm being as honest as I can be about what I know. And what I learned from those guys was to learn to be independent, right? In these topics, learn to go out on your own and learn these things, bro, because if you just listen to one person, then you're limited, right? You're limited, bro. And I don't mean go to like the specialties of courses in college. I mean, look at what used to be taught, bro. Like learn how to grow your own food or whatever it is, to learn the earth, learn how things react and how they can be shown to be true in your way of explaining it, right? And what I mean, I know I'm just rambling, but what I'm saying is, when I had my coming to Jesus moment, I stepped away from everybody else that I had learned from, right? And I had a lot of time. I always say this, I had a lot of time. So I would stay up 16 to 18 hours every day, just learning, listening, right? And see how they're, see how they matched up, right? Like the flat earth, like the big things we learned first. Like, you know, one guy would say this and I would go to another guy and listen. It's like, okay, he said the same thing, but in a different way. Or he added something special to it that I went later on and, you know, and really matched it up to what's being taught in the education system and the things that didn't match up. So that's how I learned to be more educated or more advanced in the flat earth topics. And yeah, man, it can get complicated, no doubt. But when you do learn enough and you learn a lot about each topic, you can simplify it. That's the beautiful thing. It is very simple in the end, right? It is. And you can then start teaching your own things to people. And if they don't like it, if they don't think it's true, then okay. But just don't take it to heart. And I don't, you know, I take it to heart when someone doesn't let me fully get it out because I'm not a great speaker. Like I ramble sometimes, but that's just me. But anyway, I just want to say that, man, that yeah, once you guys do, whoever's listening to this in the future or whoever's here now in chat, sure, listen to people, but don't forget to that the most knowledge comes from before this bullshit education system. Look it up. Go look it up. The old stuff, man, does not lie to you. And that's all I want to say just for the moment, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, not a problem, brother. And yeah, I totally agree. This is part
Yeah,
of
Russell,
them.
you definitely be rambling, but you be making too many good points for me to ignore you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it, bro.
yeah,
Appreciate
like yeah. You got some good points though. So yeah, definitely gonna ride with that. Notice, like we talk about it all the time, and people have told me I'm a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, people are getting rid of the books, man. Getting them books, because you never know what's in the old books that they tucked away. And it's, you know what's crazy, again, like I've spoken about this before, it's as if back then they didn't know. Nobody knew that they were going to erase a lot of what they knew. Nobody knew that. And unless you lived through it, you would know that it was a thing. So, like, for example, who's to say that here in the next 50 years, say they didn't want to say, all right, nobody uses a rotary phone in here, but I grew up using a rotary phone, right? Say in 50 years, they try to get rid of the knowledge of the rotary phone. And like, to me, I'm like, why do they not need to know about a rotary phone? Well, I'm like, well, they don't use it no more. So it makes sense. There's no reason for me to really talk about it. Right. But still, there's something in knowing that something like that might have existed that could have been useful, or for whatever reason, just for them to know, whatever. But now these people decided, no, they don't need to know that. Let's just get rid of it from history. Right? Makes you question things. It makes you think, well, you're going to get rid of the rotary phone or the knowledge of the rotary phone. Sure, we've got touch tone, we've got dial, we've got all types of different, the joint that they used back in the day where you had the little horn on your ear and you would slap the shit out the damn transmission part and then fucking talk into a little horn right there. We had that too, but why not tell these guys about the rotary phone? What is it that you're trying to hide? And what else are you planning on doing this with that we're not even considering? You know what I'm saying? We're not even thinking about later on down the road. Because if you were to go back in time, say we went back 100 years and they showed us the things that people use on their day-to-day in their day-to-day life, I bet you it would blow our motherfucking mind. You're like, you're doing that for that? Oh, that makes sense. Now I know that was why this was in grandma's house. That's what you do with this thing. Go ahead, Blacklight. My bad. Go ahead.
Yo, I just seen a video recently where a dude, he was just showing how it was like it was some piece of like I don't know, I guess it was like tractor equipment. He was just showing how the mechanics on it work, just like certain levers, how you lift, how it works to lift things up, how certain things locks in place, just how the mechanics of it work. He's about how he loves like mechanics over, I guess, like digital stuff. Like mechanics never goes wrong, and it just makes me think. Like even my girl, she sells cars, and she told me, I remember it was one woman who came in there and said she would not buy a car if it had like power windows on it. She wanted like the windows where you could manually do that. And I think it's something like you saying, it's something that's being lost with us moving into this digital. Like we don't know, even just like with like kids wanting to be just not being like trades anymore. Kids don't know how, like as far as like electricians and like HVAC and like all of this stuff, nature, how things work, even like when it comes to survival, just how to make fire, just basic things like mechanics and basic things is being lost because they ushering us into this digital world. I think that's like that's what it make me think about what you're saying.
That's absolutely what it is, and it's a scary thing because things that okay, best example, back in the day when you fucked up, what was one of the things? Oh, you're gonna do that? Before there was the belt, there was a switch. There was always a switch. Go get me a switch. Go get me my parents would be like, yo, go get the stick, yo.
You got to get the switch.
Not even, go get the stick.
Go pick your own, bro.
And it's like, don't fuck around and get a bullshit stick, because then my dad would get like half a broomstick or a wooden dowel, one of them shits that you stir paint with, and then he use one of them shit. And it's like, you going to get, okay, you going to get that bullshit, I got you. That or the Home Depot extension cord, remember them orange extension cords? My parents wasn't playing. Man. Like, yo, I ain't got a belt, so
my daddy always wore a belt just for that. Yeah. He wouldn't forget to put on his belt.
I used the hammer yesterday. I'm not using a hammer today. I'm gonna throw my shoulder out. So it's like, but you know what I'm saying? It's like they would use things that were in nature. Oh, you got an upset stomach? Go pick me a couple of these plants. They look like this. No shit. My grandmother had plants on hand. Oh, you got diarrhea? Oh, I got you. And then she'd pick a couple of these plants that she tucked away on a napkin inside of a jar, and then she'd be like, all right, boom, this is for your diarrhea. Oh, you busted your lip? Oh, I got that. Put this on that. You know what I'm saying?
My grandma always had aloe vera on hand. I remember that.
Right, and aloe vera. It grows, and it grows like that. You just cut a small piece, you slice that thing open down the middle, you rub it on your lip. That's it.
Burns or anything, man. Yeah.
Right. Or a piece of meat.
I think what you're trying to say, bro, is it's
because meat was so
go ahead.
cheap.
I'm sorry.
They were like, oh man, you got into a fight and your eye was busted open. They're like, here, just throw some meat on it, man. That'll get rid of all that stuff. You need the vitamins in your face. And then you throw a couple of chops on your shit, man, and the vitamins will get rid of it. And you come out stinking like a fucking butcher, but it worked. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. Well, kids don't even get in the fights these days, so it doesn't even matter. But stuff like that is lost to kids. If a kid
you're making me think of the ether. You're making me think of what they took off of the scientific. Was the ether, man. That's where we lost the thing about being connected to nature and the background medium, right? Right. Where everything comes from is the ether. It propagates out of the ether. So when you're not taught about that, that's the first thing That's the first major thing behind this reality, this electric reality, is the ether, bro. And when you know nothing about that, you're lost. You can't build your house no more with being able to put an antenna up and draw that energy in with mercury, and it goes through the walls, and where they said the fireplace was, that was just for the vibrations of the metal coming through the thing there. They had those two little metal prongs sticking out of the old fireplaces. That was your thing to heat the house with. There was no wood burning. Like, all these things are lost, bro. We're lost. We're not connected anymore. We are digitized. Everything is digitized. And when you have the power to do that, the military has the power to do that. They control the internet, all the satellite, whatever. If you don't believe in satellites, cool. But when you're not in control of that, somebody else has the right to make it all disappear, and no one else knows about it. It's lost to history.
Man, it is that's that missing link to everything, is that ether, possibly, right? I'm speculating at this point, but you sound like you might be hitting on something.
No, it's real
because I've seen the periodic tables with the AE, that little AE symbol, and it's something like I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Well, you remember what I was showing you, right? The last video, and I'm gonna keep it quick. But when you let me on your show and I was showing the video, right? Well, at that point where the magnetism and electrical forces are coming together with the gas, that's where something propagates from. When there's enough energy in one spot, it propagates. And where does it propagate from? No one knows. It's the ether. It propagates out of that. It's only a splitting open of reality, basically. It's hard to see or visualize, but that's what it's doing. Magnetic and electric forces with gas. That's all it is.
Yeah. I wouldn't even know what to
it's no speculation, though.
Right. I was going to say, I wouldn't even know what to classify those things as, but I would see that as something happening. What we could call it, we could give that thing any name, we could give it any purpose. But if you see something like that happening, and you can take it and you can make it do things that would otherwise, like, move people. Somebody, I think earlier, said, "Oh, you couldn't move giant slabs of stones." Oh, well, what I was reading from Cyberdine, right? He was like, "I don't believe that we moved. I believed we did this way, right?" And I'm like, "That's cool, but if it's not the giants and it's not sound vibration, something moved this motherfucker, right? These things are unnaturally big."
Yeah.
Something moved these things, right? And something cut these things. And these things were, in fact, built. Something put these things together to build a castle, because I've never seen somebody take some seeds, put them in the ground, and then you got a castle built with a moat and some fine-ass bitches running all over the place. I've never seen that before. I've never seen it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So something put these things together. And if you don't want to believe that the sound moved the blocks, or that there were giants cutting pieces of stone out of the ground to make these things, which I kind of believe that there's a mix of these things. It's a mix of these things, right?
Yeah, I think it makes timelines like merging, like different
right.
periods, like different resets, maybe. Yeah, something like that.
Right.
Yep.
And I feel that they had a way to get these things done, right? Things were done. That's the thing, is that things were done, and people found a way to make themselves comfortable. They increased the tech of their time. Of course, the clothes don't look like the way we got it, but there's a frame. Once they had that frame, they built off of it, right?
Yeah.
Our frame is probably different from their frame, but you always go back to an original skeleton to build things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
for example,
I don't think any of that's lost. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's around. We just, the people we don't have privy to that knowledge right now. But yeah, you don't lose things. It just gets stored somewhere or put underground. Like, something
so
like that. Yeah.
Like the car, like maybe they had something to get from point A to point B that was totally different because the frame was different. But to them, their frame of understanding to build something to get from point A to point B probably didn't even have wheels. Probably it was like tread or something totally different altogether, because tread needs wheels in order to function, as far as I've seen, right? And so,
Blaine, when you get done, I got something to ask you. Yeah, go ahead.
If we were to build something to go from point A to point B, we'd think of the car. If we wanted it airborne, we think of the plane, right? We think of something like that. Maybe people were different. They thought of something totally different, right? And
Mhm.
their framework was just different with those things. I don't know. But I
Yeah.
know that what I do know is that when the powers that be start removing stuff, it fucks us. Once we
Yeah.
progress and we think we got it figured out, we're fucked, dude.
Mhm.
Because now when we try to go back and to do things, that muscle's not even say it's developed, but you haven't used it in a while. Well, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You forgot totally.
Right.
You're like, all right, I'm at this step. Maybe the muscle memory will help you out. And then as you do it, you're like,
Mhm.
okay, I got it now. But if you've never seen it and you've never done it, it's kind of like those surprise things when you show a kid a Nintendo and you show them a Nintendo, or you show them a Nintendo closed up, you give them a Nintendo cartridge. They've never seen a fucking Nintendo.
You don't know
What are
what to
they
do.
going to
Yeah.
do?
Yeah.
They're going to be like,
Right.
what am I supposed to do with this? Like,
Can't eat it.
I can't eat it. Like, I see this little thing in there. Like, do you put something else in here? What does it do? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? So if it's kind of
You
like,
got to have all the pieces. Yeah.
thank you.
And then they'll
Like
eventually
us,
figure it out. Yeah.
right? Or what if they did figure it out, but they just put it in upside down, or they put it in? They're like,
Right.
okay, they put it in. They don't know to put it down. You remember how Nintendo
Mhm.
was? You stick the thing in, you never push the thing down, or
Hey,
or
Right. Yeah. You just close it.
it's not.
Mhm.
Yeah, it doesn't activate. Go ahead, man.
You know what this making me think about? I remember reading this book one time that was talking about how, like, basically this is part of what makes me think that there's like a God creator and that like none, like all of this is not just random. It was just talking about how like just everything is part of a design. And it was just saying, just think about how like your heart is pumping blood throughout your entire body right now without you even having to think about it. Like, and it was just talking about like how that it has to be a design, but it's just making me think what y'all saying right now is just like just as far as like what knowledge this like untapped that we have or whatever. Like, I don't know, it's just making me think sometimes like what if we have more control than we think we do? I just like I don't know, like you ever seen the movie Lucy with Scarlett
Yes.
Johansson?
Yeah.
Where it's like
Yes.
we only use a certain percentage of our brain.
It was
Like,
kind
it's
of
even
like
just certain,
unlimited. It was
yeah,
kind
I
of like
feel
that
like
Yeah.
movie. Yeah.
like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like just even like I'm more conscious. Like just like when I was younger, I never thought about like my body. I'm just like out here having fun, running around, doing what I do.
Right.
As I get
Mhm.
older and I start to feel things, it's almost like I can look inside my body. Like if my stomach is bothering me, it's like if I just focus on what it is, it's almost like I can. It's hard to explain, but I feel like I'm almost like conscious of the
Well,
functions inside of my body, like to some extent. Like I don't have control
you're
over
putting
my
your attention on it. You're just like
yeah. It's
when
like
you hyper focus on something, you're hyper aware of it then, but when later on you might get up and go do whatever, eat a meal, and then you won't think about your stomach again until like next week or something. It might hit you again,
but
but it's always your attention, your direction of focus. That's all it is. Yeah,
but in
for
that
sure.
moment, like I'm sure that can be sustained somehow. Like it's not like these things just have to be
Well,
like
that's meditation.
fleeting
Yeah.
things where it comes and goes. There has to be a way to like, oh, I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
Well, they say, like for me, when I have like when my pain spikes, sometimes if I try to watch something or try to carry on a conversation, like it lessens my pain because I'm not hyper
You're
focused
not
on it, you know?
focused. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And then once you forget about it long enough and try to go to sleep, it may come back again if you start like really thinking more about it and putting your attention on that area where you're hurting, then your pain kind of spikes again in a way. Like
You
that's kind of
want
what
to
you're talking about, right?
you
With
want to know what I think you should work on, and this is something. It's along the lines of what you're talking about. A black light, listening to your blood flow, or your heartbeat, or your blood push your heart. Let me tell you something. You've done it. You've probably heard your heartbeat. You've probably, well, of course, you've heard your heartbeat, but you probably heard even your blood running. As a kid, while I was asleep, I would quiet up and I'd be asleep. No, not a noise in the house, not even the ringing that I currently have in my ears. Nothing. And I would listen to my heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. And then what I would do is I would play with my breath. I'd breathe a little bit, and then I'd hold it for a second, and then it would be like boom, 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 boom. It would slow down. Boom, boom. And then once my body started, once the O2 started to run out in my bloodstream, then it would just pick up. Boom, 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 boom. Then I'd take a breath and then speed up, and then it would come back to a regulation. Now, the thing is, I was hearing my heartbeat. I was like, I wonder if I could hear a little bit more. So I'd quiet up, and then I would hear my heartbeat, but it would be accompanied with like a whistling sound, like a I was like, that's weird. What's that whistling sound? And then I would ask my parents, right? I would ask my parents, I'm like, do you hear a whistling sound when you're really quiet with your heartbeat? And then they looked at me like, do you have something wrong with your head? My parents would ask me, because I'd ask them some weird shit so I see where they're coming from. They're like, what
My
are you
dad
talking
did that to me
about?
too.
They're
Would you
"What are
bump your head,
talking
boy?
about?" Right. And then I was like, no. They're like, are you okay? They're checking me to see if I got a fever. I'm like, no. And basically what I told them is what I just told you right now, right? I realized I could hear my blood run. I could just, if I quiet and I just focus in, I could hear my heartbeat and I could hear my actual blood running and coursing through my veins. And as a kid, I was like, that's what that is. That's my blood. That's weird. Let me just see.
Bro, I believe you.
Quiet up. I would just sit there and I would quiet up, and then I'd hear my heart first. And then if I was in a totally quiet room, nothing bothering me, it would take me probably like a good minute and a half, right? To just focus in and quiet down. And it's not really a focus. It was just me quieting down and kind of looking off and listening. And then I could just hear my blood running. And I would hear a whistling sound.
Yeah. Do you always hear that now, or was that just then?
I could do it. I could do it now, but it sucks.
I could do it
now. No,
that's cool. I like hearing this.
Yeah, I'm hearing a ringing, a consistent ringing in my head because my phone, even though it's not on, I know my phone is on. It's still transmitting back and forth with LoRaN or whatever's on the ground, right? Phone's still on. I got my fucking TV that's on standby. Everything else that's got Bluetooth on it, my computer, my printer, everything else, my damn keyboard is plugged in, right? Everything else is on standby, and there's still some RF that I can still hear it. And that ringing in my ears,
that's important. Yeah, go ahead. Finish that. Yeah,
that ringing in my ears. At first, I was like, you know what? I think this is from my time in the military. I think it's the ringing and roaring in my ears from the military.
No.
But then I realized
I want to tell you why.
I got all these electronic devices too. Go ahead.
No. I'm gonna tell you why. What you're hearing, bro, isn't none of that. Because I can do it too, with nothing on my head, no electronics on. Middle of the night, everything's off, lights off, bro. I'm telling you, people call it tinnitus, right? It's not tinnitus. It's your personal frequency that you're being projected.
Hopefully it's not yesterday is. Get it tonight.
No, this is my thoughts though. This is my real thoughts, man. People might think I'm crazy, but I've had enough time to sit and think. That ringing, everybody can do it right now. Listen real close, bro. You'll hear a very high pitched. If you're a high frequency person, it'll be like. If it's low, then you vibrate low, kind of sound. Now, everyone could do it. And also in a pitch black room, I've said this several times to people online. You can think I'm crazy, but it's cool. Open your eyes in a very dark room. It's not pitch black. It's light everywhere. It's just the ether. You're looking at the medium between you and where reality happens, I guess. Like, it's all around. You're looking at a frequency, and you are you as an energy, as a spirit, as plasma. You got plasma all in your body. You're a plasma being, bro. When that sperm goes into the egg, they recorded it. It's a bright flash of light. Bright flash. That's your spirit entering your mother. That's what I think. But when you open your eyes in a pitch dark room, no electronics on, I mean, cancel out everything, unplug everything. You're still going to see like dots. It's pure potential. It's all it is. It's
So it's
potential,
like,
and
right.
you are in this body, in this physical body, right? In that base reality, in this ether field, like electromagnetic energy, like it's all around you. You
But how
can't separate yourself from that.
How
Yeah,
do we
go ahead.
bring that out more though? Because like I said, it's almost like I feel like it's like we only using a certain percentage of our brain. So like let's just say our heart is pumping blood through our body naturally, but that could be something that we could control. Just like almost like X-Men, Wolverine, being able to heal yourself faster, like almost like intentionally, but like naturally our body subconsciously it does it on its own. But I feel like we could almost consciously tap into that.
You know,
that's just
you're a fractal.
Well, I think that's
right.
I think that's
hold on,
when,
check this out. You're hold on. You're like a fractal. You're like a hologram. And hear me out. The cells in your body, the smallest organisms or whatever, has all the information. Your DNA has, when it separates from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, 32 and on, right? You're multiplying until your body is where it's at now. It's very little pieces of the whole. So your whole body, if you look in the mirror now and then you go get a piece of your DNA, right? It's going to have all the information in that little piece of DNA that you have in your whole body. It's a fractal, just like the earth with the toroidal and the toroidal pump of your heart, the toroidal thoughts in your brain. It's all fractal. You're part of a fractal verse. Check that out. Just research that and you might find an answer, Blacklight, for sure.
Glad it's crazy. You just highlighted that comment. I was just reading that what Big Pine Sailing has said.
right. He bruised his eardrums when he started diving, got some tinnitus for about 6 months. Oof, it sounds like an eardrum rupture. You didn't clear in time. Or you force cleared while you were at depth. Ugh, Jesus Christ, that sucks.
Because I seen people saying something about frequencies and whatnot. Man, I be having shit happen to me sometimes where I feel like something just shot in my head or something like a high pitched sound. That shit happened to me the other day. That shit fucked me up. Me and my girl was about to.
You just yeah, you just sit there. You like
it's your frequency. No, it's your frequency. All you did, remember, Blacklight, you said that you focused on your stomach and you could feel it more intense. You can focus on that ear beeping too. Everybody can do it. Just focus on that high pitched noise.
Like I
and you'll hear it in your ears.
I hear it right now,
can do it
but
later.
It doesn't help that I'm around all the electronics. I do notice that I get the ringing, the high pitched noise when I'm around a lot of electronics. Like as a kid, we would go to a place called King's Plaza Mall, right? The mall in Brooklyn, right? Big mall. As soon as I got in there, all I heard was the high pitch ringing noise. I was like, do you guys hear that? My parents are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you don't hear that? They're like, hear what? I was like, shh. And they thought I was playing. They thought I was trying to keep them quiet or something. I was like, no. I was like, it's like a I was like, it's a ringing noise. They're like, no. And so we would leave the mall and then it would go away. And then we'd get in the car, and then my dad would put the radio on, and then it would come right back again. Then I'm like, and then I'm like, I think anytime, and it wasn't if they put electrical items on, like the iron or the toaster or the fridge. No, it was the electronic items.
Like radio frequencies. That you might be tapping into. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That might be possible.
It was the radio. It was the we didn't have a VCR back then, but it was the stereo, right? Really, that was all we had, the stereo or the TV. Anytime I knew the TV was on, even if the volume was off, just by hearing it, I could hear it. It would. You ever have that where you know the TV is on because you could hear that high pitch ass noise?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
I
always
think
hear
when we're
like
kids,
TVs
yeah,
when they off and shit. Like if a
Yeah,
TV is plugged in another room, but it's off, I can always hear it. I
you
always
could pick
thought
it
that
up.
was weird. I could always
yeah.
tell.
Yeah, you could
Hey,
tell. That's what I'm saying.
I would say, if y'all are sensitive to that, try to find, go to a website or somebody that messes with EMF blockers. There's natural ways to do it, but you can get things put in your house to where it'll dull that down where it don't bother you.
Oh, like orgone. I think is it orgone that does it?
Yeah, orgone. Yep, yep. Those
Orgone.
you can do copper. You could just do copper in a 3D pyramid shape and put it on your head or over your bed or over your couch, and it'll knock all that out. Yep. Just copper wire in a 3D pyramid shape.
Hey, can I go a little off topic real quick? I seen Maria Walker said in the comments, she said, I encourage people to Google, did Rob Skiba sell masks during the pandemic? Is Rob Skiba, is he like a scammer or some shit? Is that what?
No, Rob Skiba
No.
passed away right when it started. He passed away at the beginning of
Yeah.
Oh, he
COVID.
died?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he was
him
like
and
one of
Bob
the
on Glowbusters. They
Yeah,
both
he-
passed away. Huh?
yeah, Rob
Oh,
Skiba
shit, I
and
didn't know he
Bob
died.
Nodell. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. Bob Skiba's dead. I'm gonna check that out. That's weird.
How
Yes,
did he
Hey, and
die?
he's got some good work.
he
He's got
died
some
of
good work.
COVID
Like
complications. He was sick, and then they put that motherfucker. They intubated him.
they put
the
that
holes
stuff
in
on
his
him. Yeah,
throat, man.
yeah,
And then
you
he was
yeah.
serious?
like,
That's what
"Yo,"
killed him.
yeah, he was like, "Do not let these motherfuckers intubate me. If they do, I'm fucked." He ain't put it in that many words,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah, it's
Damn,
unfortunate,
I
man.
didn't know that.
He was a stronghold in the community for sure in the beginning.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I was wondering recently, like, why I haven't, like, because I was just, I don't know, because, like, Vlad, you got me, like, back into, like, flat earth shit. So I was wondering, like, yeah, I haven't seen, like, Rob Skiba in a while. Like,
yeah, he
I
died,
didn't know he
man.
died.
Yeah, he died. He
Damn.
died. The dude from Glowbusters, Bob Nodell, he died. Yeah, man. A couple dudes died. But yeah, he
Oh,
was
they
a
were
big
genius. They were
Rob
geniuses,
Skiba,
man.
yeah, Rob Skiba was big time. But then, yeah, when he died, I was like, yeah, I was like, it was that. I said they killed him. I said they had to have killed him. They killed him. I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way they killed him.
Hey, look,
Yeah, I
I
think the
think
same thing. Yeah.
that's as far as, like, shills in the community or whatever. I think Skiba, that's enough to scare anybody. That's enough to make a shield out of anybody. Now, I'm just saying, just open it up because I'm not about to be fooled by nothing. Anybody who was a
Right.
prominent flat earther around the time Rob Skiba was when he died, I'm sure that scared everybody into probably, look, if I'm gonna play
Probably.
ball.
Probably.
If they come my way, if they
Yeah,
send me
yeah,
a message,
yeah.
I see
Well,
a black Suburban outside my house, I'm gonna play ball.
right.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah, they
brother.
killed him at the best.
Yeah,
They
and
killed
some
him at
people
the
may have felt
best
that.
time. They killed
But-
him at the
but
best,
I'm a-
the most opportune time. Go ahead.
You me tell you the people, man. I can't say a lot of names because I'm bad with names, but I'm gonna say and Justin, I don't mind, or you don't mind if you don't mind. Name drop you, Justin, Maria. Man, there was so many people, bro, like backing up those that were further in the movement through like debates and stuff like that. We were always in the lives, man, like donating to everybody that we thought we could help. That was doing our part, I think. And yeah, when COVID came around, man, the people that are there all the time, those are the motherfuckers you can trust. Trust me, bro. That dude is was separated for a reason, and they made it a point to tell everybody that nobody's family could come and visit.
Yep.
I think
They-
COVID has something to do, and I'm gonna make some strong claims here. I think COVID came along because they were targeting motherfuckers. That was part of the reason, man.
And
Hey,
they could
look,
easily attribute that's a good call, because think about it.
I think so.
Think about how many people they can get rid of in the midst of the chaos. It's like
Mhm.
a feeding frenzy. You don't know which shark is doing what. Just everybody getting bit. You know how many
Hey,
people
I
I know
wanna
that got
ask-
sick?
At the time
Go
that
ahead.
Rob Skiba died, was he as big as Mark Sargent and David
Oh,
Weiss?
Oh, he was
Bro, I think bigger.
he was the biggest name of flat earth.
That's
I
what I'm
think so.
thinking.
I mean, he was just he had so many topics that he that he really laid it out, bro. This dude was always in the
Yes.
books. So yeah, I
Look,
think
I
he was
didn't
just a
know.
wide. Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't know Rob Skiba died. Look, if people think David Weiss and Mark Sargent is shills, I'm telling you, that's enough of a reason why. Trust me, look, that's what I always said. People say like it will have to be too many people in on the conspiracy. No, all you gotta do is threaten people's money and threaten their lives. That's enough to shut people up. If somebody was an upcoming flat earther around the time Rob Skiba died, I'm telling you, that's what made them say, I'm not gonna go that far. If you pay me some money, I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll do. Man, look,
You think
I
that's
ain't,
when
look, I ain't
And the
dummy.
app and the app was just coming around. I didn't know it was going to get that big that quick because there was a couple of summits that Jiren and Austin headed up. Summits online, right? I don't know if you know about that, Black Light, but there was some Equinox summits, and I was
I
at
don't know
all of
nothing
them.
about Austin or Jiren.
Right. Okay. Well, they did some summits like instead of in person, they did it online where people could buy tickets and support their whoever, if whoever, when you bought your ticket, whoever you wanted to support, you had to name them, right? Like I support this person, or you didn't have to support nobody, but the app came to me in a gift bag, right? It was a gift bag. And all you had to do was go to download the app and put in some code and you didn't have to pay for the app, right? So I did that, right? And there was some fucked up complications with it where I couldn't get in touch with Dave. Like, hey, bro, this shit ain't working right. Like, I can't, I forgot my password and I've been emailing you, bro. I can't get this shit to work, right? And he never got back to me. But the point was that app came and got big after certain people were pushed out or either were scared off or died, bro. I'm saying that, not claiming anything, but just that just was kind of weird to me that Dave was like the main dude with because YouTube had guidelines and all that, and the algorithms were not letting everybody's work be known. But like I just didn't see it being a good thing because one person having all that shit, everybody on there and access to all their work. What if somebody just wiped that shit out? Everybody's done for it. Got to restart, right? Or to re-download everything. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to address one comment.
It was just weird timing to me.
Big Pine Sailing and say, who cares who's shilling? Argue about YouTube personalities is part of the psyop. These YouTube personalities are the reason people are here. Like, just like if people learned it, if I'm saying the earth is flat and people learn from me, and then I start saying the earth is a triangle, I am a problem. We need to get me out of the way. That's why the message is not spread enough now, because it's too much confusion. People talking about hollow earth, people talking about moving earth. There ain't enough people on the same page. That's why it matters who's shilling. I get what you're saying though. Like, we're not supposed to be like this, because I seen Big Pine Sailing in the chat the other day saying like we're not supposed to have a savior, and I get it, because I feel like some people do look at the person who introduced them to this as like the leader. Eric Dubé is how I got into this, but Eric Dubé, my life don't depend on Eric Dubé, and all of my beliefs don't depend on Eric Dubé. But the fact that he got me into this, if he's on some bullshit, that's important. People need to know not to listen to that person. That's just my opinion.
And I think another opinion is too, for just my opinion is, I said that I talk about that now. I'm not talking behind his back, but what I think, bro, that's only fair and that the trust is mutual is if that app goes public on the stock and only flat earthers that have been in it for 5 years or more can invest and buy a fucking piece of it. And then everybody's got a say so in the way the information's handled. Then I would trust it more, to be honest.
Yeah, like I don't know, that comment was kind of crazy. I'm still stuck on that, because like I could be a shill and I could like use all of y'all right now. Like if you say who care who's shilling, I could pretend to be a good guy, get all of these people to subscribe to me and support me, and then just sell out and then say the earth ain't flat no more. When you say who care who's shilling, what's stopping me from being just like Jiren? I could start plotting on y'all from right now. I could have been plotting from day one. Who I seen Jiren and Witsy, they made money doing this. Let me come on Vlad's channel, grift from him. Like when you say who care who's shilling,
that's why I tell you what, This is why as soon as I saw him like tripping before he even left, I had to back away. I was like, I can't. I can't. Now, I'll be real with you. Like, I don't know everything, right? And my thing is I rely on a lot of folks that have been around for a long time. Doesn't matter how much you study or how much you look, if you don't know because you weren't there, there are so many intangibles when it comes to the flat earth and all the people and all the things that other people know and they've seen. So I talk to the people that know. I talk to the people that witness. I talk to the witnesses. What did y'all see? What did y'all experience? What was it like? And there are a lot, but man, go ahead. There are people that seen shit that I'm like, oh my God, nobody's ever spoken about that. What are you talking about? Go
All
ahead.
right, Big Pine Sailing said there are shills. What you gonna do about it? Argue in the YouTube chat. Big Pine Sailing, if there's pedophiles in your neighborhood, do you want to be notified about it?
Bingo.
Good
You
point.
want to
Good
know
point.
if somebody's out here spreading misinformation. Like, I just feel like it's irresponsible what you're saying. Like I'm not coming here to argue about, but it's like, I don't know if somebody, I don't know. That's just, if you don't care if somebody
Well,
lying to you, look, that's your.
No,
I'm
that's
not here to argue with nobody.
now my thing is it's the lies. It's extremely important. And you really can't trust anybody, but the lies and finding it is extreme because I'm not saying it because it's corny, but it's the truth. We're the truth community. If we're about our business, then we're going to follow it. You understand what I'm saying? And anybody, it doesn't matter how much we like or how cool we think they are, we got to call them out. We got to call them out on their bullshit. And even if I'm wrong, right?
Like we got
right. Like,
yeah.
did y'all see how fucking when I said, Dave, I remember you saying Jewish physics, right? He countered that. I didn't have any evidence in front of me. He counted it a big time, a big way. He said, I don't believe it. It's bullshit. So he's like, no, I never said that. And so you know what I had? I had a whole hand full of absolutely nothing to fucking present. I had no way to back my claims up. So you know what I did? I apologized and I backed off. You know why? Because I understand. It's like even if I thought I was right, like I have no way to prove it, right? And so I can't go out there and I can't make a dick measuring contest out of it either. I have to shut the fuck up right where I stand, apologize, and move on.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I
it's
have
something
no
to you.
way,
It's good that you
right? Because the truth to me, it's big. It's so much bigger than all of us individuals. That's how
Right.
serious I am about it. Is I'll apologize. You know what I'm saying? And I'll keep
Yeah,
it
me
moving.
too.
Be like, hey, on to the next thing. What's the next topic? Because I
Well,
understand
you,
how important the truth is. This is why. Well, no, it's not following a cult personality because the way we understand Big Pine Sailings, the reason we know a lot of what we know is from people, is we learn it from each other. And of course we do more research and then we learn our own thing, but we learn it from each other. People, we need each other for this to work. You understand?
right. Hey, and if I can say this real quick, like real quick, I'm gonna, Big Pond Sailing. I just want to address what he's saying in this subject. What he's saying. This is we're doing it for the reason, and I'm glad we got this platform and Vlad brought him on, because if you don't notice when I talked about, some people are in this for the business mindseted people and the money. You noticed he agreed with me. He shook his head because he knows he came a little too quick with that app, and he wants everybody on there that's a flat earther that is, and that's great. He wants to consolidate some information and get it more available. But the thing is, bro, he's charging money for it, and he did it really fast, and it got hacked, and a lot of fucking things got stole out of that thing, right?
Man.
So
And
that
we
pissed
see
me
it.
the fuck
We
off.
see it.
And
We see it. Yep. And we
Right.
see it with
And-
that. We see it with things like Zelle and all these other things. And then you're like, wait a minute, did you not?
Well,
And it makes
he
it
said
makes
it like,
look
oh,
suspect.
Microsoft gets hacked, but AT&T gets hacked. He made it
We
out
get
to be
that.
like, oh, it's just
No,
it's an everyday
no.
normal thing. Bullshit. He could put a little more money into security, and that's why I'm not on that fucking app. because I don't want my
I
shit
had to.
out there. If, you know what I
Hey,
mean?
look.
And
Hey,
I'll
look.
do it all myself. But
Look,
go
this
ahead,
is
though.
this is
Yeah.
this is what I was saying earlier. If we could come together and elect somebody, we could come together and point out, like when Dave had did that. I didn't know nothing about Dave Weiss. I had that Flat Earth clock app because I thought it was dope.
Mhm.
I don't remember. I don't think I was paying for it at the time. If everybody in the Flat Earth community had came together and said, "Yo, don't trust that dude," nobody would have wasted their money. My girl got that app. I didn't know she still got it. She renewed the subscription. She spent money on it because there wasn't enough people in the Flat Earth community with enough discernment to say, "Don't trust that motherfucker." So my
Right.
girl done spent goddamn $15 on this fucking app that we don't even know if this dude is to be trusted. That's why
Raise the price, boy.
I just stopped.
That shit was
I didn't even
$3.
like talk Flat Earth for a while because I feel like it won't enough discernment. It's so many voices. People got their egos. They want to be known for talking about it, and
Yeah.
clearly certain people want to make their money off of it. And it ain't enough people out here with discernment to say this person got the answers. This person is bullshit. Let's get behind this person. Don't get behind this person. Everybody confused. I don't know. It's just
There's
all
a
the
lot of
bullshit
cat.
just got me worked up.
There's a lot of cat wrangling. There's a lot of cat wrangling. With that,
Well,
I
and
agree.
we
There
want to
is.
protect our own, right? We that's why I said about a team, about a real family, about a real community, bro. You're going to protect each other. You're not just going to send somebody into the lion pit for their information to get stole, right? Like, that's my point. Sorry, I interrupted, bro. That's all.
No, I got you. I got you. But no, along those lines is our disorganization. It's what keeps us afloat. I think. I think it.
Maybe so.
I think
So
it.
you
It
don't want it
keeps
to be
us
like the
afloat.
Titanic, right? Is that what you mean?
God,
Like,
Heart Guardian. That's why it took me so long to even come
Yeah.
on here. I started my channel in 2017. I didn't start really coming on here talking this shit because of that. Y'all been on. I
mhm.
don't know. I ain't been on here.
Yeah.
I knew
Well,
the
I
risk of
mean,
this. I
I
never wanted to
mean,
do.
yes, we're coming together. We're doing this. The old school way is probably the best way, and it would make them have to work harder, where they'd have to bug a place or bug somebody. Which, of course, they could bug anybody's phone. And once they see a group of people that are possibly of the flat Earth, the next best thing that they could do is they could trigger that little sensor in your phone to where now your phone is listening to the conversation. They could sync all those people, all of our conversations. The NSA does this, and they made it known that they do this. They sync all of our
Mhm.
conversations at once, and then they're like, oh, this guy's here, this guy's there, this guy's there, this guy's there, that guy's here. And of course, they're going to use the app, and it's the easiest fucking thing in the world. The
That's what
easiest
I
thing.
was
Mhm.
saying about the app, and that's the same thing I feel like Stinky Cash was saying. Like, you know, like that's what I'm saying. That's what's different about the app. Like, yeah, they can track anybody's location, but if they just track anybody's location, they don't know who's flat earthers and who. If they want to track specifically flat earthers, they got the app for that.
It's so easy. It's
Damn, well,
cheap.
you made a
It's
good
so
point.
easy. It's so easy. They don't need to go any place classified, because a lot of times, in order to do these nefarious things against people that you're targeting, you got to go to a classified space. You don't have to do that with this. It's
Ooh,
readily
let me throw out-
available. Yeah,
Let
go
me throw out
ahead.
a good point for anybody that's seen X-Men. Y'all know how Professor X, he got the Cerebro where he go into, he can find all of the mutants.
Oh, yeah.
He can
All
find
of
all
them,
of the
yes.
humans.
Or Batman did
That's
it.
what the app
Batman
is.
did it too. Yeah,
Oh,
Batman did it too.
echolocation. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Batman did
like
that too. Yeah,
just vibration will light up even in the dark, like
yeah. Look, like
like a
we're easy.
router. Y'all heard of
Yeah,
that, right? Your routers can do that.
because
Just
you want to know what
vibrate
makes
on,
this. You want to know what
and
makes
they don't have
our
to have a
stuff.
camera or nothing. But
Well,
go
you
ahead,
want
go
to know
ahead. My
what
bad.
makes our stuff special is that nobody else is a fucking flat earther, so we're easy targets. Nobody
Right.
else would. Would your mother have that app? Would my mother have that app? Would my dad have that app? Probably not. They
Mm-mm.
probably have. They don't even have. They don't have the most. They don't have nothing on their phone except my number, their number, a calculator, and probably some recipes.
Right. No
Outside of
apps or
that,
nothing. Yeah.
that they ain't
I
got
got you.
shit on their phone. But that
Yeah, I've been
whoever's
trying
got
to.
that sun moon clock app, you wouldn't find it on anybody unless they are a diehard flat earther, or they're up to something nefarious. That's it.
Well,
It's that
here's the
it's
thing too.
that
Here's the thing
fucking
too.
simple.
Like location is one thing, but trying to stifle this movement would be hard with people that are that are veterans in the shit, right? That are educated, that know the ropes, that want to further the movement. I don't think any government agency could stifle that kind of movement, right? Like, and just do like gatherings here on the internet,
They can mess with it
sometimes
to
in
where
person or whatever, like little get-togethers. But they would have to insert physical people to stifle an information movement. You see what I mean? Like to
you
educate
know,
people.
RG,
We're
I
fighting
think
against the education system. That's the thing. The real true earthers and fighters that are here for the right reasons are up against education, right?
yes,
The next
but it
generation and
doesn't.
shit.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because they'll, you know, kind of like you have, 47 right now saying, "Hey, man, you talk bad about the synagogue of Satan," and now that could land you in jail in some states, right? They can do that, right, just to make things easier. But the thing is not enough people have caught on to flat Earth.
Well,
But we know
we
that
need to
there's
be
a.
we need to catch on to that
I'm
kind of
not.
thing then and use the right
Well,
language. Maybe I don't
well,
know. I don't
well,
know.
right. But we've triggered them enough to where they're hiding our information. You understand? You understand what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
We've raised enough red flags to other people that originally probably weren't flat earthers that they're like, well, why would they hide that if what you're saying is so dumb? Why would they do that if kind of like people, the vibration has gotten so, the clamor has gotten so loud about the synagogue of Satan, and they don't want that so bad that they're like, we will put you in jail if you talk about the synagogue of Satan being bad. But everybody knows that the synagogue of Satan and the things that they do is bad and nefarious.
Yeah. Well,
So
maybe we
the red
need new
flags,
terminology.
the
You
red
know what I
flags
mean?
are
Like
flaring,
instead of saying that,
you
instead of
know.
saying
So,
synagogue of Satan, maybe just the devil's children or something like that. You know,
well,
like we know what we're talking
you know,
about. You know.
but even still, when you say the synagogue of Satan, it's not a trigger term. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
if you say the
Right. But
swedge,
politically, they try to politicize those words.
right?
Like if you say Brenda is a boy, right? Oh no, she's a girl. You can get your ass put in jail because you say she's a boy or she,
Well,
whatever the fuck he or she
well,
is.
what?
It's like they do
Bathroom break.
that, and we need
Yeah,
to we
go
got to
ahead.
keep up with we just got to keep up with the terminology that they politicize and use as
Well,
trigger words to fight against. You know what I mean? Kind of like that.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So right, the SOS, the Save Our Ships.
Right.
So right, so they already know that we know. Their thing is they don't want enough people because with the SOS, right? the
Mhm.
Brillo pads, I guess we could call them. With the Brillo pads, we know they're wrong. And it's gotten to a point where even the most lame-minded person knows that they're wrong. And it was never
Mhm.
like that. And we've come up on a time to where for whatever reason, like we can guess all day, but for whatever
Mhm.
reason, our current government wants it to where they don't want them messed with. I don't know why.
Um,
I can guess all day as to why. And I could be wrong on all of them, right? I don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
why it's like that. But for whatever reason, the government is like, if in not saying in all states, but in some states, or if you're going to a school will stop
Mhm.
getting funded, or one of the kids in Colombia just said, hey, stop killing those folks out in Gaza. They didn't let that
Mhm.
motherfucker graduate. He was a valedictorian.
What?
He said, oh,
Man,
yeah, you ain't getting your diploma,
that's
homie. Yeah, no
crazy.
diploma for you,
That's
bro.
crazy.
And I'm like, well, I mean, it's their system. You're playing by
Yeah,
their rules.
and you
So
know, we inserted ourselves in the middle of that kind of thing. I think we've slowed down a few things as far as you know, them trying to get the minds and the information in this, you know, this next generation coming up that's in school. You know, we've stifled that a little so far. The only thing
yeah,
that really gets me about what Dave's position is, not who he is, but his position, man, he's got a thing that's going to keep growing, right? The price has already went up fivefold. It was $3, now it's 15. right? Somebody said. So it's like he has a little more of control than I would like to see a Jew have. And I say that nobody jump on me yet because he said something about him and
I don't
Austin
think the
did an
Foundry.
interview
I don't think the Foundry's gonna
yesterday.
jump on you for that. I promise.
Okay, cool.
It did
All right,
sound pretty crazy.
but so he said him and Austin did an interview, right? So I was like, cool. I had a little time today. I flipped on the TV and I seen it. It popped up on my suggestions, right? So I clicked on it. It wasn't Austin at first. It was him and 3 other Jews, right? They had their yarmulkes or whatever you call them, their white beards and all that standard stuff, right? But it's weird. His opening statement, the guy was like, "Okay, did you bring your Talmud or Torah?" Or he said something about the Torah, and what's the name? Dave got a big smile. He said, "Well, I'm not completely a fully practicing Jew," almost like wink, wink, ha ha kind of thing, because he grinned after he said it. I'm like, okay, what's really going on here? What does that mean? He's not a fully practicing Jew. Is he a 3/4 practicing Jew? Like, what's going on here? Is this gonna? What I'm trying to get around to? Yeah, Dave in his interview did. So what I'm getting around to, I'll stop beating around the bush, I guess, is how is he going to be able to influence these kids coming up that want to be flat earthers, right? Or that their parents are and they teach them at home certain things and they get on Dave's app. How much control is he going to have if no one else ever has any control over all of flat Earth's information and videos and content? Who says that Dave can't say, oh, well, I got a personal vendetta against this small group of flat earthers. I'm going to take their shit off. And they're not going to be part of this platform anymore.
He very well could, because as far as we
Who
know,
says that's not going to happen? Right.
Hey, speaking when you call for Cow
What's
comes.
up, Dave?
Welcome, Dave.
Can you hear me okay? I got shitty headphones on.
Yeah, we could hear you. You're a little bit muffled. We were just talking about.
I've been listening for a few minutes, and I want to comment on a few things. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you came up.
Who's talking? What's your name again?
I want to say thank you for coming on. This is Russell and Vlad and Black
hold
Light.
on, Russell. I got a lot to say about you. Hold on.
Okay, come on and say it. Thank you.
Did
That's
we
a
freeze
way
up?
to start the conversation.
Yeah, somebody fell off. I think Dave. Can you hear us, Dave?
Hold on.
Yeah, I do have things I worry about. Yeah,
Russell,
glad,
but your memory is horrible. Your memory is horrible. Okay, when I went on that show with if you read the comment, the pinned comment.
Well, I watched the first 5 minutes.
Oh my Lord! Listen, I wasn't going to come on tonight. My wife's going to sleep. I want to make some points, and I'd like to make them. And again, Black Lives. I'll try to not ramble too long because, I don't want to do that. But I don't have my Talmud. I never said that. I never said that I'm whatever you said about me being a practicing Jew. I never said that. I never said anything like that. I just said
no. The guy asked you.
Let him finish. Let him finish. He doesn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. He asked me. He first made a comment about my hat, about my yarmulke, and I was like, I thought he was making a joke because I was wearing a hat. I didn't know that a hat was a yarmulke. I thought a yarmulke was a yarmulke. Right.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't know shit. I don't know shit about the Talmud. I literally know nothing about the Jewish religion. So I went on that show to try to educate these guys because this email chain they were in was just retarded, and it actually went really well. But as far as me saying that I'm a practicing Jew or something, whatever you were saying, it has nothing to do with anything I said.
Right.
Not a fully practicing Jew.
I'm not a practicing Jew at all. I didn't say fully practicing Jew.
I was going to say because
I was born in a Jewish family. I went to temple a couple of times. I have no idea what the fuck they were talking about. I didn't get bar mitzvah when I was 13, and that's it.
Yeah, so we asked that question on our show. No, we asked that question.
Okay, I'm
on our
gonna mute up, but just so I'm specific with and make sure I'm right. Let me pull up the video. I'll be right back. You guys go ahead.
Yeah. So no. Go ahead.
Can I literally been listening for little while, and I took down some notes. Can I hit some points? You mind?
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. We one of you guys said we need to have new flat Earth leaders, and the old ones need to step down, or something
Nobody
like that.
said leader. No, not leadership. I said what I said was it's good to have continuity. Just different.
No, I heard that. That's not what I'm talking about. The other guy.
RG might have said that. I think.
Yeah, RG said that we need to get rid of the old guys and have new guys come up. And he also said, you know, why isn't his stuff on my app? I've never seen one of his videos. Does he have good content? Does he have good content that will wake up people? I'd gladly put anyone's content on there that's good. And the question is, who gets to decide what's good? Yeah, well, it is me. But I do have pretty good judgment. I do. You know, look at you know what I put on there. So I don't understand what's going on there. And so
that shit,
yeah. And then he also says that some people are in here in this for the money, right? You know, and for business. And he brought that up like 3 or 4 times in the last since I've been listening.
Right.
You know my story. I had my own business. It was super successful. I was making tons of money. I walked away from it all. This isn't for money. And then he just said my app was $3 and now it's $15. It's still $3.
What? Well, wait. Where did the $15?
I'll tell you where it came from.
Hold on, Dave.
Hold on. He's about to.
You're talking to me now.
He's about to answer that.
I'm going to tell you where it is. So
you're talking to me now, Dave.
Listen, just listen. Right?
No.
You didn't even know Rob Scable was dead, man. Just listen. Just listen.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead and answer
that. You guys are saying so much wrong information. Right?
You talk way more than you listen. That's your problem.
I know, because now I'm here to talk. I can leave if you want, and then I'll just listen. Okay?
No.
I'm happy to leave.
Let him answer that. Let him answer that. Go ahead.
The app is $3 because it costs a lot to run the app. So then I started adding more and more features, and it's still $3. And I added more features, and it's still $3. Then I said they added some features that were really expensive and have data usage. And I said, I'm going to charge a subscription for this additional feature, which you don't have to get. And people signed up. And then I started adding more features, and I never charge more. It's still the $11 subscription for the year. And that subscription is for all the extra features that are current and all the extra features that will come in the future. I've never raised. That's the word I'm looking for. Raised the price. The app, and also he said that the app came really fast. Very suspicious. I've been working on this since 2017. Is that really fast?
Hold on. Let me raise your volume. I don't know how long you've been working on the app.
2017.
Well, that's what you said. I'm learning. This is new to me. I think I got the app in 2021.
Yeah, but you go look in the App Store. You'll see that it's been listed since 2018.
Well, I don't know. I don't have the app no more.
Well, you can just go to the App Store and do some research and see how long has this app been around. I started in 2017. I published it in 2018, and I've been making it more and more and more since then. Can we talk about the security on the app?
Yes, because that's actually a big question.
It is a huge question. Yes. Yeah. And yes. And I do compare. Look, everyone got hacked. The security is there. I put in a lot of money. And they'll claim that it's not there. Prove it. It now is secure. All the passwords are hashed and everything. But let me ask you a question, Vlad. What information did you ever put in the app that you didn't intend to share with all of the other app users other than your password?
I think I might have just put my name.
There's nothing that you would put in there for any other purpose than to share it with other users. There's no reason to put anything. Your picture and your name, you put it in there to share it with other users.
No, actually, no, with other users, no. I just had my information.
Why would you put your picture in there?
I think I put my picture in there.
Why would you put your picture in there other than to share it with other users?
Right. It's just because I was making a profile.
Yes. Why would you make a profile?
Just because I was using the app.
Well, why would you make a profile? For yourself or for other people to see?
Oh, it says an identifier, of course. You could use anything.
So you made it for other people to see who you were.
I would, because I wanted to talk with other people.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying carefully.
Right.
Any information you put in the app was information that you put in to share with other users.
Yes, absolutely.
There's nothing, you can't name a single thing that you put in there. What the other thing is location. That's where people had a big issue with. If you didn't want to be on the friend finder and share your location, you can turn off the friend finder location.
Yeah, that's right. You have those options to do that. Nobody's saying that. What I was saying is clearly that, like, once you got that app, like you got, like, it's easy. Like, you're easy. You're basically an easy target. Nobody for that, I'm not blaming you. If you had any app, me, I'm currently building an app. I'm rebuilding an app, but if anybody had the sports app that I had called a Raw Star, if anybody had that app, they would know who has the app. So it would just be easy. It would be the easiest way to I think one of the easiest ways to identify a flat earther is to just look at the app. We were just talking about.
Okay, all right. So let me chime in.
Sorry about that, guys.
Let me chime in. So when you say that they can track, we all know our phones track us, but if they have the app, they know they're tracking a flat earther. Do you guys not think that they don't know that you're flat earthers without the app? I mean, if you mention Red Lobster in this track, in the show, Red Lobster ads will start showing up in your feed after the show.
With that cheesy bread.
Yeah. So
I don't think that's the main concern, though, Dave. I don't think that's really what we were getting at. I think we're getting at one person controlling all this information that's already been hacked once. But let me you can finish that in a second. But dude, I don't know you that well, but damn, I really didn't think you would lie to my fucking face 3 different times. I just went and rewatched the video. First, you did say you didn't know what a yarmulke was, but
I did.
I didn't know video, that a hat was a yarmulke. You said, "Oh, my yarmulke's right here, the back part from my headphones back." You do know what yarmulke is.
That was a
second,
joke.
you did.
Wait,
you did
Vlad,
say you're not a fully practicing.
Hold on, guys.
RG. Listen, one point at a time, because you just misquoted me.
One at a time, guys.
Dave is out of line. RG was gone that whole time.
Hold on. Wait. Real quick. Hold on. Now, I do remember. I'm just telling you what I remember, right? When they mentioned the yarmulke, Dave said, I didn't know this could be a yarmulke. And I looked at his hat. I was like, and the first thing I thought was, this is the same hat that Vern keeps asking him about. And he came onto the show wearing that same hat. And he was like, what he said was, and then the rabbi said, that can also, yes, any head covering is considered a yarmulke. So please don't quote me on that, but something along those lines. Real quick, I'm unmuting you, Dave. And
Vlad, did you learn that the other day?
Say
did
again?
You learn that a hat is a yarmulke?
I did. So
me too.
I'm unmuting
Same time you learned it.
So I'm from Brooklyn. I've known what a yarmulke is my whole life, because I grew up around them, right? And so
I didn't.
Yeah.
So when I saw that you had the hat on, I was like, okay, this is the same hat Vernon was talking about. He said, you've got a yarmulke on.
I mean, here we go. Dave don't know what a yarmulke is. He said,
no, I know what a
yarmulke
is.
The guy said, oh, okay, well, you just told me you said you didn't know what it was.
RG, you got to calm down. RG, did you just cut off Vlad?
All right, bro.
Yeah. RG, please.
I'm going to mute myself. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. Vlad, did you hear me say I don't know what a yarmulke is, or I don't know that a hat was a yarmulke?
That right there.
Okay, and RJ is just saying the difference right now. This guy has a horrible recall memory, and everything he's saying is an incorrect statement.
Okay. Now,
okay.
Do you want RG
am I good to talk now?
Yes.
Am I good to talk?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just rewatched the thing because I didn't like being lied to. If you said you don't know what a yarmulke is,
I didn't say that
to me. What did you just say to me when I
Vlad,
told
tell
you?
him, please.
Okay, RG. Exactly.
Not on the video. What you said to me. What you said to me personally just a minute ago.
Tell him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I've sat there and I watch it. That's the beginning of the show.
No, tell him on this show what I said. Also, the same thing.
Oh, that I didn't know my hat was a yarmulke.
On the show, not here.
And tonight.
And tonight.
You said I.
But he was.
I,
That's the
I
thing
didn't.
is,
You
he
said
kept
I
getting cut
did.
off.
Hold on. Whoa. You said I didn't say that. I did. I said I didn't know what a yarmulke was.
Okay,
Hey,
listen. Do you see my point? My point is this guy has no ability to recall anything that was just said. He has no short-term memory. None. I don't want to talk to him anymore. I want to talk to you guys.
Well, I'm about to say what I'm going to say, and I'll mute up. So second, you said you weren't a fully practicing Jew. What does that mean?
I said that
I'm not a full-on Jew.
I'm not practicing Jew.
He said he's not.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I said I'm a non-practicing Jew.
Well, on the video, you said I'm not a full-on Jew.
All right, Russell, hold on. Russell, if that's what he said, you're gonna have to screen share, you're gonna have to send it to Vlad or something, because you saying it right now is not helping anything. You have to pull up the proof right now, because you saying it, he can deny whatever you saying. You gotta pull up the video.
I'll say the last. Okay, cool. We'll do that. But I'll say the last thing. You said you didn't have a bar mitzvah. You said just a minute ago you weren't bar mitzvah.
I did not say that. You have a horrible memory.
RG, you got to pull up the video. RG,
He
you
said
can't
he didn't
say
get one
keep
at
going back and forth.
13.
You got to pull up the video.
Dave, is that what you not said?
That's exactly what I said. You have a good memory, Vlad.
You didn't get one at 13, RG. And guys, pause real quick. I'm going to say something. This is why when I said Dave said something about the Jewish physics, I had to back the fuck up because I didn't have my shit in order. When I said the
did
other
you find
thing,
where I said that?
No, I didn't because I didn't
say it.
Oh, well, Dave, listen, I'm not gonna go back on that. Except for I apologize to one, two, I left it alone because
I accept your apology, dude. It's good, and listen, whether you believe it or not, you'll look it up. But
that's what I have to do.
You have memory, and RJ or RJ. I have a horrible memory with names, but everything you said is misquoting me.
So right.
Just now you said you didn't have a bar mitzvah. Is that true? You said you didn't have a bar mitzvah.
I said it 3 times and he didn't get it. Vlad, tell him what I said.
RG, you wasting time.
Yeah, RG, what's going on, man?
Yeah,
take some.
I don't know. Let's pull up the video. Let's pull up the video. I would rather do that because I don't like being lied to.
Yeah. All right. So
well, I did. I went back and watched it myself.
Can we get rid of him? I can't talk. I can't do this, dude.
RG.
I'll mute up. Y'all pull up the video.
I doubt it. You're worse than me.
So RG, yeah, that was interesting. Now the thing is Dave said that, and I think you came onto the show, and you said that the other day. I'm like, we have to like.
What did I say? What did I say the other day? What are you talking about?
Said you didn't get your bar mitzvah, and I think it was your dad that coerced you into getting one. Said
at what age? Can you remember?
You were older.
How dare
18?
you? 16.
16, right. So you were older. And me personally, I thought that the kids got their bar mitzvahs at 14,
13.
15.
No, it's 13.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? I guess I know something more about Judaism than you, but that's something I know.
All the Jewish
unless
friends
I'm wrong.
For all the Jewish friends that I grew up with that I knew had bar mitzvahs, you know what I'm saying? I thought it was 14 or 15. I don't know. But
it's 13.
Cool. Right. So he did make a point.
I told you when you up.
He did make a point.
I muted up.
RG.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask one question, please. When you said to those rabbis that
RG,
you weren't bar
mitzvah,
what does that mean?
You gotta stop interrupting Vlad, man. You gotta stop.
But here he's making a great point. He said that I just said to the rabbis that I didn't get. Wait, what? I don't even remember what you just said, but it was wrong because I don't remember it because it was wrong. Right? I didn't say that. I said I didn't get bar mitzvah when I was 13. Did I tell the story on that show that I got bar mitzvah when I was 16, or did I say it on a different show? I don't remember.
No, you came on.
It was a show from yesterday.
It was on this show. I said it on this show, right?
Yes.
I do a lot of interviews, and sometimes I'm like, which one did I say that on? I do remember what I said. I'm not sure what show it was on.
Yeah, it was on here where we learned about that, and your father.
But RJ got that wrong also.
You got a lot of shit. All right. Let's continue, please. RG, please finish. And
I'm just asking him what it means. What it means if he comes here and he says, hold on, if he comes here and says to me, hey, you got a horrible memory. I never said those three things. And I go rewatch it and then come here to try to ask, what do you mean then? If you did say these things on accident or something, maybe, what do you mean?
So now you want me to say, what did I
it?
mean about something that I never
No,
said?
no. I would rather play the video. It's only like 30 seconds.
Play it.
It's the video you did with Austin and the rabbis.
This was the other
Do you want me to go get the link?
Yeah,
I don't want you to do anything, to be honest, but if you want to, go right ahead.
Yeah.
I would like to, because you're pushing me on a show that you well, no, you're coming to say I don't remember. It's not my memory, sir. I'm trying to say, let's play it then. If it's my memory, let's play the video, because I'm not going to be called a liar.
You're not a liar. You have a bad memory. That's not lying.
He didn't call you.
I'm not lying now.
I didn't call you a liar. I think you have a bad memory.
Well, you insinuated I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, homie.
You don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So
play the video. It's at the very beginning. It's 30 seconds worth of talking.
All right. That's
I don't care really. I was just pointing it out. Like, what does it
when
mean
we play the
say
video
these things?
and it shows that you were wrong, what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna laugh because it is. I just listened, homie. I went off this. I went off of this.
RG, you wasting time. You're not accomplishing nothing, dog. Respect to you, but you got to pull up the video yourself. The burden of proof is on you. Look, a lot of people.
I'll drop it in the chat.
RG, calm down.
Yeah,
a lot of people might not feel like Dave is a good person, but if you want to make claims about him, bring your proof as you do it. Don't waste everybody's time arguing with Dave back and forth. We don't want to hear that.
Right. Can you mute up? Go get the video, mute up, let us have an adult conversation.
And see, Dave,
I thought y'all just did that. Never mind.
Taking little petty shots, like
you know what? You're right, dude. You're right. I get a little pissed off sometimes, and I appreciate you putting me back in line. I appreciate it. No, I get it.
Guys, we're all adults here. Sometimes we fuck up. I fucked up the other day, right? Yeah. I didn't have my shit together, and so I made a claim. Dave said it's not true, and I can't argue that because guess what?
Like two fucking kids.
And I did it, and I did it twice, right?
Right.
And so I apologize. I moved on, but that's part of it. This is the thing. Well, I'm glad this is happening because we get to see it happen in real time. You know what I'm saying?
Can I bring up another point that was said, brothers?
Go ahead.
Me having all the control over all of the data on the app, all of the content, that if the app someone took down the app, all of that would be lost. And that's what RG said that.
Okay.
And you guys nodded like you agreed with him.
Wait.
App,
go ahead.
This was today. This was just today. Right? That like someone having that much control, right? Listen, I've worked my ass off to get information to new people. The app is getting the information to new people. If the app got taken down, the information is not lost. My channel is still up. All the other channels that all the videos on the app aren't on my channel. They're on everyone's channels. Mm-hmm. I feature people. I try to get content out. I try to make it easier for people to get questions answered, to find information, to respond to Globers, and it's working. It's working, right?
So
this isn't a contest to see who can be number one, who could be the leader. I never wanted to be a leader. And I don't consider myself a leader. I do this because I'm just trying to figure out how to wake up people, and it's working.
Right. So I agree. Nobody wants to be the leader, but when you got it, you got it. I don't know what else to tell you.
Are you saying that I'm a leader?
Well, if you've got the channel and you've got the way to speak to the people, I don't know what else. I'm not going to say that you're a leader, but I mean, what else can we say?
Well, you could say that I'm doing a good job, maybe.
So people, of course, everybody thinks you're doing a good job, but here's the thing: it's kind of like when people. Black Light does not agree. Black Light, go ahead.
Oh no, I think he's doing a terrible job. Just the way he came on here arguing like a child with somebody he don't even know is ridiculous.
That's fine. You can feel that way, and you know what? I didn't want to come on here, but I just don't like people making comments about me that are untrue, and then everyone thinks that they're true. Then I have to deal with that damage, you know, in the coming days. Well, you said this. I'm like, what? What did I say? I never said anything like that.
Right.
Oh,
All right,
you
well,
said
Dave,
you're
let me
not a
ask,
fully practicing Jew. You know, I'm like,
Dave,
I never said that.
Hold
Dave,
on.
let me ask you about something you did say, because you definitely did say that Brother Sanchez is a stereotypical black man. Now, what did you mean by that?
Well, I think you're a stereotypical black man.
Oh,
You
Because
said
if I was
what?
blind, I'll tell you what I mean. It's not racist. I love all people. I do. Right?
what do you mean
If
by
I
that? Go
close
ahead.
my eyes, if I was blind and I was talking to you guys, I would know that you're black men.
So you mean, so what do you say? I don't want to.
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
want to.
you
Hold
sound
on.
like a black man. Do I sound like a New York Jew?
You also said that you said that Vlad is white compared to Brother Sanchez. What did you mean by that?
You did.
Brother
say
Sanchez has a much thicker black, is it accent? Is that the right word, or dialect?
What is a black accent?
Well, when you talk like I can talk like a white man, and Vlad was imitating me before. It wasn't too bad. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't too bad. And you
Dave,
guys talk like
Oh,
stereotypical is not a bad word. You talk in a lingo that anyone can
Dave,
tell that you're black. There's nothing wrong
Dave.
with that. Those rabbis are on 2 words out of their mouth, and you know that they're Jews. Okay, they're stereotypical Jews.
No, no, no.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, that
You know
Dave.
what's wrong
It's
with that. It's the same thing that's wrong with you bringing up a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken on Lord Jamar's platform.
I bring that up long before I ever met Lord Jamar.
I've never heard you bring that up anywhere else. Have you ever
Dude,
used a
I
bucket of
presented it
Kentucky
at
Fried
Anarchapulco
Chicken on
2 years
anybody else's
ago.
platform?
I brought it up. It's in my presentation at Anarchapulco.
Okay, show me where you pull up the video and show me where you used the video bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, for example,
I'd
get through
have
with
to
it.
go dig it up. I ain't gonna do it right now,
Yeah,
but I'll do it.
you go dig that up. I'm sure it's gonna take you a
Dig
while
it
because I
up.
don't
And you
think you
cool
got
with me
it.
saying stereotypical black man or stereotypical Jew?
You
I
said
don't know
what?
about a stereotypical Jew, but go ahead. What'd you say again?
I just said if I bring it up, what is it going to prove? Are you going to be okay with me saying stereotypical black man? I like Bro Sanchez. I think he's awesome. But let me tell you a question. Is there anybody in the world that hearing his voice without seeing him that wouldn't know he's black?
I wouldn't know he's black.
Come on.
But here's the thing, Dave. Yeah, you kind of dug yourself in a hole, man. I ain't even going front, bro. Because let me explain, right? Because when you say like a stereotypical black man,
I
and
might be able to
then
tell
you
Brother
say
Sanchez is from the South. I might be
definitely
able to
from the
guess
South.
that. I'm not gonna
You
know he's
could,
black.
I could be wrong. You're right. Maybe, well, if I heard someone else talk like him and I said he was black and he wasn't, then I'd be wrong. But Brother Sanchez is black, isn't he?
You know what? You tell
You're black.
yourself whatever you want to, Dave. You're not fooling me over here.
Here's the thing.
Tell yourself whatever you want to. I'm gonna mute
Those
up because you're
rabbis
not
all
fooling me.
think that people are anti-Semitic. Anyone that questions anything about them or says anything like that, they think they're anti-Semitic. Black people think that people are racist against them. I'm not racist, right? I am a stereotypical white guy from next to New York, right? And people say that I have an accent. I don't hear my own accent, but people say I have an accent.
Black light is hot. He's hot right now.
Yeah, you know, he's hot all the time. It's all right. But listen, I'm standing by my statement. I love
He's
you
hot
guys.
all the time. The first time you was on here, you was talking way more than me. I was quiet. So now you're trying to put an
That's
angry
not what I'm
black
saying.
man on me? Is
That's
that what
not
you're
what I'm
doing?
saying, man. I'm saying hot as in
He's
you come
hot
at
all
me
the
pretty
time.
hard.
You only met me one time and I didn't say much
Black light
to you.
is cool as ice.
You came at me pretty hot. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Okay, whatever. Keep on lying. Keep on. Go ahead.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, okay.
Is that a lie,
Black
Vlad?
light. No, I think he was on the money because you kept well, there were a couple of things. So when you were cutting me off, right? And I was letting it, I let people cut me off, right? And that was triggering a lot of people, and he was calling you out on it. and also when I tend to be long-winded. I get it. When I was long-winded, and then you came in, and then you said, "Hey, like say what you need to say." And like leave it at that. But then he called you out on that. So he was calling you out on a couple of things, you know what I'm saying? But then at the end of the and so yeah, so that's what he was doing. Really, he was just calling you out on it. And so
I know, no problem. I'm okay with people calling me out.
Blacklight he's not an angry person at all. And he's quiet. And he only says stuff until that needs to be addressed. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have a problem.
I didn't
with
even
it.
want to say this on your platform because I see some of the people in the chat. It look like they're getting a little weird about race. I didn't even want to do it, but if we just gonna be real, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be my true self. I'm not gonna hold back no thoughts or no feelings. So that's my truth. That's what I feel like you. I feel like you got racist tendencies. That's the way I feel about you. I'm not gonna recommend nobody to listen.
That's
to
your problem, not my problem. Okay, I don't have racist tendencies.
So Blacklight said what he said, you know.
He could listen, he can like he feels that. I can't change that, but I don't have any racist tendencies. Saying that somebody sounds like a black man, is that racist? It's called profiling. Listen,
it's profiling. It's profiling.
It's profiling for sure.
I'm gonna be real with you. I was looking for ladies. Oh my God. Yeah, man. Hey, don't get me in trouble, Donald Piasek. But I'll be real with you. It depends on how these things are put. Now, guys, I know the conversation has changed a little bit. The conversation's changed. So check this out. It depends on how these things are said, right? If they're put in a certain vein, like, yeah, it's gonna sound racist. You know what I'm saying? Like it just is. And it's easy. Here's the thing. It's easy for folks to say something's not racist when they're not in those shoes.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's so easy for people to say that, especially when they're not. If you hear a lot of times, if you hear a black person say some stuff like that, either they've never been through it or they're just trying to impress white folks.
I think your impression of me is super racist, dude. Super racist. Your impression of me is super racist, man. You're talking. Yeah, it's super racist.
I impersonate everybody.
Yeah, then you're a racist.
I impersonate black. I just impersonated Blacklight. I impersonate.
How did you impersonate him? Did you sound like a stereotypical black man when you did that?
This is what you want to. Here's my Blacklight impersonation. Hey, yo, Vlad, yo. Did you see the Knicks game last night? Yo, shit, no.
That's
Blacklight.
Why didn't you make him sound like a white guy? Like he's gonna make me sound like
RG. This is RG. Hey, Vlad. Do you mind if I just say something real quick? We have a Vlad, and if I just say, and this is Harmon. Hey. Was coming up here a little bit earlier. So my thing is I impersonate every bro Sanchez. Hey, brother Vlad, how you
to stereotypical styles to impersonate them. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I can't. My thing is I just impersonate people. I mean,
but what I'm saying is you're picking up stereotypical traits to impersonate them. There's nothing wrong with that.
I got you. I hear you. Now the reason, and I ain't going front. I ain't gonna lie to you. When you said that Bro Sanchez is a stereotypical black guy, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like that set me off because I was like, yo, what are you talking about? Like you heard me go off on you.
I did, but I'm like, what? Like, why would somebody get offended with that? You know, I probably won't say it again because people get offended by it. But didn't have any racial intentions behind it. It was just he sounds like a black man. I'm not putting judgment on that. I'm not saying it's good or bad. He talks like a black man. His dialect is a black man. The words he used sound like a stereotypical black man. Nothing's wrong with that. I'm not racist.
I ain't mean to change the direction of I figured the chat was gonna get weird. I ain't want to make it weird, but
hey man, it gets weird in the Foundry.
I just want to be honest.
You want to know something? it gets weird in the chat sometimes. It gets weird, and it's honest in the Foundry. And so y'all listen up, whether y'all know it or not, whether y'all care or not. Hey, I'm melanated. I'm black. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna get, and no, I know. And our guest, Black Light, he's also black. So whether you like it or not, and you're gonna have a lot of people. Say again.
Do you think you sound like black men?
Who?
Both of you. Do you think when you talk to somebody on the phone, like customer service somewhere, that they know that you're black?
Oh, hold up. What you want me to? Oh, yo, what's up, man? Yo, hey, man. Yo. Is that what you think?
Is that what you talk like, man?
I don't know what you saying. Like, I can. How do I sound?
I don't know.
Like, I'm just
Listen,
talking to my regular
what are you
voice
doing?
right
Is
now.
that's kind of racist what you're doing, right? You're imitating a black man.
Well,
I don't know.
No, he's saying like, what are you expecting now? All right, we're just being honest, right? And he's being honest with his observation, and I was being honest with mine when you said he's a stereotypical black dude. I was like, yo, what are you talking about? Because that
I'm a
triggered me.
stereotypical white fucking
But I'm
New
not
Yorker,
worried.
Connecticut guy, East Coast guy. That's it. That's me.
I'm not sitting there. I'm not. When I mimic David Weiss, I mimic David Weiss. I don't mimic.
Yeah, but that's stereotypical, man. You're picking stereotypes up and making an
No,
imitation.
when I do this with my voice, I know other people that aren't Jewish that have this kind of voice.
Would you do that for a black man? Would you do that to imitate a black man?
Actually, one of my friends, Arthur, and his name is Arthur.
Fucking Arthur.
He's got a
fucking
that's
Arthur.
his voice. Yeah, that's his voice. And
All right.
I
Well,
mimic
my point is, there's no racism in anything I say. None.
Okay. All right. Hey.
I can't say for sure that you're a racist. All I can say is that I would never recommend anybody to listen to your channel. I can't put racism on you. All I would say is if I'm talking to a black person, if I'm trying to wake them up to flat earth, I'm gonna send them to Eric Dubé or Brother Sanchez. I'm gonna send them to Ironwork. I'm not gonna send them to you.
Okay, that's fine. That's your call, man.
So happy Friday.
People in the chat, it's crazy. Like they like you, Vlad. This is your channel. You a black person, and like they don't want to. They acting like this is racism BS. They don't want to hear that. Like,
yeah,
I see a lot of people saying stereotyping isn't racism. I saw a whole bunch of comments saying that they agree.
Don't want to address that.
Yeah,
but
guys, that's the. I'm a be real with y'all, man, and I feel I'm real with y'all all the time. No, there's no race. Realism is realizing racism is not offensive. Offense is with the person who is offended. Okay, so I keep it real with y'all all the time. Anytime something is racist, I talk about it. I mention it. And so racism isn't just not liking something, but it's actually part of a system. You know, I mentioned this on PJ's channel. It's a whole system. There's a whole system behind it, right? And like my thing is, I keep it. I know I've got more white viewers than I've got black viewers, and I might lose a lot of viewers. But the thing is, I always keep it honest with y'all. And nobody likes it when I keep it honest, but I keep it real, and I just tell y'all like it is. This is uncomfortable for a lot of people. I understand that, but if I find issue with something, like, yeah, I call it out. Kind of like I mentioned that to you the other day, Dave. I didn't like that. I'm not going to bullshit you, but you know, I hear where Black Light is also coming from. Shit, it almost seems like we're chasing each other's tail right now. But yeah, if we say something isn't right, or if I feel something isn't right, like in a tone, like I call it out, right? And that's it. Like I call it out. If you guys don't like it, that's okay for you guys to say that it's BS and you guys to not and to not agree with me. That's fine. But I keep it real with you. I keep it real with everybody all the time. And if it's uncomfortable, sometimes it gets uncomfortable. But yeah, man. Like to me, now I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. Yeah, flat Earth. And this is something that I lost a lot of viewers for, is when I was talking about the flat Earth and racism, right? Or the flat Earth from a black perspective. because I feel it needs to be talked to from a Black perspective, because it's a little bit different from the way somebody else gets it, right? And the only thing I could do is offer my perspective as just a person, right?
Vlad, I'll tell you how
Tell
not
you,
racist I am.
I could
I
hold on, Dave.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you
I
get it.
thought you were done.
But
Sorry, my bad.
I could go ahead and I could give it to you and tell you what I hear just by being Black, right? And also being a flat earther and what that sounds like. It's a unique perspective because ain't, as far as I know, ain't too many of us. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I give it to y'all based off of what I know, and I don't pull punches. I don't hide it, you know. And my thing is definitely not to hide it to impress white people. Like I can't stand, or not to hide it to impress anybody, but I mean, let's face it, some people tend to do shit like that. But I just do my best to be honest. And if there's an element of something that I'm not comfortable with, I'll talk about it. I'll mention it. And sometimes it needs a little bit of light shed on it. And then if we're gonna discuss it further, then we discuss it further.
So this is how not racist I am. I used to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken all the time. There's one down the road from me, and that was before it was KFC. And I didn't even think that Kentucky Fried Chicken would be considered something Black people eat until this discussion right here. Now I'm like, oh, maybe because I said Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know, it like that didn't even cross my mind. So anyone's mind that crossed, they might be a little racist.
No, I don't. No.
Why is Kentucky Fried Chicken considered a Black thing? I don't understand.
Dave.
Honestly.
So
there's Black people like, oh, so I can't mention watermelon either, right? Because that would be racist, right?
You could talk about watermelons.
I love watermelon. Go look up Dave Weiss. Check this out. Dave Weiss watermelon slice on YouTube.
But the thing is it's the context. I know it's, you know what, a lot of people are going to disagree, right?
Can you name another food bowl that has the liquid and lumpy things that would look like mountains and look like ocean and has a top on it? Name another type of food bowl that would have that type of stuff in it that people could understand.
A bowl of cereal or a bowl of Lucky Charms.
No, it has to have a plastic lid, the dome lid on it, like they used to have. They don't have that anymore. I found out.
A bowl of cereal with a plastic lid on it.
Where do you get a bowl of cereal with a plastic lid on it?
Well, they have those little carton containers.
Yeah, but you have to have some land sticking out of the solid land. That would be the potatoes and the chicken, right?
You're talking about like a gravy bowl or something?
Yeah, like I guess a chicken and mashed potatoes gravy bowl. That's what I was talking about. I thought it was the best example. I had seen a picture of it. Marty Leeds actually used it in his presentation, and I have it in my images section. When I do shows, I can pull it up to show what a good model is versus the globe that doesn't have a model.
Mm-hmm.
So again, thinking that's racist might be racist by the person thinking it, because I don't even think the word racist.
Don't have Dave eat pork. No, that shit is don't.
I eat pork.
Do that. No, don't have them do that, guys. Come
on. I eat
man.
pork. I had bacon this morning.
Oh boy. Well,
is that bad? Is that racist?
Hey man, no, that's
am I a bad Jew.
Somebody, hey man, I don't know what constitutes a good Jew or a bad Jew, but I
thank
do
you.
know,
neither do I. Other than I'm a good person.
Yeah, I don't eat KFC. I prefer Kentucky Fried Chicken. But
is there a difference? Wait a minute, hold on. I thought Kentucky Fried Chicken was KFC.
It's a long story. So apparently
they changed the name. The Kentucky Fried Chicken changed their name to KFC because of some bullshit with the Sanders guy or whatever. I have no idea, but I thought it's the same thing. When you say are they two different things now?
Well, yeah, they changed it from Kentucky Fried Chicken to KFC. Something about the recipe in the chicken. Boy, this is gonna be a hit piece. It's gonna be a hit piece, boy. But my thing is, I see where Black Light's coming from. I hear where you're coming from as well. Like just you have to see where it is we're coming from, because that shit did piss me off the other day when you said that. I ain't going front. It did.
That's fine.
It
That's
totally
fine.
did.
All right.
You
I'm
know?
sorry I pissed you off, but it was, it's intention that matters. If I said you are the fucking dude, does that mean that you're a bad person or a good person? It's
I
just a
would
word
assume,
I'm using.
I would assume
It's the
that you
intent
thought
behind the word. It's the intent behind what you're saying.
And you jumped to try to throw racism on Vlad. Vlad wasn't even going to say nothing about it. The only reason this even came up was because of me. So if you should have tried to throw that on anybody, it should have been directed at the person who came at you. To do that at Vlad, that was
I
just
did
out
throw
of
it at you, but you went away.
so. Yep.
Did you guys see my interview with the PhD physicist today?
Yes, we sure did.
Did you like it or it's not good?
Say again. Oh, I liked it. I liked it.
All
You
right.
found a way to swerve. What's his name? Hold on. So Greg, tread lightly, my friend. You know, Greg, I like you, but just tread lightly. So yeah, I like the interview. All
right.
But yeah, man.
I said my stuff. If you have any more questions, I'll hang out for a few more minutes. But one other thing I wanted to say was that I did apologize, as you pointed out, twice for calling people idiots or retards because I was heated after TFE because some shit went down. I still think that you guys are wrong in all the gate videos that I made, but that's all right. We're trying to figure this shit out. We all agree that TFE was fucking bullshit. But the question is, what kind of bullshit was it? And we all know the Earth is flat, so that stuff will come out eventually. People hate Austin, but Austin hasn't done anything other than people accusing him of not being in Antarctica. I did a show with Austin the other day. I thought it was pretty good. Oh, that was the one with the rabbis. I think he held his own.
Right. So real quick. What's his name again? What's his name? The host today? ADR wants to know.
What host of what?
The show today. The show. Yeah, go ahead.
The show with Angels of Light and me and the
Yes.
PhD.
Yes.
The show is called the Will of John.
The Will of John. The Will of John.
Yeah.
That's who it is. And the host was that brother with the haircut. But yeah, he was on there. The PhD was on there, and Angel of Light. That's who Angel was.
Yeah.
He was on there as well.
Yeah.
So yes.
Who was the melanin brother? Does that mean a black man?
The melanated brother. That's what we refer to each other, as that. The melanated cat. But what's going on, Greg? Live music. What's happening, man? It's good.
Hey guys, man, good to see you all.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'd have had some comments on what was just being talked about, but that we're beyond that. I'll let it sit. So just coming in to say hi.
Oh man,
what's up?
Not much, unless you want to hear my thoughts.
Greg,
tread lightly.
I'm good for 10 more minutes, but that's cool, Vlad. Right? I want to hit it at midnight.
I was gonna say, well, you here, dog. You know what I'm saying? We were waiting for you all day.
Well, I told you. Wait, by the way, I did tell you that I wasn't coming.
Huh? Well, no, you said that you were in between. So I was like,
I said I'm probably going to be out. You said, well, we'll be on late, and I said,
late, which we are.
Yeah, and guess what? I'm here. So so it ain't gate, motherfucker.
Yeah. So yeah, no gate tonight, and I'll probably have less subscribers next time. But guys, here's the thing. You get an honest Vlad.
Come on.
Hey. Here's the
My
thing,
bad,
man.
Vlad.
No. No apologies. No apologies. Listen, my thing is this. All right. My thing is this. Welcome, RG. My thing is this. We're honest over here. You're getting real people over here. You're getting real conversation over here. Nothing is scripted. Nothing is made up. We're honest. If you fuck with me, you fuck with me. If you don't fuck with me, you don't fuck with me. Hey, man, I understand. I'm always honest with my people. I'm always down to earth, and I'm grounded. That's it.
Yeah.
I know what I know, and I feel what I feel, and I express myself a particular way. Now, if you can't accept me for who I am, warts and all, please keep it moving. I totally understand. But the Vlad that you get today is the Vlad that you will get tomorrow. That's it.
That's one reason we love you, Vlad. One of the many. We know that you're true to yourself, and that's not for anybody else.
Yeah, I appreciate
we
that.
Thank
man.
you for that.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. So don't apologize, guys. We're expressing how we feel about certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. Like, we're not here to, but this is why I feel we're special. This is why I feel we're different. And at least my platform, I feel, is an open place for people to say what they feel. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't agree with it, we can say we don't agree with it. Like, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you do what you need to do, Black Light. Don't feel bad, bro. Like, don't feel like you losing me any subs or nothing like that, man, because you know what I'm saying? You expressing your distaste for it. Instead of letting that shit bother you, you gotta say it. And then you gotta,
and I got bothered too. I'm sorry, bro.
No, I understand,
I
man.
was just thrown off. I was caught off guard. That's all.
Nah.
So I apologize, bro.
But nah,
Yeah. And Dave, bro. I know you probably aren't going to be on much longer, but yeah, I'm just not used to somebody saying my memory's off. That's all it was, bro. So I took it a little personal, and I didn't have the link on hand. I did drop it in the chat though, if anybody wants to finish that up later another time. But I just don't want to throw the show off no more.
But
So,
look,
yeah.
RG, just next time, have the video ready, have the timestamp, so the work is easy. It's like being in the court of law. If you're gonna claim something about somebody, have your proof ready to present so we can all examine the information. But when you're just saying stuff about somebody, like RG right now, that's just like me saying, "Oh, I seen you cheating on your wife." Like, you gonna just you didn't, and we're just gonna be back and forth with words. Like, I gotta have a video where I seen you with the other woman and show everybody, look, y'all, this RG with the other woman.
But Black Light,
and I'm just used to just using my words, like, and talking to people like normal, and people around me trust me and know my word is my word, right? That's
RG,
that's
you sound like an honest guy. But you said three things. One of them was from the video, which you haven't produced yet, and the other two were said right on the show, and you misquoted yourself. Vlad heard you, I heard you, Black Light heard you, but you didn't hear yourself. So that's why I said your memory is off.
Okay, cool. It's in the chat. Everybody that hears me, it's in the chat. The first minute, there's 3 claims or 3 things said. If I misquoted them, y'all tell me.
You did.
But that's cool.
Okay, but
Appreciate
keep
it,
this
man.
in mind. I know, like Black Light said, you got to bring the data, right, to prove what you're talking about. But
No, it's really in the chat. It's in the chat. Right here.
I know you did. I'm not talking to you.
Let him talk.
RG, I'm not talking. I'm not directing this to you. I think that's cool. You brought it in the chat. No, I'm just saying, generally speaking, like when Dave was on, was it just last night or night before? I'm sitting here asking him questions, repeating things that I heard him say in the past. I did not plan when I found out last minute that he was going to be on that I'm going to go digging through all the videos and find these quotes. That's why I was having the conversation.
No. This is Greg, the other angry guy.
Yeah.
So
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Greg. And what we were talking about was worries, like concerns in our community. So things in the community that are said, we want to be a tight knit community where we can trust each other. So I think it wasn't an attack against Dave. It was things that I heard on a video that I wasn't sure about, that worried me. And then it turned into this kind of thing now. So it wasn't originally an attack against anybody. It was a concern. That's all.
Yeah, what I was saying there is kind of, regardless of this entire conversation having ever existed between us, it's just on these shows, it's not realistic to always have everything to back up every statement you make when we're just having a conversation. Though there was a little bit more to it because he had thought through that and watched the video again, but I don't think he was going to think ahead, like, let me cut out these clips and be prepared for when he comes on the show to do this. It's more of one of these things where you have the conversation with him. He says, I never said that. You said, are you sure? They said no. And then you go and you search it out and you find out it's not what you thought.
Sure.
Because like I said, when I came to Dave and had all my questions for him, I didn't go ahead and go back, try to find all the different videos I heard him make those statements in. Like when he apologized for calling us fucking retards, I didn't go back through Jiren's video to go find that, but that didn't mean that I had no use in coming to the conversation and having that with him. So, and no attack on you there, Blacklight, for that. I'm just saying that I understand where you're coming from. It's great when we have stuff to back up what we're saying, but in this platform, it's not really always applicable to assume that and expect somebody to have that.
Well, no, it's not. But it's not. But here's the thing: if you're going to make that claim, be ready to defend it. That's why, like, even me, I use me as an example because I can't. The only one that can offend me the best, I think, is me. Me. When I made those claims about Dave, about the Jewish physics, about the COVID joint, you know what I'm saying? Don't worry, I'll say COVID. It's my channel, so I'll fuck up and I won't get monetized. Whatever, right? When I made those claims, Dave was like, "It ain't true, prove it." And I was like, you know what? You're right. I was like, I ain't got the fucking tape. So it's cool. Like, but the thing is though I made that claim, I backed off. I apologized. Dave was understanding. He let it ride. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I kind of was like, damn, I thought you said maybe I'm wrong, which I don't think I'm wrong, but whatever. But Dave said, hey, do you have the stuff to go ahead and back it up? So to me, like, the shit is important. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's the tough part. That's the tough part about this thing is be ready to back it up, right?
Well, I think that's part of this platform.
Yes.
And that's part of the way that this works in this kind of, not this community, but the way this dialogue works with these online streaming shows. We're not all doing a ton of research, coming to the table with our notebook ready to go. So what happens, you have these conversations, you get called out saying you're wrong, then you especially see anybody in the chat also saying, dude, that's not what he said. Then you back up and say, okay, let me go check. And then you post what, like he did, you post what he had.
Right.
And the conversation continues on.
So Blacklight, go ahead.
In the chat, Stefan 226. I don't know if that person is referencing Heron's question, Heron Song's question. Heron Song had a question last day was on that never got answered. I don't know if that's the question they're asking about. Heron Song, if you want to type that in the chat again, we could try to.
Heron Song, type that in one more time. So this question is to Flat Earth Dave. Oh, by the way, we've got a guest, Plain Reality. Welcome, sir. It is good to see you. Go ahead, unmute your mic.
Hey, how are you? Is this coming through okay? Because it's just on my phone, so if it's horrible, I'll just drop.
It sounds perfect. Sounds perfect. You sound great.
Hey, how is everyone? Hey, I only just jumped in quickly. I'm actually doing a whole bunch of work, but I jumped in quickly and I'm 20 minutes behind. And 20 minutes ago, you guys were doing the whole race thing. I understand that you guys in America, it's, you know, it's a very sensitive subject over there, but clearly, I mean, when, you know, how many times do I hear Vlad say something like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Be careful now.
When I hear someone repeating, if I was to just hear someone's voice and they were saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to go, that guy's probably black. You know what I mean? You know, like
racist mother fluffer.
When I hear that, I'm like, hey, this guy's probably black. He's a black American.
So all right. It's a way in which, obviously we said that already. It's a way in which these things are said. Like as
So I don't know if you guys fully resolved it all, but you know, like I don't think that Dave was being racist by saying you can tell someone's black. It's like you can tell someone's German if you hear their accent.
Yeah.
Well,
you can tell
I hear your accent.
100%.
Is it UK?
Look, since you bringing it up, it's not just that. He already referenced eating chicken on a black man's podcast.
That's your issue, man, not mine, dude.
Well,
dude,
no,
I can mention chicken, watermelon, because those are two of my favorite foods. That makes me a black man.
Look, y'all not black, so I don't expect y'all to understand. Look, I'm just explaining how I feel.
And guys,
I don't
you want to know
expect y'all to
something?
understand.
That's what it is. At the end of the day, like, respect it. Just let's move on, because that's what it is. And that's the part y'all need to respect. Whether you want to or not, you got to. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's going to understand unless you in those shoes, unless you've heard shit like this before. And that's what it is.
Let me get myself into some deep trouble. I want to get myself into some deep trouble.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me cook. So this is what it is, man. Yes, 2019, welcome. 2025, welcome. Racism is here. It's just morphed. It is here. It is alive. It is well. Let me continue. With that, You got to understand, if we've had our experiences and we're telling you something, we're just not trying to entrap somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because
Aaron-
we'd much rather talk about some shit like video games or some shit.
Heron
or the
Song's
flat earth.
question.
All right. So what changed for you? So Dave, this is
Yeah,
for you.
I see it. Heron Song. Oh,
Yeah.
so what made me flip from calling you guys idiots to being with you? I'm not. I didn't. So you got the questions a little bit wrong. TFE
Yeah,
was
Heron
fake.
Song, like my memory. That's fucked up, Dave. That's
Let him-
fucked up. to
No,
say,
no.
man.
Let him
Hear what I'm saying,
finish.
dude.
Let him finish.
Dude, TFE is fake. We think it's fake for different reasons. I poor judgment called you guys retards or whatever I use. I might have said retards. And I apologize for it sincerely, but I guess it wasn't good enough. And the reason is because I still to this day don't agree that they were in an Amazon studio, that they were in Hollywood, that they weren't in Antarctica. And I think that truth will eventually come out, but it doesn't matter. TFE was a scam, a false binary, and it's ridiculous. So I didn't flip, but I was mean to people that we're all in this together trying to figure it out, and I apologize for that. So that's it.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
So Dave apologized for that Heron Song. So did you review the content yet? How can you say that? Is
How
that
can
for
I
Dave?
say that?
Is that
I
for
don't know.
Dave?
I don't know what that's for.
This is the last fucking time. This is the last time. For fuck's
I
sake.
think it should just be accepted. You know, we all make mistakes, and if someone apologizes for their mistake, then we just have to accept that and move on. I think.
Yeah. So
Isn't that the best way to do it?
I want to do one more thing on the thing, and I'll probably just dig a big hole for myself because I'm going to tell you a funny story.
Oh shit.
You ready? No, you want me to say it?
Oh, Dave, do you want to do that, Dave?
I kind of do, right?
Oh,
because
my
I don't
Lord.
give a fuck because I'm being authentic, right?
Oh shit.
I didn't realize that Kentucky Fried Chicken was racist. Now, one thing that I know that is very stereotypical and I guess you can say racist is that black men like watermelon. Well, let me tell you something. I like watermelon more than any black man that I know. I eat watermelon all year long. I praise God for watermelon season. I love it, right? And you know what? I'm not going to tell the watermelon falling off the back of the truck story because it will get me into trouble. So I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, yes, let it ride. Somebody's background. Heron Song, welcome, sis. You're amazing, and it's good to have you on. This is the first
Thank
time
you.
you're on, so you're welcome. Okay, good to hear your voice. All right.
Oh, likewise. I don't want to be a pain. I look at things fairly logically, and you have. See, that's the part that wasn't clear. If there's discrepancies, when all of the data came back from TFE and all of us were watching it, picking it apart, going, but yet you have some magical viewpoint of why you think it's fake.
Sure.
But yet, okay, and I don't even care. Like, I've been called worse, honestly. But yeah, that was kind of mean.
Well,
that
so
was kind of
it was
disorienting. Please just let me finish because this is really difficult.
She doesn't
for me
come
to,
on. She doesn't come on. Go ahead.
This is my first time on here, so I want to make it as succinct and clear as I can. It feels to me that you had some sort of backstage pass to the process.
Yes.
It felt like you were taking okay, I'm going to try and make this quick. You don't go from saying you guys are all wrong for thinking this is fake to I'm agreeing with you it's fake, but for different reasons. Like, if anyone has a reason for thinking it's fake, it's probably us because we looked at several parts and it just doesn't add up. There's just too many convenient things that went down in specific ways. So how is your perspective so different from ours? Like,
Okay.
and I'll be very upfront. It looks like you have some sort of backstage pass to it. Like you were at first involved in propping Jiren up a bit. And then maybe like the statistics came back and it was bad PR, and well, I have to flip flop a bit here and, you know, take that back and make it known that I also think it's fake. But still, I just don't understand why. Like, what happened for you personally to change avenues?
All right, are you done?
I think so, unless there's something about my rambling you didn't understand.
No, I understood. You said it several times. So
You guys converse.
yeah. So
Go ahead.
my backstage pass was TFE was designed for me to go. They said, 75 or 80% of the people voted Flat Earth Dave to go to Antarctica, and we're giving you a free trip to Antarctica. And I said, I ain't going. You're a demon. I want nothing to do with you. And they tried everything they could to get me to go. And then when they switched to Jiren, we were all talking. And I'm like, Jiren, don't go. I said, don't go. This is a trap. He goes, well, we're going to see the sun circle. I go, one thing you're not going to see is the sun. We're going to see the sun set, is what he said. Sorry, my bad.
You
And I
guys,
said,
you guys cook. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You guys keep doing what y'all doing.
So he said, we said, don't go. You know, anything could happen. They could, you know, this and that. And he goes, well, I'm not going to go alone. And he got Witsit to go with them. And they just completely agreed. And they agreed to any demands that he said. He said, if it's hazy, if it's even a hazy sky, cloudy, it's not going to count. And Duffy said, even if it's hazy, we'll call that a win for Flat Earth. So how did Duffy know that it would be blue sky when it almost is never blue sky there? And so what happened between the time they invited Jiren and he agreed to go and when he went, I couldn't tell you. Maybe he was compromised. Maybe, I don't know. But I said, whatever is going to happen down there, it's going to be a massive deception. So when you guys said they're not in Antarctica, I immediately ruled it out with my backstage pass because I was supposed to go. And I know that I was not in on it. You don't know it. I know it. And so if I know I wasn't in on it, well, then what are they going to do? How did they pick other guys and they're now in on it? Of course, they're in Antarctica and they saw a circling sun. I have other information with from Microsoft where they said, you know, where they could fake a sun in the sky. Now, let's just pretend you understand that they do have the technology to fake a sun in the sky. And not only can they fake the sun, I think they faked the whole sky. Well, if they did that, the anomalies you guys saw in the sky, that could be because they're faking the sky, or it could be an Amazon studio. But I know they're not in an Amazon studio because I was supposed to go. And how would
Okay.
they get me in an Amazon studio? Hold on, I'm not done. Right? And then the footprint gate. Well, there was footprints, right? On frozen ice. The shadows, you can recreate those shrinking shadows yourself very easily. And I made these videos not to support TFE, to stop for us from looking stupid with bad arguments. Like if I had a bad argument, people contact me and go, Dave, this thing that you're saying on interviews is really bad. Look, let me show you. And they show me and I'm like, oh my God, you're right. I should never do that again. Right? And that's what I was trying to do. And nobody was fucking listening. So I made the fucking videos. I put them up and I figured that people would go, oh, you know what? He's right. That shadow thing does work. I can show you my shadow video. I made my wife's shadow go from 6 feet long to 18 feet long. Oh, I'll stop now.
Okay, yeah, you're digressing.
Yeah, okay.
Now, first of all, we don't have to pretend that I understand that they can fake it, okay? First of all.
But you said I flipped.
You said let's pretend you understand that they
No,
have
no, that they fake
ability.
the sky. No, that they
Specifically, do you
fake the
understand the
sky.
Microsoft?
I talked about the
Faking the
I talked
entire
about
sky, that's
faking
the
the sky. I
Okay.
can't hear when someone is talking over
And
me.
I know what I saw when the results came back, and the lack of results that were
Looks
promised,
super
and the
suspect.
convenient things that were supposed to happen, but
Agreed.
you know, again, conveniently didn't happen.
Agreed.
And so again, at the beginning, you had the foresight and knowledge to say, "Whoa, guys, this is sketchy. Don't do it." Right?
Yeah.
But then. They were like, I don't know, man, like maybe. So like, how come you have the insight and they don't?
How come some people are smarter than other people? How come some people
Hey
have
man,
intuition?
hold on. That's a jackass. Hold on. That's a jackass thing to say. And listen, hold on. Go ahead.
and
Go ahead.
how come
RG,
you
hold
have the
on.
insight to know when they don't? Okay. And then when they come back and present all this horse shit to us, and we're going, this is horse shit, and then you call us stupid.
Well, I told
Do
you
you
that
see?
was
But can we all
no.
just take a moment and
Wait,
reflect how
but let me answer your question.
sketchy that looks?
Let me answer your question.
She's making
You
a
said,
good point, man.
can you just be quiet for a minute? We're having a conversation here, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation too.
No, you're butting into a conversation. Okay.
Go ahead. You're the smart one. Go ahead.
I'm not saying I'm the smart one. You said how did I know? I'm pretty good. I have good intuition.
But if you knew it was so sketchy before the thought of even going happened, then why would you take any grain of salt into what they brought back?
No, I didn't. I don't like what they brought back. I think the
Then
squish
why
stunt.
did you call us stupid for
Hold on.
not
Just let
falling
me
for it?
finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, all right.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
All right.
Right? Because I was calling people stupid for saying that they weren't in Antarctica. That's all. That's it. I said, let's look at all this other shit. I don't buy any of this, right? I think that both of them, Austin and Jiren, were fooled. Now, listen, is Jiren in on it at this point? Maybe. It's unexplainable what he's doing. Austin
Yeah,
has.
Dave, you're smart, and maybe they're not. So if you're
maybe-
smart, you can understand why we would consider they didn't even bloody well go there. You
I
can
know, but
understand.
if
So
you were supposed to
again,
go,
I can't understand that.
Heron Song, what if you were supposed to go, and then you said I'm not going because you have good intuition and you can see what a demon Duffy is. So you
Right.
didn't go, and then they pick somebody else. Wouldn't you realize that that they're not in on it, that they're being tricked?
No, because that's another part of the psychology of it. Leading up to that, those guys were, taking super chats and begging for money and, oh, I'm moving and, oh, I'm poor. And then all of a sudden they got new studios. And then all of
Who
a
got new
sudden they
studios?
upgraded their Jiren's studio looked pretty darn posh. Witzett's
Mhm.
studio got a little flashy. He
Austin
moved.
moved 2 houses within
Thank
no
you.
time with no money.
And there was a
babies on the way.
large portion of absence where they could have been presenting, but they weren't.
Yeah.
And this timeline subsequently would indicate that perhaps they were in a studio somewhere filming for the upcoming event in December. Like, you can't say that we're stupid for questioning whether they were there or not. If you're the smart guy, Dave, and I love you, man. If it wasn't for you, I don't know. There was a lot of stuff I learned from you, and I will stand up for that and thank you in gratitude. But realistically, it looks like you have one dirty little tendril in the TFE pot, and you're either controlling some sort of outcome or you're manipulating. Someone in the chat suggested that it was, a divisionary tactic. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but I can always usually tell when something doesn't really add up.
Can I jump in here, please?
That's well spoken, well put.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Yeah, I just want to know how Dave's so smart. He knows they were in Antarctica.
Because I was supposed to go.
RG,
so
easy.
what? So what? You were supposed to go. They were supposed to go.
No,
Nobody
I was
went.
supposed to go. I was supposed to go.
Yeah, but you didn't.
look,
I know.
you guys heard me come to him with questions.
So potentially, what you're saying is, I knew enough to not participate in the scammery that these guys sucked up like milk in a plate.
Well, they figured if they didn't go, somebody else
Potentially.
would go.
Yeah, but
that's what.
potentially they were the ones who said, yeah, we'll go, and then didn't. You can't say because I didn't go and they, quote, went, means they actually went there. How do you know they didn't sign some contract and end up in some studio like all the other fakers out there? Like, and I don't really care what happened. I just thought there's
So after
something
I turned
fishy.
it down, they got 2 flat earthers to sell out. Is that what you're suggesting?
Money talks and bullshit walks, my
Okay,
friend.
so
And
what
some
you're
people are easier to buy than
what you're
others.
suggesting. What you're suggesting is I turned it down. They went to 2 flat earthers and bought them out. That's what you're suggesting. Yes.
Nothing would surprise me these
So
days.
is that, I'm just saying,
Everyone
is that a
has a
yes or a
price.
no? Is that a yes
Everyone
or
has
no?
a price. Maybe you had the
Well, they were
sense to
both
turn
hurting
it
for
down
money.
before you found out what your price was, Dave.
I mean, it don't sound
Maybe
crazy
what?
that that would happen.
Look,
I mean,
I did
I'm
not.
not saying
It
it's
isn't
not
just
impossible. I'm not saying it's not impossible.
Thank you.
I just want to hear that's what you're suggesting.
Well,
well, you're
thank you
putting
for
words
at
in the
least
mouth.
Yeah, there's no way she
letting me
would know for
throw that
sure.
out there.
I want to jump in here, please. Can I?
Yeah,
Look,
Greg, go ahead.
so I think I have, obviously I've had my doubts about Dave from the questioning I had from him, though I don't deny he's done a lot of good. Like, what's his name that came on the other night? He said he respects and he doesn't deny there's been a positive for the so-called community. I'm not choosing sides, but I think alike with him, to where the second I saw those first videos, I knew that King Nico and that Eddie and that Keith, who followed up, all right, one right after the other, that all the gate crap they were putting out was full of crap. I made 2 detailed videos going against my perspective, or I forget what he calls himself now, detailing, analyzing, objectively disproving his videos throughout, 2 of them,
King
like
Nico's.
detailed. And then there were still people that come in this chat who I respect that were like cheering them on like fanboys. I saw no evidence. The way I see it, and this isn't sticking up for Dave, this is just that we have the like mind in this. I saw no evidence that they were in the fucking Vegas studio. That was the stupidest thing in the world. King Nico comes like, yeah, they're in the Vegas dome and they're doing this. I see no evidence for the footprints. I see no evidence for walking through tripods and this. The only thing, as I said the other night, that there was some legitimacy to as far as those gates was the vape gate thing. And that still doesn't disprove where they are completely.
Yeah.
But this idea of telling him that he has the answers because he thinks they were there. Now, I will tell you, I did not keep up with him. And when I came to Dave the other night, I said, why did you call us fucking retards? That was before the event. That was on a stream with Jiren when he was saying anybody that suspects Jiren of being a shill is a fucking retard.
I
They
may
are
have said
fucking
that.
retarded.
I may
You
have
did
said
multiple
that.
times.
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I don't remember, but yeah,
you said, and then Dave said, yeah, you said, and then if you think that of him, then you'd have to think that of me. So
yeah, I guess
that's when
I did say that. Good point.
That's
Good
when I
point.
came against him.
Yeah.
That's when I questioned him. So you all heard what I didn't hear, and I'm not denying he said it, calling you all dumbasses or whatever it was for not thinking that they were there. But my understanding is he's apologized for that. And I don't think that means he has some secret knowledge of it.
Right.
And then what he said about Microsoft, like, I wish I knew what he knew, what that person told him about recreating a sky in the sun. But dude, this whole community, I think, was torn up not just by TFE, but amongst themselves by trying to destroy that TFE by throwing out baseless claim after baseless claim after baseless claim that were just fucking a total joke.
Let me point something out. Are you done? Are you done?
Like I held back for a little while. Like when they got back, I wasn't trying to jump in the middle of it. I just seen how the community. Yeah, 1 second. I seen how the community was rebelling against it. There was so many little points coming out here and there from different angles, different people, and opinions aren't facts, right? I get that part. That's why I didn't try to give my full breakdown of what I was seeing, right? I was just listening and trying to take what everyone else was saying, and everyone else was doing the same thing. The community was just trying to get the truth because that's what we're used to, right? And it was so limited, the truth, and only a couple people really know what happened. And I think Dave may know a little more than he's like, no, but I don't know that.
I disagree. They weren't trying to get the truth. They were wanting to come up, hoping they'd throw something at the wall and hope it stuck. And then when it didn't stick,
Right.
which happened over and over, when people like me would point out the truth to them, I would be called a shill for pointing out the truth. But people like all it was doing like Dave was suggesting that, like, look, we don't need to go out there in public with this. This is not right. Maybe you want to rethink
Right.
your
What is your
approach, and
name?
here's the evidence for it. And I would do that, and I would get called a shill. But people like Flatzoid and Eddie, they weren't, and King Nico, they weren't trying to search for truth. They were throwing shit at the wall, getting mad at people that didn't buy into it right away. And if you
What is
brought
your
a
name,
different
Greg?
option, if you brought an alternative, they wouldn't even explore it. They would just have their whole fanboy club tell you you're a loser, and then they would quietly back away from that and never admit they were wrong.
All right, hey, so Greg, is it Greg that's
Yes,
talking?
yeah.
Greg. So why don't you guys hate Greg, because he was saying the same thing I'm saying. Yes, I said retards, and I actually misjudged what happened to Jiren. Now listen, I could still be right. Maybe Jiren is completely trustworthy, and maybe that's not Jiren we're seeing anymore. Maybe they replaced him. Maybe he's demonically possessed. I couldn't tell you. But
Dave, let me interject.
hold on, Greg,
They
hold
did
on.
attack me.
Yeah. Oh, okay, they did. So
Yeah, in the chat.
And we're just point that King Nico guy had all garbage out there,
That guy's
and that's why I made
fucking
those
loser.
videos to just stop everyone from jumping on that stupid bandwagon, because people will make a video and like, oh my god, everyone spreads it around, and that's what Eddie was doing. Eddie was following King Nico and Russian vids, and it was ridiculous. So thank you, Greg. You see it also. I still stand by it. I mean, I still have those videos. I actually looked at them earlier, and they make perfect sense.
Watch my videos where I ripped apart You Think, who used to be my perspective, who I used to respect.
Oh, his was horrible.
I made two videos that I spent a lot of time on, and I don't make many videos because I like to put a lot into it, and I don't have the time for that. But I, in detail, like showing exactly, and it was beyond the point where he was making mistakes. I think it proved that he was deliberately being deceptive, and it broke my heart. That's what got me so upset about this whole so-called community. It seriously broke my heart when I could see people commenting like, "You're the best," and I'm like, "Wait, these are people that I respected." And are you not? Are you that dumb? Are you
His
just doing this because you're
perspective
not
was
paying attention?
so off. It was so off.
It wasn't.
Everything,
it wasn't just off. It was deliberate. Exactly.
It was
horrible.
I didn't even consider that it could be deliberate. I just thought
It has to be, man.
Lost.
Can I just jump in and say I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think I agree that the only real thing that had any weight behind it was Vapegate. That was the only one that really had any weight behind it. But I also I come from a different aspect where I actually don't think it was fake. I think they saw the sun. I think they didn't. I don't think we should stress about it. I think that everything that we see in this realm is optical. Absolutely everything is optical. And it doesn't mean that a 24-hour sun is off the table. I actually personally think that we're in some form of VR simulation. So that's my own personal thing through many other things that I've looked at. But that doesn't mean that a 24-hour sun isn't possible. It just means we don't know how it works.
Yeah. What is your name?
There we go.
Paul,
hey,
plain reality.
We got two Goliaths on here.
Paul.
I know this.
Paul. I completely agree with what you're saying. There may be a 24-hour sun. If I had to bet, I think you and I could have a gentleman's bet. You say there is. I say it was faked. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't change the shape of the earth.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I think, and Dave, I like it's cool. You're cool, calm, collected right now. I can feel like I could just say, you know, when you're approaching people that are making dumb comments and stuff like that, maybe pull them aside. Don't do it publicly or something.
I tried calling people. I was like, dude, let's have a conversation. Jump on a Zoom call. Nobody would do anything. I mentioned it. They'd snap at me. So I said, okay, I'm just going to make videos, simple videos, put it out there, not to convince them to stop other people from copying them. But then they just started coming after me. It was like a spiritual thing that happened. It was like,
was it like a pinpointed video, like directed at them or the community? Because I think maybe that's where it got misconception or something.
No, it wasn't. It was pinpointed. Like I showed how the shadow gate didn't work. Listen. It's not my place to spill Austin's laundry, but the vape gate is a complete non-issue. Complete.
Right.
The vape gate was, yeah. It just, I eventually he's going to come out and he'll tell you about it, and then you guys can make up your own mind. But it's not my position to do that. I'm hoping that he does it soon, actually.
And being that we're all human and have had relationships, I can't rule that out. So that doesn't seem completely illogical.
Yeah.
And considering
Well,
the fact
I
that
would-
every other gate was ripped to shreds very easily,
Yeah.
I can't put a lot of weight
Well,
on that.
So,
like with Vapegate, it makes 100% sense that if he just wanted to hide that from his wife, I mean, we've all been in that situation before where you're like, shit, we don't want my girlfriend to find this out. You don't want your wife to find that out. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because it's going to start a fucking shit show.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, it's like, oh shit. Yeah. Or if you, yeah, oh man. Yep.
By the way,
Yeah,
Vlad,
man, that was a
Vlad, for a while you've
up?
been sounding like you're in a talking in your closet or something. That happened before you left. Your mic.
yeah, your mic's really
Hey,
bad.
driving down the road.
Yeah.
Sounds like a car.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in a car right now. So
you sound like a black man in a car.
A stereotypical black
shit.
man.
what? Oh shit!
I
Here
had
we
to.
go.
Man.
We
You know
gonna
I had to,
start.
though. I'm just
Okay.
kidding. Total joke.
We're gonna start that shit.
Come on, no.
You know, anyone that comes on, I'm going to tell you what race you are when you come on. Okay.
Oh man,
Hey,
no.
Hey, but
Jokes
yeah,
about.
I was just gonna say, hey, Dave, I appreciate you jumping on. I gotta go. Maybe we can talk, well, just online sometime, and and just you can get to know me a little better, bro. I'm a very bright person. I'm a quadriplegic, so
I understand.
I don't
I understand.
get out
But
a lot. So
listen,
I've got a lot of time.
in this conversation, I forgot things that were said a minute earlier. But I didn't make claims about them. You were making claims about me that were 100% false. All right, and that's what gets me. And people in the chat that saying, why did I flip? I never flipped. I've been against TFE before anyone realized what was going to happen.
RG.
I mean,
So look,
yeah,
RG, look, a word of advice. I know something like that, what he just said could trigger you. He just said that you was making claims 100% false. Look, that's just his side of it. If you know what you said won't false, you ain't got to get worked up about it. Just bring the evidence, and then we'll all be able to see whether or not what you said was 100% false.
Right, but like I told you earlier, I don't know how to pull up video. It's in the chat.
Well, look,
like
like I said,
it's the
you put it
very
in the
first
chat. We can
minute.
look at
It's
it.
only 1 minute.
I'll be able
It's
to
only
pull
1
it
minute.
up. Look, I can hit you.
Yeah,
You
you
just
can-
tell me exactly where to look and what he said. I'll be able to bring it up next time and be able to tell people.
I mean,
Exactly.
it's not a big deal to me. It never was. It was just I don't like being accused of that. But it's the first minute, the first 3 claims that I said. It was just worrisome. Earlier, we were in conversation about it. I wasn't expecting Dave to jump on, so when he did, I was caught off guard, and that's that. It's
What's
cool.
the
It's history,
timestamp?
but
What's the timestamp?
it's the very first minute. 1 minute.
1 minute in.
He said, "You didn't bring your yarmulke?" Dave said, "Yeah, it's right here in the back of my hat. This can be my yarmulke." But when Dave came on, he said, "I didn't say." He said, "I didn't say that I didn't know what a yarmulke was." I said, "Yes, you did. You pointed at your hat and said, 'This can be my yarmulke.'"
I said I didn't know a hat could be a yarmulke.
Right here is the yarmulke.
Okay.
Right here.
That's cool.
My
Yeah.
remembering of the thing is that Dave said he didn't realize the hat was a yarmulke. That's what I remember.
And that's what he's playing right now. That's what Black Lives is playing right now.
Yeah, it's cool though. It ain't nothing bad. I ain't like butthurt about it.
It's not bad, but you were wrong, and we just proved you wrong by pulling up the clip. I accept your apology. Don't worry about it. We all make mistakes.
It's cool, man. It's cool. It's all good. But
it's
the
not
app,
all good, dude. It's not all good. I don't give a crap at this point. I really don't.
Bro, I just tried to blow it up and say it's all good, and if it's not good to you, we can replay the video.
Cool, yo. Guys, please.
He just replayed
Look at that.
it.
Look at that. Man, I wish I was in front of my laptop right now. Guys, please. What's up, family?
They like Marcos and Madonna. They like to go at it. They're gonna have like 3 rounds of this shit. They like
right.
But I think I was raised. I was just raised with I was just raised with a hard-headed parents, I guess, that I was more ADHD and shit, and I wanted to show everything and prove everything my way. And maybe I still got that. Who knows? Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
Hey,
man.
look, it's Roger Ledwell's up. Roger Ledwell's in the house. Vicky Queen B. How you doing, Raj? Vic? Sav apparently is here too. Sav, what's good, family? Everybody's in the house. I know Roger be up late than a motherfucker, man. That dude never go to sleep.
We're in the house. You're in the car.
I know.
Oh,
Oh
hey,
God,
Dave,
man.
Dave, do you
Thankfully,
remember
we
when I
can hear
told you
you. Though
about
we can still hear you. It's
Antarctica?
just still really weird.
When
My
you
You
told me
bad.
remember
what?
Antarctica? That whistleblower guy said there was 500,000 gallons of stored hydrogen
I don't
stored
remember
at 4 degrees Kelvin. Remember I told you that on flat. You were on X.
that.
The guy
Maybe.
Eric Heckler, or Eric Hecker,
Oh yeah, that guy.
Antarctic
That,
whistleblower.
yeah.
Yes. So down there at the South Pole Station, where the neutrino detector is,
Yeah.
there is stored 500,000 gallons or more, he said, of chilled hydrogen at 4 degrees Kelvin. So I wonder what they use that for, and maybe some kind of projection. I know that you actually can get really good projection with, so Microsoft maybe uses that somehow. If that's connected, I
It's
don't know, but
there's again, I could spend the next year trying to prove that they fake the sun, and other people can say, look, this is how it could work. You know, you guys showed Steve Faulkner's video where the dome is like a reflector, like a parabolic reflector, and I actually would like that one also. So you guys showed that earlier, and we can spend all year trying to prove that. But the thing is, why? The heliocentric sun is impossible. Therefore, the movement of a heliocentric sun does not prove a globe. The heliocentric
they
sun.
claimed it.
They claimed
they
it.
claimed that the movement, right? Well, no,
Yeah,
hear me out.
but
The
the
movement of a heliocentric or a projected sun would be the same. It would be hard to prove either way, but it couldn't change shape for sure in their model.
Well,
You know,
it
like it
couldn't
did.
exist. A heliocentric sun
That's true.
defies natural law. It's gas in a vacuum that's burning at such a rate you can't even fathom for billions of years and doesn't get smaller. And it has gravity that holds on to Pluto and Neptune and Uranus, and it ignores our moon, and it's burning 640 billion tons a day, and it's in a vacuum. It's in a fucking vacuum.
Yeah.
So if you want to say that the motion of a circling sun down there proves the shape of the Earth, you have to believe in Narnia shit.
Right. Yeah, that is retarded.
Hey,
Have you ever
don't say
thought
no,
though
that's mean.
that
You can't say that word.
that with the container, we're already in a big ass vacuum if we have a container.
Well, I don't know if we're
And the
in a
gases,
vacuum or not. I can't prove that.
and the lighter gases. Well, the lighter gases would coalesce at the top, right?
Hey, watch
of a
out!
firmament.
Watch out! Don't say that, boy. Harmon will appear, man, and Harmon will be out this motherfucker bad than a motherfucker. You keep saying
Think about
that.
this.
Careful.
Do you guys tend to speculate that there's water above the firmament? Right?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of us do, I think. Again, it's speculation, but it's biblical and it makes sense. And our observations kind of show water up there. And if you listen to NASA, everything is sea. You know, the sea of tranquility and docking and ships and everything. So if you think about it, when you're boiling a pot of water, and when you get that bubble on the bottom before it starts boiling, put yourself in that bubble as a microbe. You're standing on a flat surface. You have waters above you, and you're inside of a dome. But is there a dome? Is there a solid dome? What's holding that water up? Is it air pressure? And then when we have hurricanes, we get rivers of water coming out of the sky. Where's that water coming from, and why is it coming out? Well, a hurricane's a low pressure system. I don't know what's up there. I don't know what's holding it up, but we do have air pressure, and I believe that there's waters above. So, you know, making any solid statements about what the dome is, I personally think the dome is a solid thing, whether it's frozen oxygen or it's crystal. I couldn't tell you. At this point, I'd lean to a biblical explanation if I had to bet on it.
Well, yeah, and what we're finding out now about the eyes and how the eye. Well, I've known, but we don't only take in information; we also project out information from the rods and cones in the back of our eye. So that's something that has to be a big factor in how we see anything, even through a camera. You know, we have to observe it with our eyes after the results. So it's
yeah,
pretty interesting. Yeah, good stuff, man. I enjoy this kind of curiosity because I mean, the next generation. I commend you on. I said earlier about the things you're doing with schools, because that's kind of
I
what
just
we're up
got
against.
booked for
You know,
5 more
the
schools.
education.
I got booked for
Oh,
5
cool.
more classes in August.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, where are you? Is it in different states?
I'm
Or?
not gonna say because the fucking trolls are insane. They literally speculated that it
Gotcha.
was my hometown high school and started calling the high school. I think I told you this. Did I say this on the show the other day? They started calling the administration there, and then they got to the science teachers, and I'm friends with some of them, and they started like reaching out to me like, Dave, what's going on? And I got to flat smack them, and now they're all like contemplating flat Earth. So the more the trolls go at us, the better, the worse it is for them.
Man, I had some balls. I have to say that years ago, I mean, I put myself out there in a number of ways. But one thing that I have backed down on is my daughter just finished 6th grade at a private Christian school here in Houston. And one of the regular things that they do, one of the field trips for the 4th or 5th graders, I forget, is they go out to Space Center Houston. And of course, like I'm volunteering to put together this kind of, they already got their yearbook, but I'm working on right now something they call a memory book for their grade. And I'm looking at the old ones as referenced in their yearbook from this year. And sure enough, the cover of the yearbook has an astronaut running on the globe. And I'm like, wait, this is a Christian school. They go out there to NASA every year. There's it's a big church. So they've got their, like, I remember this last year, the year before, there was an so-called astronaut who had passed away, and they were having a service for him at the church. So they sent out an email saying this is going to be going on during the school day. And it just disgusts me, even if it weren't for them. Like, even if I wasn't a believer, the fact that they mix it up with that just grosses me out. And I want to go say something, but that's where I'm kind of a wimp. I'm like, I don't want to jeopardize and make things weird for my daughter for the next 2 years there. But it's insane. It's like, I don't know what led on to that. Something that was said that made me think of that, but it's just so freaking crazy. And living in Houston, the stuff that we deal with, you all think that you see a lot of space stuff, man. Of course, we're called Space City. I mean, it's fucking everywhere. And, you look at anywhere to come to a trip to Houston. What are you going to do? You're going to go see the Space Center. And unfortunately, that's a privately funded thing. So it's not the governmental thing. So I can't just go walk up and stand outside their front door and hand out information.
Get out of here with a car with a sign on it and all that.
Yeah,
Sure.
I could go to out on the sidewalk out there, but actually to be to actually have any conversations, you'd have to be up like where they give tickets and all that kind of stuff. And that's private. It's been funded.
So my question to you then, Greg, is would you be a little bit worried if the students found out that you were a flat earther, and do you think that would that would spell some kind of trouble for your daughter?
No, not at all. I would in fact be happy. I remember I went to when it was my daughter's year to go out there. I went out there and remember talking to another parent. I was like, hey, by the way, you might think I'm crazy, but you see that little lunar module, which of course a lunar module now, different than when I was a child, they have it hanging from the ceiling. And I guess that helps distance you a little bit from it, or from the parents that might start to even subconsciously question, like, wait, what? This went to the moon? When I was a child, sorry, I was never a kid, you would be able to get up a little closer to it. And no, I encourage that. I think I would love that. I'm not going to go out spreading it. My daughter's been a flat earther for years. She can't tell her mom that, but I also tell her, don't keep secrets. This isn't about that. You do your own thing. I'm just telling you how I think and why I see it this way. But no, I would like that. I just can't go to the administration now. That's where the wall is built, that I feel like I don't want to go up to them and say, hey, look, you claim to be a Christian church, but here's this and that. because even though I don't think they would kick her out of school because of me, I think it might. I don't know what it could do, but it's not worth it at this point. I have bigger fights to fight, and then I could also do that once she graduates from there.
A couple questions in the chat I'd like to address if you want. Good? I guess so. Luke just said, if I'm not a religious Jew, does that make me an atheist Jew? There are no atheists on flat Earth, okay? And then Donald asked, why did Jiren delete all of his files? Did he? First question is, did he? And if he did, I have no idea. What's that?
Looks like a Vladimir to me.
I don't, not to anyone. But hey, man, you have a good night, man. I appreciate you.
So,
sorry about that.
yeah, no worries, no worries.
You really
I
are
can.
the car,
I'm going to speculate 100% without any proof on what if he deleted his files, why, and my speculation is they never guessed that we would think that they faked the sun, and if we, with that in our minds, looking at those files, we might be able to see how they faked it. So he deleted them. Pure speculation. I have no proof. I have no information.
No, it wasn't only those, Dave. It was a lot of his early work up to just maybe a year ago or so. He deleted everything almost.
I thought you were talking about the Antarctica stuff. But yeah, he deleted all of his globe videos because
Like
he's
all the
now
splatter
his
shit.
splatter videos because he's now a glober.
I
To
think
me,
he's
that's
also.
inorganic.
I think he's actually only deleted it from YouTube because Alan from Space Audit's got probably close to 900 videos from Odyssey and downloaded them onto his Space Audit's Telegram.
All right, so
if you-
Alan,
if
we don't want him to know that he didn't delete his Odyssey channel yet.
Oh, sorry.
but I guess Alan got him already.
Alan's got all of them.
All right, good, because we were picking from them to to use against him, and we didn't want him to realize that he had left it up.
Anyway, Alan's got them all, so don't stress.
Yeah, good.
If you go to his Telegram channel, Space Audit on Telegram,
Yeah.
they are all there.
The problem is I just can't stand to hear his voice. I can't even go through them to pick stuff out.
It's a bit like that now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's horrible, man. And to me that says there's something spiritual going on here. There's some sort of spiritual thing happening, and I don't like it.
Well, think about. I was thinking about this the other night, Dave, when you said spiritual, and I don't think anybody has to be a believer to think this. Think about. I'm sure you're aware of Jiren saying that he and his wife, she had told him that they should. I'm not saying the exact words, but something to the effect of sell their soul to the devil or Satan or something like that. That they'll get money out of it or something like that.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think I remember what he said. He said that that you can get. I know what you're saying. I don't remember the exact quote.
Yeah.
But it was really weird.
Yeah, and there was more to it than that. He'd also given kudos to. I can't remember which famous Mason saying that their books was good stuff or something. I mean, there's a number of things that spiritually.
Yeah.
So in a hypothetical world, even if none of that was real, I think if you believe in something to that extent and there's that much of a message behind what you believe in, I think spiritually for sure that will affect things. And he had been in that space for a long time saying that Jesus can, so definitely something spiritual with him.
Yeah, Godheart Guardian's calling that out. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just didn't want to say it on air. So, yeah.
But there's a lot of truth to how you vibrate, like how you view the world. Actually, like I just was mentioning it, how your eyes do project as well. You're not just intaking information; it's your output that is like it radiates just like a torus field around your body. How strong your spirit is and your soul, your energy. The weaker it is, the more vulnerable you are as well. So you can attract these kind of things into your life that screw you over without you even knowing it. That's why I would encourage anyone. Like I said, I'm going to try to start a channel to, because I've been independent for 20 years now in a wheelchair, but I lived 23 years before that up walking. So it's like it's a mind battle, right? And if you're not religious, it's too bad. You're still a spiritual being, right? So I'm going to try to give that back to people and maybe encourage people to, try to keep their spirits up, even though the world's kind of screwed up right now. And this community is always attacked. So you've got to have some kind of good judgment and strength to, to continue to try to, at least give something back. Because this community is very good for me, and it keeps me sane. Let's put it that way. So I just want to say I appreciate y'all. Yep, for sure.
You as well.
Hey, let me go off of that right there. Hey, Russell, I want to say something to you. I'm actually gonna kind of back something that Dave said, and don't think that I'm like taking his side over yours, because I don't even care about him. I fuck you. But when you had said something about like, why don't he have you on his app? Like, respectfully, like, he was right. Like, you got to start your channel first. Like, start your channel, give us something to share. Like, you post something dope, then we can all share that, and we can boost you up. Just like we all come to Vlad, we can say, look at Vlad. We can say, yo, go check out.
That's
RG.
right.
You gotta give us something to post and to
You
share
gotta
first.
start. You gotta start.
Right on.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and
Don't
that's kind
be
of why I
sitting.
wanted to make
Yeah.
myself known to y'all first. Like, I wanted to be heard and seen on, supporting y'all as well. Like, before I do anything, like, I've got to have a community to approach, right? Like, so,
Right.
and I don't like arguing. Trust me, Dave. I didn't like that at all earlier. It made me feel bad for even cussing and stuff like that. That's not me, bro. So I just want to let you know that too, Dave. I mean,
For anybody
Yeah,
that
that's
don't know,
definitely not
RG
you,
on
man.
TikTok. Yeah, Pebbles, I'm already hip to RG on TikTok. I got his phone number and everything. Yeah, y'all follow RG on TikTok too.
And Angela Baby Carson said connect with her on Facebook, but we're already friends. So
yeah, I got a Facebook and an X too, y'all. Hey, look, at Russell G711 on X, and I can't remember on Facebook what it is, but I think it's Russell Gregory 492. I think that, but yeah, check me out. I've been on there for years and years. I just support people on here, so I've never started to really like put my face out there. So, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like all my stuff is over there on X, but very shortly I'm going to be starting to really dump a whole bunch of things here on YouTube, and soon I'll be doing another presentation with the plain truth. It'll be the one that I do my first one, and this will actually be explaining the definitive reason why boats disappear, and actually a whole bunch of other things on why everything disappears beyond the horizon. I've chucked it all into ChatGPT the other day. Actually, it was pretty funny. ChatGPT instantly said, well, what you're doing here is actually a revolutionary model. You're completely changing the way science could think of things, and it suits a flat Earth better than it suits a globe.
yeah, ChatGPT is very helpful. All those cards, it helped me write all the flat Earth proof cards that are on the app. By the way, if you're looking at, for those of you that don't hate the app and have it, if you're going through the cards and you see a card that doesn't have an info icon on it, and you have a good video that would support it, like you're going to do the Boats Over the Horizon one, if you want to send me those links, I'll connect them to cards, because I want each card to be linked to a video or to a web page or something. So if anybody wants to help make the cards more informative, feel free to send me your best videos.
I'd love to, buddy. Hey, and I've got to go, but I want to get your opinion, Dave, if you don't mind. One more question. What do you think about what I said earlier about making your app public and just letting flat earthers that have been in the movement over like maybe 5 or 6 years buy into it, and then everybody can kind of have a piece of it, and as it grows, the next generations, what do you think about that?
Yeah. So now you want me to have people invest in the app, and do you know how much
No,
shit
I'm
I get
asking
for
you.
charging? No, I'm just telling you that idea doesn't really make sense, because first I'll be attacked, and then it'll be a nightmare. But I was looking, I was looking to have people partner up with me on this, but nobody wants to cooperate, and I ended up having to do all this myself, which is actually good. It's actually good because I don't have to answer to anybody. But I wouldn't have mind having some help on this with people. But now it's getting to a point where it's working out pretty well. So you made a comment earlier, like Dave wants every flat earther on here. Yep, I do. I want all of you. I want every human on Earth that has an internet connection on the app, because then we win.
Okay, it's an interesting answer. Okay, I can roll with that.
So, Dave, I got a question for you, man. I know you're doing the high schools. Are you doing
Yeah.
colleges as well? Or
I haven't
have you
done
done, or have you done colleges? Go ahead, my bad.
I have not done any colleges yet, but I got more high schools that are interested, and it could blow up this year to where I have a lot.
I think we should. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
I was just gonna say we should start doing some elementary schools, and just all we really have to do is walk in, grab the globe, and walk out. I think that would be a good start.
I actually talked. I think I told you guys this. I talked to a principal that was going to have me in the school to talk to the kids, and I said, "Do you understand what you're doing? You're going to have me in going completely against your curriculum, and I'm going to destroy your science department and your history department in one visit." And he agreed not to have me, but he did connect me with the head of the school district science department, and we're having discussions. So maybe maybe we can wake up some teachers, and then they'll start leaving little clues for kids rather than teaching them garbage that they were indoctrinated with.
So, Dave, are there particular places or states that you find more flat Earth friendly as far as receiving your information to pass on down to the kids and stuff like that?
You mean as far as schools? Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. That's where just and that's just where I am. I mean, it really could have been anywhere. It could be Hawaii. Yeah, well, and that's just a coincidence that I'm here. I mean, what difference would it make if I lived in Hawaii or they were in Hawaii? It's just weird how it happened locally.
Okay, all right, man. That says, you know what? To me, that says a lot about the the staff on there that are willing to take a stab at it. You know what I'm saying? And they probably heard some good things about it, and were willing to give you that chance so you could go ahead and cook with the kids, man. That's a big fucking deal, I think.
These teachers, they get it. I mean, the ones that I've done multiple times, they see it, but they can't admit it to the kids. They have to present it as this is an alternative view, and they make the kids think about it. They make the kids ask questions.
Yes.
They come together with all their questions beforehand, and they also make them follow up with a paper. They all write like an essay to me, and they send it to me at the end. So they really make them think about it. I haven't read that. I still have a pile that I have not read. I have to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that was cool that Dave, you might have heard about along the way, but wouldn't remember if so. It was through Sophia for a number of years. Chris, who put on that presentation about 9/11 long ago.
He's a good friend of mine. Yeah.
I met up with him. I've only seen him once in person. He came in through Houston to watch a baseball game, and we met up for a little bit. It was good to actually meet him. But I had helped him out for a number of years, and because I edited together the video that Sophia provided me of him giving that presentation, and that's what he would put out. And every year I would burn a ton of DVDs, and he would hand them out to the students. But the reason I bring this up is it's awesome to do it in school, and that's all the better.
Yeah.
I liked his tactic is because he didn't want to get caught up in the system, so he waited. These were high school students.
Yeah.
So some of them knew what he was into, but he waited until they graduated, and then he would give them each a DVD.
Yeah, and he got fired for not getting the jibby jab.
Oh, really? I didn't.
He's still in a lawsuit. Yeah. He got fired like 2 years before he was supposed to retire. As a matter of fact, I just literally 20 minutes ago, I just sent him a meme, and it's a young boy asking his father, "Dad, can you get pregnant from anal sex?" And the father goes, "Yes, son. Where do you think globetards come from?"
Well, that's cool that you're in contact with him. I'm gonna have to say hello to him because I haven't talked to him in too long. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's actually a good friend of mine, and we
awesome.
we text all the time and get together here and there.
Yeah. And that presentation
guys,
you put on, I thought was was a really good one-on-one level.
Yeah.
9/11 just filled with stuff. So it was an honor that Sophia was like, "Hey, can you edit this together?" I'm like, "Sure." But I like that approach.
By the way,
Give you some DVDs after you graduate, and then I think that helped open.
Yep.
So already, just because he's such a badass in general, they already liked him and trusted him, and then so they were like, "Yeah, let me look into this even more."
shit.
You got your Big Mac, Vlad?
Big Mac. Oh, you think I want the McDonald's?
Well, now you're a robot. You're a robot now.
Oh shit! Can
You
I hear
sound
me?
like
No, I
you
didn't
sound like
go.
a stereotypical robot.
Dog. You motherfuckers, boy. You guys
I
got
must be racist against robots.
this motherfucker got jokes. All right, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Nah, I went to go get pizza, man. I told y'all I was hungry than a motherfucker, so I was like, I was about to kill the joint, but then Dave came through, and I was like, shit, let me go grab this pizza real quick. And so, yeah, that's what I'm coming back.
Wait, hold on.
I'm heading back.
What kind of pizza you
Hey,
get? Pepperoni?
Nah, it's a vegetable medley.
Oh, you can't
Hey,
wait to see. All right, go ahead.
hey,
Sorry, go ahead,
sorry,
Vlad.
Vlad. I know we held you up from going to get something to eat a long time ago. I just thought about that.
Nah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I fucks with y'all, man. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all cook, and yeah, as soon as I get into the house, I'm back on the mic.
Okay,
Well, Dave, you were going to leave like an hour or two.
I was, but you got me all wound up. So
So
I ate a gummy about 25 minutes ago, and I'm waiting for it to kick
So I
in.
never asked, and I tuned in and I looked back, and I think Dave, you had been in the chat. You had been on the show for about 13 minutes when I came on, and then you started talking about how there was discussion earlier in the day about you maybe coming on. What was, not to bring up something bad? It's not. What was that in regards to, or was it just to the crap that was brought up? Like, was there a specific topic that Vlad had asked you back into
Oh
the
no.
show?
So Vlad asked me. Vlad actually called me the other day after the show, and I said, "Hey, I was thinking maybe one day I can come on and we can go over the gate videos that I made." Which I don't think we need to now after Greg spoke and said that, he agrees on that. But I said maybe we can go after that. And he goes, and I said we can schedule something. He goes, well, I'm on Friday, and I said, well, I know I have some dinner plans on Friday, so I don't think I can make it. He goes, well, we'll be on late, and I was like, well, if I can make it, I'll let you know. And then he kind of threw me under the bus, saying Dave was supposed to be here. I named the show after him. I'm going to lose my subscribers. Right? That's my invitation to you. That's my invitation. Hey, you're not supposed to be on. You're supposed to be eating your pizza. And so
I didn't want
you're
robot.
You're roboting, dude. And so and then I heard them talking shit about me, and it pissed me off. So here I am. But now I'm having a good time.
So Dave, you already see things as I do, and you've already clearly seen my perspective or you think's videos. But if you ever are just bored and want to see a couple, go to my channel, which is my username is Live Music. So YouTube.com/live music or whatever. And my last two videos were detailed breakdowns of that guy's pitiful
If you could do me a favor, if you can shoot me an email with a link to a relevant video. It's like I get so many videos and stuff. It's like I delete videos that I want to watch because I just don't have time, even though I'm sitting on here for hours now.
Well, it's probably not even worth your time because it's not like I'm.
No, send it. If you have something cool that you think that would really interest me, I trust your judgment. Send it to me, and just if anyone wants to send me a video, send it with a sentence telling me what it's about. Because if you send me a blind link, I don't have time to click blind links. Send it and say, hey, this is that video we were talking about, or check this out. And I'll look at it. And that's not being obnoxious. I'm just telling you, I don't have time to give one-word replies to the number of emails I get.
Well, and the only reason I made it was to go after what seemed like 90% fanboys, fangirls in the community.
Yeah.
Hoping that they would stop and actually think for a second, because it seemed like they all threw critical thinking out of the window after TFE.
Yeah.
And so it's not really it's nothing that you don't know, but I'll send you a link anyway. Remind me what is the best link to send to.
There's a contact form on my website, but info at theflatearthpodcast.com.
Okay.
And shout out to Roger. Shout out to Vicky. Welcome, gang. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Go ahead and cook.
What happened to your voice? You sound
He's
like
on
you're
the
in front of
mobile.
a
He's on the
wall.
mobile. He'll be back.
I know. I figured.
Yeah, I'm in the thing. Roger, trust me, I'd be sitting there mocking you right now, but I can't.
So
I like Roger here. I've been up all night working. I get your man.
So
Hey, Sav.
What's up, y'all? Hi,
What's up?
What's up,
Sav?
Sav?
What's
Dave
up, Sav?
number 2, 3.
No, that's Sav. That's not Dave. It's Sav.
Yeah, I know.
That's Dave.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, I'm not Dave. I'm Dave, but I'm not Dave. You know what I'm saying?
Dave's not here.
That's right.
And I'm Greg with 2 G's, not 3 G's.
You're part of the Council of Daves. Admit it. Just come out.
So I got here late. Am I to understand that you ate some gummies, Dave?
I did eat one. Listen, you guys would not be impressed. It's only 5 milligrams, but I ate it about, I don't know how long ago now. I could make me tired because I got all wound up talking to you guys.
Oh, wow, man.
It's all good. Gummies are good.
Yeah, no shit, man. I had some. That's so coincidental because I ate a bunch of these gummy worms, man, and then watched RoboCop, the old 1987 RoboCop. Remember that?
Yeah.
What a crazy movie. Very.
There's only one Dave that's the best Dave.
But
Oh,
you know
thank
what?
you.
It was
I
really
wasn't on
predictive
about
programming,
you.
man.
I was on about Sav.
Oh, all right. My bad.
He's the best Dave.
Oh, I'll second that motion.
Who's the best Dave? There's no best
You
Dave.
are,
There's a great council of Daves. See, that's
you are the
You guys
best.
are in the council.
Oh,
What
come
up,
on.
Sav?
And you know it.
What's up, Blacklight? Who else is here now? We got Greg. Oh, Greg's here. Hey, what's happening, Greg? He's always got that ceiling fan. Now, see, that's an illusion. The room is actually turning, but you don't feel it. You don't notice it. And it gives you the illusion that
It's not the fan turning.
no.
No,
See,
okay.
yeah, it's the math. Work it out.
Oh, I had the mic off. Yeah, I also have like two, and I have my columns of air or pillars of
Oh,
air.
man.
Yeah.
The fucker still ain't come and got that damn column of air he left here.
Yeah. So you have my fan, or you have the freeze dryer, or yeah.
Well, how do you have a column of air without? How do you have a column of air
Well,
without
the freeze dryer with the
physical
vacuum
containment?
pump helps. So it's math, but it's too complicated to explain.
But I see
Now,
you need
Greg, are you
Yeah.
McCoon's brother?
I am.
You look
I'm
more
also
like
his
the good
sister.
one, Greg.
Wait a minute. Are you 4 feet tall also? Or are you taller?
I may have put on a little weight, but I put on a lot more than you can imagine. And I'm also his sister and his non-binary, not trinary left cousin.
I'm waiting for a refracted hand. Have you seen that refracted hand laying around anywhere?
Brenda has.
Okay.
You're never gonna see the refracted hand. That's just all there is to it. It's
So
never gonna be shown to you.
I'll spare you all the handheld fan stuff and hit the
Look,
cam.
at least you ain't got Lego rockets.
See,
That
all
I
I'm
don't.
saying.
That I don't.
this right here. This is everything to them. See, when they can't explain, it was gravity.
Yep.
Oh, and refraction. Oh, it's the magic duct tape of all their stupid arguments, man. And then you whip out something like this, man. Like,
Hey, duct tape fixes everything, man. Just ask any roadie.
this is really cool. Let me show you something. Wait, that's the wrong one. I got two of these things. This is something, Dave. You could probably get a kick out of this. It's this is a sundial. Okay.
Nice.
And what you do is it's got a little thing on here where you set it to your latitude where you're at, right? And you flip this ring out and you turn this, and up and down you have this sight. There's this little, there's the camera. You have this little sight up here in this, I don't know if you can see in there or not, but there's a little sight in there, and up and down there it goes to all the months, and then down here it goes back. You understand? Because it's like
Yeah.
January, right, all the way down to the last month, then back, and
Nice.
that's where you set the sight at. And then when you put that through like that, and get the sun to come through the little hole, it'll shine right down on what time it is.
You know, I did a Chat GPT video. It's actually going to be featured on the app tomorrow morning at 8:00 about sundials and equatorial mount telescopes. And Chat GPT agreed that it works perfectly on a flat Earth and doesn't prove either. That if you were on a flat Earth, or if you didn't know if the Earth was flat or a globe, and you were using an equatorial mount or a sundial, the results would be the same, and it wouldn't tell you whether the Earth was flat or a globe.
Right. See, that's one of the things that I say when they say, "Oh, well, here's a proof of a globe, Earth," and I'm like, "Well, wait a second. That observation is not exclusive to a globe." So
not only that, I got it to agree that it made more sense with stars that were fixed when you're using. Well, that was one was for the sextant. That one's coming out in one more day. And it literally agreed that the flat Earth model makes more sense for the sundial, for the equatorial mount telescope, and for the sextant.
Well, doesn't moonlight do exactly the same thing that sunlight does on a sundial? If I'm
It
not
does. It does. It has the same crepuscular rays too, so they must be the same distance.
So this thing too is pretty cool, right? So you have this little hole up here at the top by the pennant where it hangs, okay? And you aim that at Polaris, okay? And you set this inner ring. There's an inner ring right here. I don't know if you can see this. It looks like a saw blade. Okay, you set that for the month that you're in. And then what you do is you turn you put Polaris in that hole, and then you tip this over to Kochab, which is the bottom left corner of the dipper, and then that'll tell you what time it is at nighttime.
Wow.
And on the back there's like a tide calculator, and I haven't really figured out how to work that yet, but I will.
Is that a new device that somebody made, or is that an old device?
It's an old device. It's a replica of an old device.
It's a replica. That's what I'm asking. It's an old device, but it's a replica. It's a new replica. Got it.
Right. It's a new replica. It's a company called Kala, Kala. I think they're out of Austria. Is that where I'm?
Interesting. Might be. I wonder if they speak English. Might be interesting to talk to them.
Austria. They have a website. I'll put it in the chat. I think. Let's see. I'll find it on here and put it in there. Hang tight real quick.
I wonder if they're flat earthers.
Yeah, we've got some Austrian friends that share a channel with us. They're called Chris and Mike Van Dyke. I'm pretty sure there's Austrian flat earthers.
No, I just wonder, those people, like, I think, don't you need to be a flat earther to understand how that thing works?
Here we go. I got it. All right.
I'm going to grab it out of chat. Guys, I'm going to wrap it up.
All right, here it goes.
It's 111. Look at that.
Sure, Dave. Thanks.
Oh, that's cool. 111.
Yeah.
I get hit with 1111 all the time.
All the time,
It's
man.
6:11 here.
It is, whoa, PM or AM?
AM.
Oh, go to bed. You need to go to sleep.
I'm good.
Okay. Vicky.
So yeah, that pocket sundial that I put in the chat, and they also they have, you can get both of them for it's like cheaper if you buy both of them. I think it's about $100 altogether for both of them, which ain't too bad really, because these are really well made bronze.
I like it. Where'd you put it, in the public chat or in the private chat?
I put it in the public chat. Oh, I'll put it in the private chat too. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that. Hold on one sec. Here we go. Boom. There it is.
Got it.
And Dave, I just emailed you those links for Rory Cooper's rebuttal videos.
Oh yeah, I want to see them because Rory pissed me off too, and I didn't even think that he was doing it on purpose. I just thought that he was so believing that it was fake that he couldn't see through his own mistakes.
No, if you spend the time on it like I did,
Yeah.
100%. There's no way that a man that has that intelligence cannot be intentionally lying and deceiving. There's no way.
And again, just like Jiren, maybe it's not him. You know,
Maybe he got
Maybe-
pissed off at me, and he was like, "Come on," because I have no name out there, right? And he
Yeah.
challenged me to a debate, so I said, "Let's do it." And he kept on backing down. I said, "Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
do it."
We
And
got to
he kept on, he
remember
would never do it.
we have to keep in mind that they have all sorts of stuff going on. I mean, literally can maybe even replace consciousness in a body, let alone the body. Who knows? You know, watching Jiren on I saw him with McKeegan, and I'm just looking at his face. It looked like AI, but I could be 100% wrong there.
Well, now that you bring that up, that makes me think that maybe we should just alter our approach somewhat, as opposed to being, look at this crap this person did, even though it should always be more about the information and not the individual.
Yeah.
That we even keep that in mind of like what this particular channel is posting.
Right.
And that goes back to I can't stop talking about this fanboy mentality that has ripped. I think the fanboy mentality has done more to destroy the so-called movement than any alleged shill, any anything. I think that is really what does it, because it leaves critical thinking in the dust. So yeah, now that you say that,
Yeah,
you have
I mean,
to
I'm
be mindful that it could be anything or anyone or any reason, even if it's still the person that is understandably being
right.
threatened, manipulated, whatnot.
I'm willing to admit that I was wrong about my judgment about Jiren, but I also still could be right, and it's not Jiren, right? But either way, whatever we're hearing from that space is total troll, horrible, anti-flirting, flat earthing bullshit.
Dave, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Flat Earth, Dave.
Yes.
Where do you stand on upward rising Earth?
Oh, I am open to the idea, but I 100% disagree with it at this point. I'm open, like if someone could show me some more evidence. I looked at what those guys were doing, Dell and what's his name, the kid with the dropping of the bottle and stuff, and all of that could be explained perfectly on a flat stationary Earth.
According to them, they don't drop the bottle. The ground catches the bottle.
That's
on that topic, if I like to add in, I saw some of it because I know people I respect here were big into or are big into it, believe in it, and that's cool. But one of the things immediately when we were talking about it in the chat, and people, maybe it was Angela, was posting all these links like, check this out. So I went and checked out the links, and one of the videos they had was the slinky, and they were dropping it from standing on the ground, and then they dropped it from standing like on a rooftop or something like that.
Yeah.
And there was no difference that showed anything rising. So people in the comments, including myself, were calling that out, that why was there no difference in how it reacted if it was rising? It totally went against their argument.
Yeah.
And that blew me away. I'm like, if you're trying to post this, and if like, why are you sharing this when it actually goes against your claim? And I couldn't get him, the creator of it, and other people had tried to do the same in the comments, respectfully approaching it and saying, hey, here's my observation, this. You could not get a sincere response.
That's weird, because I mean, if you actually ask them this question, things are weightless in free fall, if I'm correct. Is that what upward rising Earth claim is?
They don't.
Yeah.
They think we're rising up all the time.
Yeah.
So you don't drop something. The Earth.
So just to be clear,
you dropped
on my statement is when I said I'm open to it, I'm not closing myself off to anything. I'm open to it, but I'm 100% against it at this point. Yeah. But if someone can show me some evidence, I will look at it. Somebody asked in the chat, what do I think about Mellow Dome? And we used to be friends, and then he one day flipped on me and did this crazy hit piece and screaming that, you know, I never acknowledged his solar work. I didn't even know he had a telescope, right? So that's, you know, that's weird. And I haven't watched any of his stuff until just like a week or two ago. Somebody sent me a video of him doing a hit piece on me about refraction. It was like the dumbest video ever. And he looks to be 100% Glober, like Jiren, based on seeing the sun. And I don't know. Whatever happened to him seems to be the same thing that happened to Jiren. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
I find it odd that people find the truth and then they go and find their own version of, like, if you're a flat earther, you've already seen the truth, so why would you then think for a second that, like, it was upward rising?
Well, I mean, maybe you find new information. I just don't. I looked into it, and you know, I don't think I'm the dumbest person in the room, but it's, you know, the story is there's a mass exodus from flat Earth. That's what Duffy says. A mass exodus. Can you guys name 6 people in the last 5 years that have left?
Yeah.
That's funny.
And especially, this is what is so sus about it, right? And this is like the only place that this made any difference at all to anybody, or was even a topic of discussion, was amongst people that are already, you know, enamored in whatever we're doing, right? So, like, I mean, what I mean is you go out into the street and just ask your neighbors and shit. So what do you think about that final experiment? They'd be like, what the hell is that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not as big as we think. The people don't know about it. When I brought it up at Acapulco, the people that were into flat Earth that came to my workshop, only like 5 people knew about it and didn't even know that much about it. So
let me give you an example related to that. So a couple of weeks ago, I met up with 2 friends that I hadn't seen in 20 years. One of them, he actually lives here somewhat locally. Brilliant, successful attorney. I know them both from college. His dad worked for NASA, has long since passed away. My other friend was in town from Virginia. I also know him from, both of them I know from Baylor. They were roommates. Super cool guys. And the one that was in town that got us all, the 3 of us together, he was in town because he was working at some place I didn't know the name of. But the last 4 years, his company does things to build for landers for the moon and for Mars. And this is a brilliant guy, super cool. Back in 19, he said he had a midlife crisis and went back and got his PhD, and it's in some neuroscience kind of thing. So if you want to talk science and physics, he's got all kinds of things to say. I can't doubt his sincerity, and from what I know of him as a friend, I think he truly believes in all this stuff because of the compartmentalization and his indoctrination into these so-called sciences. He believes it. So he's helping build these landers, and he's talking about, we didn't get too into it. And I told him I'm a flat earther, told my attorney friend that, and he was the one that acted like the kid, like, yeah, whatever. That's so stupid. Why would they do that? And I didn't press it that night because, again, I hadn't seen either of them in 20 years. But it's just a reminder that you can have people that close to it that legitimately may not know and don't have to be a part of it. Because, you know, we've all been approached with, well, how many people are in on it? But we know the whole idea of the pyramid where you've got a company. It's not like the janitors at the bottom cleaning the room, or even the upper management has to know these things. But it was rather surreal to sit down there and hang out with these 2 friends and be like, yeah, so what is it you're doing these days? And to find out that he thinks he's helping build landers for something that's millions of miles away. And he's from Sri Lanka. And he mentioned the lawyer buddy was away from the table when I said, hey, by the way, you know me, I'm a conspiracy guy. Because he was in New York when, just as, well, Dave was across the way in New York when September 11th happened. And so when I came to awaken to that in 2005, I had diarrhea of the mouth, and I was sending all these, you know, all my college friends and others the stuff, and he was like, whatever, I wasn't on the rubble. But
yeah,
he did tell my friend when he came back to the table, and I said, yeah, by the way, I just told him that, yeah, I'm a flat earther. And the scientist guy, I can't say he stood up for me. He said, well, I got to, because he said, nobody believes that. I said, actually, a lot do. And he said, in fact, we had some family come in a few years ago, you know, from overseas. And he said, there's some of his grandparents that were saying, yes, it's flat. And I have no reason to doubt that my friend legitimately believes that, just like a number of people run into over the years here in the Houston area that are involved in that, like a brother-in-law who helped build his stuff. And I've got, you know, photos of him over at NASA and standing there like craft that they're building to allegedly go somewhere. So
Yeah,
we never really know.
No, but you know, you have people that are totally intellectually dishonest. Like there were a ton of Navy people, and Navy people that are on ships are flat earthers. Navy people that are on subs are flat earthers. Navy pilots are flat earthers. They just don't know it yet. And so when you
Right.
point out the obvious to them and stuff, and I'm back, by the way, so y'all don't think I'm in my car riding dirty.
Sound good.
Right? Normal. So when these guys
Siri, cancel that 911 call.
Right. So when these guys are over there, you know, you're explaining to them what they're seeing in front of their own eyes as it's flat. They're like, well, at some point it curves. You're like, no, it doesn't. And you give them the evidence and everything else like that. You could tell that they know you're telling the truth. Their mouth is kind of open and they're like, they give you that glazed look like, oh shit. But then it's the ego. Nobody wants to be shamed. Nobody, especially if you're an officer, nobody really wants to be labeled as the weird officer. You want to kind of fall in line with what the rest of your ward room is doing. So then like nobody wants that smoke. People ain't ready for it. And like I was at the end of my career. I was already a Navy chief, and so I was like, oh, it's flat. But then people found out, and I was like, this, what y'all gonna do? Fire me? Right? I mean, people, especially in the military, the ones that know. But a lot of times it's unfortunate. Well, I guess you could say it's both unfortunate and fortunate at the same time, because how are you going to spend the next, especially if you're young in your career and you want to make a lifetime commitment out of it, how are you going to spend the next, say, 17 more years? You know what I'm saying? How are you going to spend the next 17 more years as a flat earther in the military? How does that work? Imagine the discomfort of seeing these guys talking about, hey, we just launched this and that up here doing this and that. And you're like, yeah, you really didn't. Because that's not how this motherfucker works, dude. Right? I found myself doing that. I found myself saying that during our missions and stuff. And it was like, yeah, that's not really how it works. It's not really happening like that, y'all. And I was the weird chief. I was the weird fucking chief that people are like, oh, fuck it. It's Chief J again. There he goes with the, you know, I had a patch that had lies on it. It was a NASA patch and it said lies on it. I wore it with my flight suit. You know what I'm saying? And man, that shit, that got me too much attention. Right. And yeah, it's a strange place, but it is what it is. I think people are starting to come around to it though. The right people are starting to come around to it now, but back then, nah, it wasn't easy, that's for sure.
I applaud you for doing what you did, literally wearing it on your sleeve.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can only imagine what that was like.
When did you first enlist, Vlad?
99. 99.
So Cold War was already over.
Oh yeah.
We was after Arabs now.
Yeah, because we just finished doing Desert Fox and Kosovo. Yeah, was done. And we were like in purgatory. We didn't know who to fuck with then, really. And then, you know, I was stationed in Italy, 9/11 happened and everything. And
I was in when it was the Cold War. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Shit, man.
The 80s, probably the 70s into the 80s and stuff like that. You was in
83.
Oh God, yeah. Cold War.
Oh yeah, man. Listen, it was really crazy too. I'll have to tell you about it sometime. I ran across some spies that were trying to get some information out of me. This is no shit. This is no shit. I'll tell you about it sometime. It's kind of off topic for the show tonight, but I'll tell you about it.
Man, he done got me hype. I was ready to hear the
Yeah,
story.
I was like,
Well,
hey,
all right, I'll tell
I
you.
don't think
I'll make it kind of short. Okay, so what happened was I worked at 5th Corps headquarters. I was detached there. And I had a pretty high security clearance for information because that's what I worked in, was communications. All right. So my parents had made arrangements to come over and visit Germany, and I was going to take them around and show them places, right? So I took leave, and we had made arrangements, and we'd picked a hotel and everything else like that. And we get to the hotel, and the hotel that we were supposed to go to, we run into this couple, and they said they were going to stay at this. They were, on vacation. And it was really kind of weird because they were supposedly Americans. They said they were from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Okay. I didn't really hear too much of an accent at all, But anyway, I says, okay, so Lookout Mountain, I'd made mention of Lookout Mountain. And they acted like they'd never heard of Lookout Mountain. And I was like, are you shitting me? I was like, what the fuck? That'd be like it'd be like me not hearing about Luray Caverns. I'm like, no, come on. It's right here, Anyway, and the weird thing was this guy, he said he was on business and he was carrying a briefcase. I mean, it was so weird. And this is his wife, Bonnie. His name was Bobby. He liked to go by Bobby.
Bobby and Bonnie.
Wife's name was Bonnie. Bobby and Bonnie.
Boris and Natasha.
Yeah, likely story so far.
And she had no purse. She carried no purse. And I'm like, what the fuck? Or it was just like a little clutch bag. There was no, this is an American woman on vacation in Germany.
Right.
In Frankfurt, Germany. And she's carrying this little purse, little tiny clutch bag. Anyway, everywhere he goes, he's carrying this briefcase for some reason. And he's there. That's how I first noticed them, these two walking along. And then they introduced themselves to us. And that's where I got the weird thing because they didn't know about Lookout Mountain. But anyway, and then they went, oh yeah, Lookout Mountain. And I was like, what the fuck? It's
right. Yeah.
What the hell? Anyway, our reservations at the hotel had fallen through. For some reason, there was some glitch or whatever. Anyway, we had to go someplace else. And these people recommended it to us. Well, we went there and because he goes, oh yeah, I know another hotel. We went there and I don't know, it was kind of like shady. This place was kind of shady and shit. And it was nice and everything, but I don't know. It seemed like when we left and went out into town, boom, we run into that couple again. And I'm like, what the hell?
Like clockwork.
And and they run into us and they said, yeah, we were going out to get some dinner. And they said, oh, that's what we're doing too. Hey, I know a place. And they try to take us to this certain place. So I'm like, wait a second. It's a place I'd never even heard of. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Well, the whole time while we're walking along, this Bobby guy, he's going, yeah, this belongs to the United States Army, this place over here. And they carry these kinds of missiles and this, that, and the other. Well, it was shit that I knew was dead nuts fucking wrong. He was wanting me to correct him. Right. When we got back to the hotel, we finally ditched these people. When we got back to the hotel, it was like somebody had been through the whole room.
Oh.
And it was really weird. And I told my mom and dad, I was like, listen, it's Bobby and Bonnie. Don't you think this is funny? I brought up how suspicious all this was. And my mom says, yeah, that was kind of weird. And she's pointing out this is a woman walking, you know, all over, and where she was wearing heels. It's like, why would she be wearing heels if she's walking all over the place as a tourist, right? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, right. I made mention that I says, don't say anything right now. I think they might have bugged this room. And the next morning, when we got up, we come out of the hotel, and there the fuck they are. Sunday morning, streets are dead empty.
Oh,
and there's those two are standing across the street looking into a big plate glass window in a store that's closed. They're the only people on the street. And then they happen to turn around and go, oh, hey, hi.
Hey.
Wow. Yeah, no shit.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah, so anyway, I got rid of them, and I reported it after when I got back, you know, after that same day, I reported it, and they had me look through a book, and it was almost like a mug book. The CID showed me this book, and it was like a mug book, and I saw these two fucking guys, and there was East Germans. It was actually East Germans. The only thing I can give them props for is that they had a pretty good American accent, definitely not from Chattanooga, and they need to work on their cover a little bit better. But I knew exactly what they were doing. They kept wanting me to correct them on shit. Saying shit that was blatantly wrong, wanting me to fucking correct it and shit. It was really crazy. But yeah, there was a lot of that kind of shit going on.
Interesting.
Man.
God, dog.
They were drugging people in the bars. They'd put shit in the beer and get you kind of like really loopy, and you know, make friends with you, and then start getting you, asking you questions and shit like that. That shit was going on, man.
Wow.
Well, it's cool for you that you were in the military and where you were, and at the time that you had the government on your side to get some answers and to see their photos. Because there's something I've probably shared on here before. I had Secret Service come after me a couple of times, and one of them turned into this. I've got to go find where I had typed it all up. I had every single little detail of what happened, but at the time I was living in the second floor of a 3-story apartment complex, and there was some crazy ass shit going on above me one night. I'd been there quite a while. The management liked me a lot, and I went in just to walk up to the manager in the front office the next day, just kind of expecting her to just open up and say, oh yeah, Greg, by the way, but she sat there, she's like, what? I said, yeah, did you get any reports about? She like, didn't know what I was talking about. Sent the, went back up to that apartment above me with the maintenance guy. And she's like, no, they had moved out back in October or August or whatever, and this was I think in January. It was tripping me out because I had a long history with some weird stuff going on above me in that apartment before. Didn't share any walls at all. I'm not crazy. There's none of that stuff. Something was happening, and then after this, one of these incidents with Bush, there was definitely an individual upstairs at the least making it sound like there were a couple of people fighting, if not 2 people up there, but I don't think there was any fighting. I don't know if they were trying to drag me out of the apartment or what, but nonetheless, when I found out that that place wasn't even occupied and they showed me, I was like, what the? Yeah, so that's cool in your aspect. You get some answers where with me talking to the Secret Service, they're like, of course, quite the opposite.
Shit, man. Yeah, like, yeah, I can't really talk too much about about the silly, crazy things I came across. Yeah, man. Except when I was diving. Yeah, I'm not even gonna talk about what I did when I was flying or on the boat. But when I was diving, you know, one of the I think it was the Augusta that had pulled in. Yeah, it's a fast attack submarine. I don't even know if they're still commissioned, but they pulled in, and we had one of our buddies come through. He was at a place called Autech. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Autech, but Autech is down there by Florida, right? You could look them up there. This Yeah. Anyway, so he was down there. He came through, hung out with us for a bit, and we had this job next to one of these devices underneath the boat. And I'd have to say that after we were done with the job, they came up and then they gave us these forms that we had to fill out. And this is the first time ever dealing with this, right? And I'm like 5 years in already. And they're like, yeah, fill these out. And I was like, fill what out? And then they're like, yeah, who dove today? And I was like, I did. And my buddy, Chris Bondo, he had to go ahead and fill it out too. He's like, me and Chris. And so they gave us the papers and I was like, well, what's this? They were like, well, what you dove on, you didn't dive on. And I was like, well, yes, we did. They were like, no, you didn't. And I was thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure I did. I was totally naive to it. They're like, yeah, you didn't dive on that. And then I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I wasn't catching it at all. I was like, God dang. And I was like, it doesn't make any sense. Well, why would I have to sign something? And that was my first time ever signing an NDA. And I was like, dang, man. I was like, this shit is real. Like, I've heard of stories about this, and that was like my first time. I'm like, damn, 5 years in the Navy already. And so I guess fast forward a few years later, now I've changed jobs, right? And now I'm doing Intel. And my entire Intel career, this is all I see. Everything is an NDA. Like, I got to sign an NDA for everything. Everything is compartmented. Everything's compartmented. It's so compartmented. Like, you look at this, a lot of the stuff you look at, you're like, oh my God, that's classified too. That's classified too. It's almost like the stuff is overclassified, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not even going to get into. It gets to a point to where you're like, I can't talk about anything, is what you're saying. They're like, well, I mean, you could say that you were here, but, and I'm like, golly, man, like, really classified because of this? And so I'm like, man, it's unreal the stuff they'll put a classification or a top secret label on. But I'm like, man, I guess if that's how y'all want to play it, that's how we're going to play it. And you can't even talk about it. And then if they put a timestamp on it, they're like, yeah, we'll look at declassifying it at and around this time. But you're not even guaranteed that. It's wild working in these places for these people.
I can't even imagine that is wild to think that you've got stories to tell, things you want to share, and you can't.
You bet not. You bet not. And I'm a big proponent of, like, yeah, no. Well, our phones are already listening to us and everything else like that, man. The last thing I want to do is go talking shit about what it was I did, and then have these dudes roll up on me, throw me in jail for 10 years, and give me a damn $15,000 fine. I'm like, shit, man.
Hey, can I show you guys something interesting real quick?
Yeah.
And I wish I knew how to interpret it and read it. It's kind of, so I have a grandfather who was, I never knew what level. So my aunt passed away in early February, I guess it was, at 86. And she had moved in the same place where my grandparents were. And I knew my grandfather was a Freemason. I never knew what level, because I didn't know about this until he was long gone. And one thing that I thought was so cool is I know so he and these are my dad's parents. They're buried at the same cemetery down the road where my aunt, who just passed away, and another aunt who passed away last year, my dad's two siblings. One thing that I thought was fascinating over there at the cemetery is all of it, not all, in the vicinity of their headstones, a lot of them had, and Vlad, I didn't get to see much. I was, as I often do lately, and I don't go back to watch it. Unfortunately, I need to. I know you were showing stuff that what you saw recently on those headstones.
On the tombstones, right?
Tombstones, even more specifically for what you were seeing. So these are just like on the headstones on the ground. One thing that I noticed is a lot of them would have the typical square and compass.
Right.
But I was surprised to see how many of them also had the Eastern Star on it, So you have one
Yes.
and the other. I don't
Yes.
have any reason to believe my grandmother was Eastern Star. I know my grandfather was a Freemason. And like I said, that was years they passed away before I ever had any interest in this to ask them anything about it. A few weeks back when I was helping clear out a couple of things before the estate sale at my aunt's place, and one of my cousins was in town for it, this piece of paper I was going to show you, I saw that and I said, hey, yeah, I guess that I'm not a big fan of Freemasonry. He's like, you know what? I asked him about that one day, and he thought of it as a fraternal thing. But my grandfather was very successful. He had done like some business with Bush Senior at some point. I say business. My grandfather, there was a certain piece of legislation that was very respectful and really good for people in the workplace. That was actually a really cool thing he did. And I guess he was in the state position at the time.
Right.
And so all my history of everything my grandfather's done, like I don't see the negative side. It was interesting that when we cleared out, when I found this piece of paper the other day, and on the back it says 32nd degree Scottish Rite. And I don't know if that was here that this discussion was going on. Of course, I know that somebody was saying that no 32nd degree. There are some that have told some things, but 33rd, never, ever, ever. So
We were talking about it here. It was here.
That's what I thought. When I see on the back and it says his name and it says 32nd degree, I'm like, okay, well that, not that I disliked him for it, because by the fruits, right? By the fruits, was the, we all can say this about family, but dude, this guy was unbelievable. But anyway, let's see if I can get it. I know it won't show.
Yeah. No, it will go. Give me a second. Hold on.
Well, this would be, yeah. So, and I've got the shadow of the light above it.
There it is. Okay, so I blew it up. Elliot Amos Johnson. Okay, nice. Wow. Well, do you think you could zoom in on that eagle?
I can get another light to shine on it so it's not all shadowed out. That eagle, because there's multiple.
Is it
Hey, is that Albert Pike at the top?
Yeah, that's Albert Pike at the top. Yep.
Oh.
And another eagle, and you've got, all the symbol. And I brought it out for my daughter, just kind of show. Look, here's some of the things I've been showing you that I'm not going to pretend to understand.
Wow.
Or to show you, but it's got the seals and.
So Saab was asking if it's a double-headed eagle.
Yes, this is well, let me see. I know that the double-headed eagle right here up top.
Right.
And then Albert Pike below it.
Right.
They're double-headed eagle.
Oh. It's a scroll. It's a scroll.
Well, it looks like this. It was like a poster, right? I tried to flatten it, but I need to use some moisture or something, because I set it under heavy stuff for a couple of weeks and it didn't do much. So you've got symbolism down the entire.
How many links? How many links?
Square and compass. So here's the square. The compass. Here's a square and compass. Here's a different square and compass. Key. Little dagger. I know a lot of you know a lot more about all this than I do. Another double-headed eagle.
How many links?
How many links?
Yeah.
Where is that? Oh,
like
on the
good
chain.
Good question. Let's figure that out. And also, one thing I noticed is they are numbered. So you'll see a 31 here and a 32 here. So meaning the 33 is here. So 28, 29, 30, 30. Let's see if it's at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it goes 8, 9, 10, 11. Can I turn the camera around on this? I'm sorry. I probably can, huh?
Oh, this is interesting.
Is there a way to flip the camera on this?
You
Anybody
mean like
know?
forward facing?
Yeah.
Forward facing? I would imagine
That
so.
would probably be dependent. I don't know, man. On a phone, I've never done it on a phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never done.
And I feel
streaming.
bad. I've got.
Well, I have
lights
just
in the house.
used the chat though.
I'm sorry.
Let's see.
No.
So yeah, so it's kind of interesting how it goes back. So there's 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on until it gets to 31 and 32, and then 33 in the middle.
Holy moly! Wow.
And of course, the 33 here, and then the little Baphomet symbol, allegedly how
Yep.
they masked it. Uh-huh.
Nice. So what year was that one? This
Look, I think, where does it say? I think it was Apriles 1945.
Oh,
1940. Good God. 1945.
Yeah.
wow, man.
So I mean, I can't believe how littered this is with different
Hey,
symbolism.
hey, Greg, you said that's your grandfather's right there?
Yes, sir.
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say, Black Light?
No, I was just asking if that was his grandfather's because
Yes.
I know somebody who like in a similar his grandfather passed and he got his like chain and he wears his chain and like when he's out in public, he said people ask him about that all the time. So I'm wondering like that right there, is that something that all Freemasons would have, or is it maybe just different levels or something?
Well, I would assume that at least at the 32nd degree, you would receive something like this with these official, like kind of
Seals and
gold
stuff,
kind of
right.
seals and whatnot. But I have no answer to that. That's just my guess. I don't think that. I doubt every Master Mason of the 3rd degree is coming home with something like this.
They probably get if they get anything. Do you think maybe a 33rd degree Mason? I wonder if they get anything at all.
One thing that I've kind of
anything at all.
Right, that I've pointed out is that here in Texas we'll see
They get to
Davy
become
Crockett.
Grand
Davy Crockett was a Davy Crockett was a Freemason, and it shows like that not mural, but it's like a big old grand like it's a statue thing that's got him, Daniel Boone, and all them over at the Alamo. I don't know if you saw it, and then it's got the compass and the square over there, and it's like a Freemason pilgrimage site type thing. And I was like, holy smokes, those guys are some Freemasons. I even had somebody ask me if I was a traveling man over there.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. So
Yeah.
Davy Crockett was a Freemason. You honestly,
Yes, he was.
That's the truth. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Janos was here, he's got a book on the degrees. He would be able to pull up and find out what they actually do.
Oh,
yeah, it's funny that you'll see people on old beat up trucks. Though my grandfather had some ranch land and he had an old beat up truck for that. But in general, it's funny when you see, and I'll take photos. I always take photos from my car of interesting things I've seen, and I've seen a lot of the Mason symbols, the little plastic silver ones or the stickers. Right. And every time you see one of those, you're like, if you have the Freemason symbol on your car or truck, you're not up there.
You ain't up there. No,
you're a little player.
Yeah.
Where the only thing I can respect for that is that they, I assume, legitimately believe it's just a philanthropic kind of a thing, a charitable organization, which is how my grandfather saw it. And he had taken my dad to a meeting one day. And my understanding was that you have to ask for it. They don't invite you, but I guess maybe my grandfather had invited my dad.
Right.
And my dad is a brilliant man. He's done very well with what he's done. But he's like, that wasn't for me. He went once and was like, no, I don't want to memorize all that stuff. And he wasn't even to the point of rolling up half a pant leg and making a fool of yourself.
Wow.
Hey, Greg, what was that you said about a beat up truck?
I'm sorry. I was just saying that, when you'll see like a beat up truck or even a nicer car, anywhere from one end to the other, when you see somebody with a vehicle at all that has the reason I brought up the beat up truck is there's a guy that I know, a younger guy, whose dad is a Master Mason, which is just the 3rd level, and they have no money at all, like no money. I don't know how they get by. He still lives at home as an older child, and his I know
an
his dad
older child.
Yeah, an adult. Sorry, but yeah, I guess subconsciously I said that because this guy hasn't. Obviously, he's still living with his parent, hadn't grown up. A lot of issues. But anyway, thinking of one of their trucks that they had or something that had the symbol on it on like.
Oh yeah.
So again, anytime you see him flaunting it,
yeah,
They're not
They're not.
keeping their secret. They're like, hey, this is awesome because
I'm part of the group.
Yeah, unless it's at the level that we expose. We're like, okay, look at this bang that happened today, and they're wearing on their hat or putting that number out there when it's a calling sign. But otherwise,
like
if you're
Scottie
seeing
Pippen, you play basketball, you watch. Scottie Pippen's is a Freemason.
Oh yeah, all the Shaq, all the photos of him with his little.
But Scottie
Gmail
Pippen
looking
even,
thing?
he even wears 33, or he wore 33. Yeah.
Larry Bird did the same thing. He wore 33.
Wait, Larry Bird is a Freemason as well?
I don't know if he's a Freemason, but he wears 33. That's his number.
So is Patrick Ewing.
Dude, that's theater, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, holy moly.
So anyway, I
Wow.
thought I'd show you all that. And these look like I haven't looked at it close enough because I just now took it under where I had some heavy kind of weight stuff on it.
Right.
It didn't, like, as you can see, it didn't do much. I had to just set some stuff on it to keep it out.
What kind of paper is that? Or do you think you can tell? Does it feel? It's from 1945, so
it feels pretty quality, something kind of thick, but it's nothing more than a good poster, which is basically this is basically just a good quality paper poster.
Okay.
But something I've never seen and is like what look down like music notes, but are upside down.
Right.
And I know like to invert everything. And now that they're showing this, I'm like, dang, I'm showing my grandfather's name all over the place. Maybe they're gonna come knocking on my door.
Well, my
it would be
thing
interesting
is
to look into the names of these people.
yes. So go ahead.
Imperator,
Imperatori.
Execulus, Scribia, Generalius, Executus, Pro Tempore. I can't read under that. Some excellence.
Dude, you want to know something? I would run through that thing with one of those little magnum. Hold on, let me see if I can show you this shit that the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, man, I'd run through that joker with like a with the half globe. You know what I'm saying? With the hemi globe.
Yeah.
And I would look at that thing closely. I would look at this thing closely. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out what kind of paper it is, because I was thinking, man, it looks like it since it's old. I was wondering if they use like dollar bill paper or something. You know what I'm saying? Or
so I collect. I did collect. I have a bunch of concert posters, some of which you see behind me in that little crappy office space of mine that are framed. But this is from all my concert posters. It's no different than that as far as the thickness or the paper type. The only difference is looking that it's a little bit more off-white than how it might have started.
Right.
But other than that, I don't see anything. And I know what you're talking about looking at it closely.
Right.
I doubt that there's hidden stuff in here. I mean, that's just my guess, because looking at the type of paper, looking at it from different angles, and heck, why would they hide something? Why would they hide something if it's got it all right here? The only thing behind it is what let me know is it has his name and date, 32nd degree Scottish Rite, Elliot.
Wow.
And so that's how I knew it was for sure, even though I guess it says somewhere on here 32nd degree and then the Scottish Rite part, because I had, as soon as I came home from helping my cousin clean some stuff, I guess it says Scottish right there, some stuff from my aunt's place, I immediately put it on under some Apple boxes for anybody that knows video stuff. Anyway, some big flat heavy things and a lot of sandbags on top of it for a couple of weeks. And
just so you could flatten it out a little bit.
Trying to, but I think what I need to do is to look online and see what solutions are for that. I was thinking about borrowing from my mom one of the like little steam de-wrinkler things,
Yes.
So maybe get one of those, or I've got tons of ways that I can clip it up at the bottom safely, and then let it hang that way, and then take that steamer to it.
Right.
Because it ended up curling up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oops.
So that's it.
Didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Now, I got one thing I wanted to say, guys. Every time I've ever met anybody that's in the Reich or Masons, they've always, if they want you to know, they'll give you like a handshake. And half the time they're wearing their rings, the Mason rings. They'll have it on and they'll have the degree on it.
All
I've
right,
had that happen a couple of times.
bro. I know how you can fix that. I know how you can do that.
Oh, the paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Roll it out flat, face down, on
Right.
on a semi-soft surface, not something hard, necessarily, but like maybe a towel, maybe kind of a medium to thin towel, right?
Okay.
Lay it out on that, and then take an iron.
Well, be careful not to iron.
Well, no, don't get it too hot. Definitely don't get it
Yeah.
too hot or anything
Turn
like
that
that.
shit
You're
to
not
a
trying to
t-shirt,
burn it.
man.
But
Yeah.
if you apply a little bit of heat, if you can even just give it, just like you were saying earlier, a little bit of moisture too, it should unfurl that pretty well.
I appreciate
what's
that.
going on, man? Porter, what's happening?
Hey, folks, how y'all doing this evening?
Porter's here. Oh my
You
God!
know, you
Yo,
can
yo,
look at
yo.
it. You can look at it at a 33-degree angle.
Oh
right?
yeah, there we go.
You can look at it at a 33-degree angle. I'm serious. That page, get at a 33-degree angle, close to the print, and a lot of those lines will connect, and you can get hidden stuff inside those prints. There's code indexes.
How do you?
within-
Okay, so how do you mean a 33-degree angle looking from standing up, looking down at a 33
Put it on
degree angle?
put it on the table,
Right.
and find your angle of declination, and stand at that point, and look down at the print. Get out almost horizontal. You can probably find it.
I know what you say. Okay.
How about get like
Pretty
a
weird
table
stuff.
magnifying glass?
When you go through all the trouble to measure it out, and you decipher it out, and it says, "Don't forget to drink your Ovaltine."
Ovaltine.
Yeah. Or your Vegemite. Your Vegemite. Get your Vegemite.
Yeah. You're like, man, I made it up this high just for these motherfuckers to tell me to take
Yeah.
my vitamins.
Vegemite. Yo, terrific. But they got some weird shit with it. Definitely.
Get you a decoder ring out of the cereal box too.
Yeah.
Well, they want to try to be, incognito and throw all these different little codes and symbols and stuff like that. You know how they do it.
Yeah, man. That would be wild as fuck, though.
Yeah.
Gangs do that, man. That's what gangs do. That's what gangs do, right? Is they have symbols and fucking, little territorial markers and shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you ever heard of like hobo signs? No, there was like, okay, so there was people who try to travel the rail for free. They would jump on boxcars and shit like that.
Oh,
They
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So they were kind of vagrants and they were panhandlers and shit.
Right.
And at some place where there was like liable to be run off by cops, they would leave a certain type of a symbol that only the hobos knew. It would be kind of indiscreet on a fence post or something else like that.
Yeah.
And or where there's an easy mark, somebody who's willing to give money or
Right.
be able to be tricked into something or whatever. However, but they would have these symbols on that they would use and put on like fence posts and carve them into trees and shit, kind of indiscreetly, but enough that the other hobos knew what to look for.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
Or certain paintings, like painting the outside of different cars, the train cars. I had a friend that used to do that, but yeah.
And just like I was saying about having on your vehicle or automobile, however you want to phrase it, if you're a sovereign citizen or not, is like you brought up with the handshakes and stuff, how some of them flaunt it. And I know I've mentioned on here a couple of times how I'm in different situations where I'm out doing video jobs and they just insist on standing there for their interview part on camera with their hand doing the little, diamond kind of symbol. And then they've got, some of them, like one of them in particular I can think of from a recent shoots. He's got his big Masonic ring that you can't miss. So I think it's kind of the same thing. I would assume that if they're out putting it out there to that level, then they're
Shit.
not a 32nd degree, and I mean 33rd for sure. But there's not
Most
a chance.
worshipful master.
Yeah,
Don't
there's not a
forget
chance
that.
any 33rd degree is out there wearing that
Most
all outside of their little meetings. At least that's I make that definitive claim, but that is what I would assume.
Now you did say, if I remember right, about there was a Baphomet stamp on there or something, like some kind of insignia.
Yeah, it's that one now that it's all rolled up, but it's what I've been told but haven't confirmed is what they use to, like, if you look for photos of Albert Pike and stuff, it's the one that's got a bar going up and like 3 going across it, like a cross with 2 extra ones. And apparently that's their Baphomet symbol without showing Baphomet. Let's see if I can.
Maybe represent like horns or something, the lines.
I can't remember how it related, or I know a couple of people have brought that to my attention. And it seemed enough to make sense to me, but I wouldn't go out there saying that's how it is. But seeing that they support the Baphomet to that extent, and I haven't seen alternative explanations for that particular symbol. That I was told. I think part of it might have come from. I don't know if it was from that Flat Earth video, that one with that. Maybe that was it, Scottish guy or something, where they went into the religion on the background, and he goes into some Freemasonry as well. Saying that was their way of being less blatant with their Baphomet symbol.
Hey man, you want to see something really crazy? Take a look at the Roman numerals. I'm going to put it in the chat. The Roman numerals for 9/11. Hang on, here it comes. There it is.
Yeah.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
I don't see it.
Okay, there's 2 pillars, and you've got the Masonic compass right there in the middle.
Oh, let me see.
Right in the middle.
Wait, you got it on display, Saw? What's
Yeah, I got it over in chat.
Can you put it on the screen?
Oh, my bad.
All right, stick it on the screen. Yeah, I want to see this.
Wait, Saab, which one? I'm looking in here.
Right there. I just popped it up. Not in the private chat.
Oh.
Yeah, Dave, look up the manufacturer.
Oh.
Hey, can you?
That's
Can
wow.
you screenshot it and put it on the big?
Put it up on the screen.
Well,
I want to see. Can you do it?
Hold on.
StreamYard, all you gotta do is click on it.
Yeah, I'm making it tough for you.
Oh shit!
Vlad. I'm
My
making it
bad.
tough for you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was over there trying to actually thing. There it is, right there. My bad.
Oh, I got you.
The compass
I
on
was
both sides of the tower.
Whoa.
Yeah, I was over here doing the most, man.
Yeah. Wow, that is a trip.
Yep.
I get it.
Right, that's a 9, and that's an 11. Oh snap!
9/11.
IXXI. Oh wow! It's like a mirror. It's mirroring itself.
Yeah,
man.
Earlier, Saab, when you were showing
right?
that little sundial thing, this is off topic, but it made me think about it, and I want to ask again because I was thinking about the bag of dicks. I was like, are you also going to bring out the bag of dicks next? Wasn't that Barbara that made those?
Yeah, Barbara made that.
Oh
No, it's his wife. That's his wife.
Who was it?
My wife made those.
Oh,
it's not his wife.
My bad.
Barbara got one.
And it was some funny shit that Barbara said.
That's where it came from. I got it. She was the inspiration. Right.
And my wife, I told my wife, she said my wife decided to crochet her a bag of dicks. Angela Baby Curse got a set too.
It just sounds hilarious.
But for some reason, when you were showing that earlier, I was like, "Oh, he's got to show the bag of dicks next."
To crochet a bag.
Isn't there a video on it?
Yeah, those are out of stock.
Well, and also, any update on Barbara? Anybody?
Yeah, I hear from Barbara. Barbara's doing well. She's taking a break out of social media for a little while.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. That's really very good to hear that she's
She
doing well.
watches it from time to time, maybe. But she, I don't know, man. She's I guess just kind of taking a break from social media. She sends me posts and stuff like that from time to time. But yeah,
Well,
she's
Barbara,
awesome.
if by chance you're listening,
Ricky, you're not
love
doing
you,
over
miss you. Good to hear you're
You're
doing all
going over
right.
here. Come on.
I'm gonna get after her. I'm gonna tell her everybody misses her because you can take a break from social media, but you can still come over to the Sobs channel and shit, or come over to Ironworks channel or whatever,
Yeah.
I thought I saw her on your channel a couple of days ago, didn't I? Saw?
I don't know. I didn't see her. I don't think so. I don't know because after a while I get kind of buzzed out and I'm into the conversation.
I think she was in there for a little bit.
That was really crazy that Dave, he was, I could just caught the tail end of it because earlier I had like a little, maybe a half a pack of these enhanced gummy worms and I ate those and I was like, let's find a movie. So we watched RoboCop and boy, those things started kicking in and I was like, man, this is really a good movie. It's really kind of hokey. But what was so fucking crazy about it was the predictive programming that was going on with that because it's set in the future, right? And if you think back to 1987, policemen, as I remember, wore blue uniforms, right? And they had these regular, cop cars. They had the police hat. And now look how they dress. They're armored up, right? All the time. They're armored up, especially in the city, shit, right? Well, that's how the cops were in this futuristic movie of RoboCop. I mean, it was like the programming was there, and in the black. That's what I'm saying. These police uniforms have become black. They're no longer blue. They say back the blue, but these motherfuckers are all wearing black.
Yeah. I always give Peggy Hall props here because I think Peggy Hall, the Healthy American, in my opinion, even though I don't like to focus on personalities, she is, even though I've been at this for 2 decades, literally without a doubt, the one that I think is just so more spot on. And I love seeing her some years after the 9/11 breaking into other things like flat Earth and stuff.
But anyway, I figured Greg would really appreciate this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep, the USS Texas.
All right.
775. This is where I got my fish. I got my dolphins on this boat, and
nice.
This thing is amazing. Here it is, and it says a silent service. One of my submarines that I rode.
Were you a nuclear
That's cool, man.
engineer, like Craig?
Oh no,
No, he's not.
Nuclear engineers work back aft. They work on the aft section of the submarine. Me, I worked.
Well, what do they actually do? All right, so what do those people actually do?
Oh, they don't see. They stay in the back. The engine. Well, they work around where the propulsion is. They work in propulsion, and they work in a sealed off area in the back. They call it the aft end of the boat. And you have to have dosimetry. You have to have a dosimeter, basically a thermoluminescent dosimeter, right? Just so you could count the amount of rads that you're collecting, right? You go back there, and everything. Shaft alley's back there. Is that where Shaft Alley? No. Yes. Shaft alley is back
There's a rad,
right? And and that's where you'll see in a small window the nuclear reactor.
Okay, so the nuclear reactor is used to do what? Heat something?
Yes,
Turbine?
it's used. Well, the reactor is the one that heats, I guess, is where the rods are stored.
Right.
And then you have, there's like a closed loop of piping, right?
Okay.
That it's a closed loop of piping that gets heated. I think one end is cold, the other one is hot, and it recirculates itself. And it's
It's a fission, ain't it? A fission reaction.
It's sealed off. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
So
but it's sealed off.
What are they using for propulsion? That's what I'm getting at.
It's steam. They
Okay,
heat up.
that's
They
what I'm
basically
getting
heat
at.
up
So
water.
it's just fancy steam
Oh, my
engine.
bad. Oh, my bad. I thought you were
Okay.
asking about how the reactor
All
works.
right, so it's basically they're in the steam engine room, and they are working the throttle. Probably kind of like how the engineer on a steam engine locomotive used to be, feeding the coal into the fire to keep the water going so that he could keep the steam up
Yep.
to, yeah.
Yep. And it's
Okay.
not. Yeah, it's
No,
that.
it's not really all that. So how
Just
technical?
pressure, basically.
How technical of a job is it that those guys have, really?
Well, it's you have a few different type of nuclear engineers on there. You don't have just basic nuclear engineers, right? You have electrician nukes, so you have guys that are working the power plant as well, the electric side of the aft end of the boat that
Okay,
provide electricity to the boat.
Okay,
You've got
right.
you've got your electronics technician nukes, so they work on the more solid states, the motor generator sets and everything else. And then you have, but they work on the aft end of the boat, so they're also they're
Right.
also nuclear engineers. Then you have your propulsion or your machinist mate nuclear engineers,
Okay.
and those guys will do those guys will obviously do movement and everything else, the steam, the APU, and the automatic propulsion unit, right? Or the
Okay.
auxiliary propulsion unit, excuse me. And then you have, I think you have your electronics. If I'm not mistaken, it's either your electronics or you have your mechanic nukes, right? Your machinist made nukes that also take there are samples of water that
Man, you froze up, man.
right. They have to check to see if any of that water's been contaminated nuclear wise. So you have goddamn, what do they call those? ELTs, right? They call them ELTs. You have those guys on the boat as well. So they're working on water all day, like it's crazy.
Hey, I'm curious, Vlad. Do you know if the Nimitz was the first? Oh, go ahead. So, Saab,
Real
you're
quick,
good.
so basically, it's instead of using coal to light a fire and heat the water, they're using nuclear material to heat the water to run the turbine. The same thing. So it's just a fucking fancy heated steam engine. All right,
It's a
that's
piece
what
of
I
coal.
wonder.
It's like a piece of coal that never goes out.
Right. But instead of having to deal with smoke and vent it out, you have to have the water checked for the radioactivity from it going through the system. I got you. That's fucking crazy.
Hey, Vlad, here's the $1 million question, Vlad. The $1 million question. How radioactive is it truly in your experience?
I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit you. They give us these TLDs, right? And these thermoluminescent dosimeters, right? And basically, there's these little didgeridoos, these little short things. You wear them on your person. You either have them on your chest or you have them around your waist. And they're basically there to collect, they're basically there like as radiation thermometers, so to speak, right? To put it loosely. There isn't much on a submarine. There really isn't much. You get more being exposed to the sun than you do sitting on a submarine, believe it or not.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Or if you eat bananas, like it's strange. It's strange how apparently, according to them, you can get all this stuff. Now, what I'm telling you, I am not a radiologist. I'm not, right?
Yeah.
I've only dealt with it. And so with the precautions that they gave me, don't sit there eating bananas. And this is stuff that I'm sure Craig, fight the flat earth, he could
I
corroborate.
knew that name
right?
was coming up. Yeah. The nuclear engineer.
Right. So don't be around granite, shit like that. Don't be around a bunch of granite. Don't be sitting there eating bananas. don't like, if you like, there were a couple of guys that had like radioisotopes for whatever reason. They were getting some of their organs highlighted and stuff for whatever reason prior to surgery and stuff like that. Don't be having your shit around you, or don't go around your thermoluminescent dosimeter after being exposed to a radioisotope. And it's happened to a few guys, and part of the reason is because you have protection measures. Huh? Say again?
What happened?
Oh no, well, you
What
have
happened to him out of your experience?
Well, what I've known, or what I was told,
Yeah, but I mean, through your experience with radioactivity and what was explained, have you witnessed anybody that had exposure to it? Not saying chemical, but to some
No.
type of energy that carried over and stayed in their soft tissue.
Nope.
Have you ever
I've
experienced that with any?
No.
Oh.
Nuh-uh. The worst I've experienced is being in
Because I'm curious
being
on that one.
around-
You know,
well, the most I've experienced is having my TLD on and being in an exposure area for too long, for a certain amount of time, for a certain amount of dives, because I used to dive on a lot of these submarines as well. And then I had to get a waiver just to continue to dive because I had exceeded my exposure limits, because you have exposure limits that you can't exceed per calendar quarter. And then it extends into per calendar year. Yeah. All that stuff is unclassed. Like, you could find all that. You have exposure limits and stuff that you ain't supposed to be exceeding. So I ain't telling nobody nothing that's secret. You know what
So
I'm saying?
they weren't telling you to follow Galen Windsor.
Huh?
Galen Windsor, he's the one, who had swam in the pools of radioactive.
Yeah,
stuff and ate,
he used to drink it. He used to drink it and everything.
yeah,
Yeah,
he would eat it in front of people.
I know. I was just thinking it's different.
Yeah,
than
and
what
he never died. He died from a whole different cause. Had nothing to do with radiation exposure.
What, like a piano fell on him or something?
Yeah, like I just crawled this up. Windsor reportedly consumed the radioactive material in the year 1986 and died in 2008 when he was age of 86.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, they didn't like that. Everybody tried to get him shut down. Yeah, I think the very first nuclear thing that went into action with the Navy was the USS Nimitz. That's what my dad was on that carrier. And to my knowledge, it's still that kind of power, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know, guys.
I think it was.
I don't know how true all this is, or
I think it was
how really dangerous.
I think it was
But
the Enterprise. The Enterprise was the
the first one.
Yeah.
So
I want to add this one thought without getting back into it, just because I'll start
Well,
talking.
if I'm not mistaken, uranium used to be labeled a lodestone. It used to be considered a lodestone.
Lodestone?
Uranium.
Actually,
like magnetic, you mean?
Uranium was considered a lodestone, like in hagiography, like in the writing of the saints, from what I'm finding out. So it was along with radium, uranium.
Yeah,
Those were all
yeah.
some type of lodestone.
Oh, like a magnet.
Back in before.
Yeah, radium was pushed like in society. Like they wanted you to use that stuff for different products and everything, and it was very, very good for your system. I heard.
Huh?
Yeah.
It was good for you, radium.
Radium, yeah, sure. A lot of old products. Look it up, man. That's a good deep
I think
dive
it was
to go
supposed
down.
to increase your electron production, like just being around it, kind of. It's supposed to just boost you.
Are you
your
guys
electron.
short radium?
Yeah, they used to use radium for plants, like
Have a
fertilizers,
whole-
for toothpaste and all kind of shit, all kind of products.
Weird. Yeah, I know that's.
Yeah, and radium.
Weird,
They said radium glows green, but I heard. Wait, are you sure radium was good for you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was demonized.
Right.
Just so people wouldn't even want to get into that field of study, because I'm not getting close to that. I'm going to lose all of my derma.
Oh.
Right. So people used to, like scientists. Scientists would get a bigger output, like their plants. Their electroculture now makes your produce bigger and stuff. Well, that's kind of what radium did back then. But big oil and petroleum, now they're the big people.
Roger, what was that? What happened?
They used it to power other type of devices. They were using it to power multi devices too. The ray would be picked up and taken out of rooms and put in this little box that had cords to everything, and it would power that room.
Oh my god!
And when you wasn't using it, you would switch it to other rooms. That type, yeah. So they took all that up. J.P. Morgan took all of those devices out of the old world structures and stuff like that. Those were absorbed. And then I think what I'm seeing is Thomas Edison was getting Nikolai Tesla just to reverse engineer stuff that they were salivating about because they ultimately had no idea what it was.
Huh. Jesus.
Yeah, you know, I thought along those lines myself, man.
Roger.
Really.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, I wanna ask
no,
you-
Saab, go ahead. Finish your thought. My bad, man.
Yeah, I thought along those lines too, because you know it does the timeline corresponds with what that type of theory, because I think that it was, you know, I wonder if there wasn't some kind of maybe, you know, they're like with this reset, like a memory wipe, you know, those that didn't accept the new normal were the people they put in these fucking asylums and shit.
Yeah.
And where the fuck did all
Yeah,
those
I believe that. I do
where
believe
did
that.
all listen, where did all those fucking bones in the catacombs actually come from? Where the fuck did they actually come from? All these catacombs, every place they have these like ossuaries underneath these fucking churches and shit, and they're just lined up with human bones all over the fucking place. Where the hell
miles.
people? Who are
Yeah.
they, man? What the fuck are you doing?
Where'd all their skin go? It's hard to get skin off bone like that, bro.
Its bones were
So
boiled.
I've heard.
They decayed. Those bones were boiled, otherwise they'd be decayed. That's a way to cure the bone, and then they put, you know, then they can be put into place. So what?
Well,
the
they're
fuck
put under there like a how do you call it, a like very symmetrical, like designed, like
Yeah, I
somebody
know.
did this out of like some kind of ritualistic sick
took a
shit,
bunch
maybe.
of fucking people's bones to do it. So where the
Yeah.
fuck did they get the people's bones from, man? I mean, and how long did it take them to build those shit things, man? Those things
Yeah.
go for miles.
Yep.
Don't they have a cathedral under the Vatican that actually is made out of human bones?
I think where the fuck is that place? It's someplace else in Europe. Well, the one in France is big, but there's another one that's even bigger than that. And I'm trying to remember where the fuck it is.
Yeah. They're everywhere though. They're not in just a localized place, you know.
It's in Eastern Europe someplace.
Oh, is it Is it Austria
or Prague? Maybe. No.
No.
Czechoslovakia. No.
Romania?
It'll come to me later. I'm having a.
Rod, you were saying something, Roger.
Yeah, I got a question for you because you were a swab jockey. Did you ever do the equator? Did you ever cross it? They have a ceremony like Neptune's.
The shell, the shell,
Yeah.
the shell,
Yeah.
the shell. They call it the shellback ceremony. Yeah, I'm a shellback.
Yes.
And then,
All right,
but
that's what it
before
is.
you cross, you're a polywog, right? And
Oh yeah.
you know they
That's
they
in the
wake
Stranger
you up.
Things show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they wake you up early in the morning and shit. It's like 3:30 in the morning. They wake your ass up like the witching hour. Boom, and they wake you up crazy like. They wake you up, slap you upside your head. You still in your underwear, and then they fucking let you know. They're like, "Oh, you've been charged with, you know, whatever your personality was." They're like, "Oh, you've been charged with, you know, falling asleep on watch, or you've been charged with, you know, missing blah blah blah, missing ship's movement for blah 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 blah. How do you plead?" And then you say how you plead, and then they're like, "Hurry up, Wog," and then they make you do all kinds of shit. And basically, like the whole ship is doing the ceremony. So even as you are getting ready to cross the equator, like the ship is in the middle of the ocean doing this ceremony. All hands are partaking for the most part, right? And then you go from basically like compartment to compartment, and then you're getting fucked with. You know, they're hitting. You know, they're not supposed to haze you, but it's it's you know, I don't want to get anybody in trouble or nothing like that. But it's a good time. And then at the end of it, you basically have to do like a dance, or you have to perform a dance or something for King Neptune. And so a lot of times they get the fattest guy, right, on the boat as King Neptune, and then he sits there and he's got his little mer people, I guess his mermaids or something. And then he's got his pitchfork, and then he's like, dance. What you know, each group comes in with a different dance, and then you got to make it up, and then you got to dance, and then if he likes it, he lets you know. If he doesn't like it, all this other stuff. And then there's and then he like grants you passage, and then basically you're a shellback now. You're no longer a polywog. But before that, you got to wear shirts saying I'm a dirty polywog, I'm an idiot polywog, I'm stupid. But now since it's so demeaning and degrading, you can't do it no more, because that's hazing or some shit. And you know, they don't want people to feel sad. So the Navy has lost all of its fun. It's not funny.
Have you ever looked into what a polywog is, Vlad?
I have never looked into that.
You never have?
What is it?
I'm gonna tell you. It's like an amphibious creature. It's like has a tail. It's like a tadpole almost, but go ahead. Yeah.
It's a tadpole.
Oh, polywog. Yeah, man. I was like, I don't know.
One point in time.
Yeah, it's a tadpole. You know, like after when it turns into a frog or a toad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Sometimes a salamander.
Yeah.
My dad.
I
Told
think
me
there's
stories
quite
about
a
it.
few different. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, my dad told me he crossed it 3 times, so he went through.
Oh.
He was on both sides of the ceremony.
Yeah. So
Wait, hold on. Wait. Just one freaking minute here. Let me get this straight. So you mean to tell me that because you went to a different geographical place, how do you know that you really went past it though?
Right.
Well,
Good question.
Well, no, that is a good question. Depending on where you're going, right? And we were going to Africa. We had to cross over because welcome back, Greg. We had to cross over because where we were going to Africa. And we got out the Straits of Gibraltar, and we got into the Atlantic along the coast, the western coast, and then made our way down. And that's how we knew. Yeah, made our way southwards, and then we wound up where we were, south of
Go from cold to hot. You know, you're in somewhere where it's warm and humid, right?
Right. When it was from medium to like dumb hot, it was like, oh Jesus, it was hot. Then
We've crossed the equator, Billy.
Yeah, it was hot.
My dad
That's
told
what's
me
up,
that
man.
Neptune, the Neptune they had on a couple of their ships, they'd actually take a cattle prod and put it in his. And he would, if you didn't like your dance, back.
They hit you with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
You're wet.
shoot.
You're not dry,
Bro. That'll knock people out. I've seen somebody do that for fun, just joking around. That shit knocked him out, bro.
Yeah, they used
That's
to
crazy.
like you have different ceremonies, right? The Order of the Shellback, you have the Order of the Golden Shellback crossing. Yeah, it's crossing the equator going up. I think it is. I forgot what it was. You've got the Golden Shellback. You have the Order of the Blue Nose. Your Blue Nose is when you go. That's one I really wanted, but I didn't want it. I just wanted it to say I was there. But the Blue Nose is when you're in the Arctic Circle. That's the Order of the Blue Nose. And to get that, if you thought you hated cold, it's cold and cold water, and you're in ice water. So that's different. That's not, you're busting through the ice, and then freaking nah. Fuck that.
So hey, Vlad, the links I'd sent you the other day about with the sun and stuff. I don't know if you've had time to look at it, but so what this Antarctic whistleblower talks about, getting, stripping down and jumping in this cold ass water down there, and then going from the sauna room into the cold water. You got to strip down. Some kind of thing they do down there, right? And then Yeah, and then well, no, the whistleblower guy, he was stationed at the South Pole. He talks about the neutrino detector and stuff, but so it's from hearing that from him, and then Austin and them, were showing their shirts off and stuff like that when they were down there.
Right.
And then one of the links I sent you, if you start looking through this dude's blog that stays down there, he also had to strip down butt naked, covering his wiener with his hands, like a humiliation ritual kind of thing. And I've seen it 3 times now about Antarctica. So there's something going on where it's like down there where when you go there, you have to be initiated somehow.
Oh my
And
God.
that's why I think Austin and Jiren may have had some kind of thing they had to do, and they were forced to be part of something that they both came back different in a way. And
Kind of like they got
I don't know.
like
That's just my theory, but
mentally violent.
yeah, like maybe been treated some type of way. I don't know. Maybe not, but it's 3 times I've seen it now in different ways in Antarctica that men got to strip down and do something crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't know if I'm just trying to piece
I
together
don't.
things that
Yeah,
don't
I've
fit.
never.
But
I've never been
Well,
down.
look, I gotta get just in on just to chime in on what he just said. I would not rule out something traumatic or some kind of something threatening, something very persuasive yet threatening. Because I'm sorry, man, Austin seemed really odd. It was almost like the vibe on him was like, to me, rang of like some kind of something traumatic. Now, as Dave said, now I understand there's some problems he's having, I guess, at home. So yeah, that would explain that. But could it also be that in conjunction? I don't know. I thought it was awfully weird. Even the fact that, even in that trailer that Duffy put out, that Austin's not even in that. You notice that?
I'm of the mindset that.
So I'm hoping the best for him. Jiren, I'm sorry. Jiren had to just come out and call everybody a bunch of fucking names and shit. I don't hate Jiren or anything like that, but I'm very disappointed in him. I really am. Because that was just, come on, you could have played it a little better than that. You made it too fucking obvious. Oh shit, I saw the Earth's a globe and you people are retards. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you for supporting me for 10 years. Fuck off now. What?
Oh yeah, and all those fucking ISS videos, they're all real. Like, oh come on, motherfucker, what's wrong with you, Judas?
Did he actually say that out loud?
No. But if he did, it wouldn't surprise me. He did not say that. He didn't say that, y'all. He didn't.
Oh, Dave was talking about he was looking for somebody to, kind of back that so he could, broker his shit out there. He was talking about that earlier, Dave Weiss. I was like, man, I don't know if you saw it in the chat. I said you should get Duffy. I heard he's pretty well skilled with finances.
So I'm of the mindset that people are not just threatened. I'm sure all kinds of things happen depending on the circumstances, but I think they come combined. It's a threat along with the monetary. So either we're going to do this and give you this kind of money, or this. I don't think it's ever like a lot of people start questioning: is it a threat or a payoff? But they come together, as I see it.
yeah, it could because I think the actions of this dude that nobody knew just showed up on the scene and was on everybody's podcast, promoting this trip. Hey, it's going to be good. I guarantee this will be the win for Flat Earth if this. And it was like, I've never seen anything like that. Somebody was pushing that dude to be out here on everybody's show. And he's got ties to money, maybe. I don't know. But I know Austin and Jiren were both in financial situations a couple of times right before this happened. And I know that because I gave money to Austin to help him. And I offered to pay for his U-Haul and everything when he was moving, when he was having issues with his sister. I'm not going to go into that, but he sounded like his money got stolen twice. Like Bitcoin and different situations. So if I was him, bro, and somebody told me, hey, sign this NDA, but here's a bunch of money, just, go down here with us. And they didn't say what was going to happen. And I was hurting for money. I'm like, shit, give me the money, bro. But if it's something that's going to be against what I really believe in, and you want me to lie, I can't do that. That's, yeah. But I seen it, and I'm not going to ramble on about it. But I think maybe it was a little bit of both. Who knows?
My thing is, it's so easy to say what we would have done. We just saw that with the whole shot. You know what I'm saying? And don't worry, guys, this is my channel, so I could say the shot and the backs and all that nonsense. So we got to experience that with the shot. It's easy when it's not us. You know what I'm saying? What we would have done, what we should have said. But like I look at the thing and I just want to turn my head away from it. Like I'm like, I don't want to give it any more life. Like that thing already sucked the life out of us. Looking at it,
that's right.
And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to give that thing no more life. I'm like, I'm so done with that damn final experiments.
Well, I'm not here pushing it, and I remember back when I had made them, Vlad, you're like, yeah, maybe we'll watch it, and we didn't. I know you didn't. I don't, and that's totally fine. But I repeat myself over and over. Where I come from, I think a huge part of the discussion is exposing these faulty approaches to trying to dismantle the lies, where it only hurts us in the long run. So back to those videos I made against Rory, you think the reason I made them is because I feel very, very strongly, saw so many people commenting positively about them when it was so clearly objectively misinformation or disinformation. And so I think that's how we can build off of that.
Right. Okay, like I guess you could say amending certain things, making amends for like calling shit out incorrectly, maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I'm just saying that we can still learn from it. It's good to move on and not let us get bogged down on it like we did for a few months. There's more to it, but
here's the thing, and they've trapped so many people in a corner this way. And they've tricked you into proving a negative. What I mean by that, if I made the claim that I can turn into a grizzly bear at will, prove that I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. All right. So now, given the fact that no one has a firsthand observation of a rotating globe Earth. No one has that. We all experience a level topographical plane.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we experience. That's what we observe. The positive claim goes against my observational reality. That positive claim is that the Earth, despite what I experience and observe, is actually a great big ball that's whirling around out in space or some shit. Okay, that's what requires the proof. So don't be trying to prove flat Earth. Level water and gas pressure without containment are the two biggest fucking obstacles that their working model that doesn't work has. Okay?
That's it.
Even with the concept of what the sun is. Yeah. And then the thing is, oh, well, what is the sun? I don't fucking know, and you don't either. You've just been told this dumb shit.
Yeah. What's crazy about the
You
sun
looked at
is
the
that
sun your entire life, and nobody told you that it was made of a bunch of hydrogen and shit.
Yeah.
Doing nuclear fusion. How would you know what the fuck is going on? Somebody told you that dumb shit, man.
Yeah. Not just that, is that the ball the sun that we've seen has been a ball the whole damn time. It was a ball. When when they got to Antarctica, it turns into a football instead of a volleyball. The thing turns
no doubt,
into
right?
Football,
well,
a jelly bean, a football again, a pizza dough, and I'm like, where are all these goddamn shapes coming from?
Right.
So that throws
I'm not altogether convinced that it's actually a globe or an orb. It just seems to be circular.
And
You know,
Right.
I'm just saying, we got to be careful what we see, what we think we see, and what we assume. And here's the problem. Another thing too is because in this trap number 2, okay, the Earth is a globe. Just look at the sky. Okay. Now I just got almost finished putting down some flooring. Never once did I refer to the fucking ceiling as I put that flooring in.
Well, you should have, according to those guys.
Okay, so, dude, this whole fucking thing, no, the sky has nothing to do with the condition of where you're observing it from. Okay,
Right.
you are standing on the side of a hill. Would that mean now that your orientation, what the fuck, now the sky, get the fuck out of here.
This guy's crooked now. No,
Yeah,
but back to what you were saying, Sav, about the sun, dude. A lot of cultures in our past have referred to it as a disc. You know, it makes sense to me. You know,
I mean, I can't say for
and
certain.
it is a black object. Y'all know that, right?
But
It is a
the
black
bottom
sun.
line of it is this, though. Okay, this really pisses them off when you bring this up. And I dare anyone to challenge anyone on to prove me wrong on this next statement.
Harmon. I'm joking. Go
Nothing
ahead.
in the sky, nothing of the celestial bodies belong in the realm of science whatsoever, because outside of observing them and making assumptions of their behavior, that's all we can do. What beyond observation and hypothesis do we have that is actually science when it comes to astronomy? So astronomy is not science.
Can't be.
Right.
Yeah,
It's more like metaphysics or something.
That's right.
You know what's really cool? What's really cool is that, you know, with our eyes, what we see without optics, you know, like it looks whitish yellow or whatever. Used to be orange, I think, but it depends on the frequency. But what we look at through like infrared and stuff like that is so telling. Like we think the sun is whitish yellow. It's actually black when it's infrared viewed in a different frequency of different band, right? Wavelengths. And same thing with like thermal imaging and stuff like that. It's a whole different world. Like, so we can't really do that with how do you say like the moon doesn't look different through infrared. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed, but
yeah.
yeah. So it's the sun is
anything that burns hot is black.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing to notice when you're like if you do a long observation.
I stare at the sun all the time, man. I stare at the sun all the time. I've got to where I'll look at that fucking thing right about noontime, and you get a charge, man. It's like,
same thing.
Like new energy. You look at it, you gotta adjust to it, and then it starts looking like a ring. It starts looking like a ring with almost like a portal.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Now, what I'm getting at real quick, and I got to jump off and get some sleep. But what I was going to say is, you know, when we look at it without optics, the yellowish, you know, whitish color, whatever. But if you notice, it has those sunspots, and they're black, right? So what we see as white and yellow is just a frequency through the gases and stuff, right? But I think if people really think about this, what I'm about to say, it's crazy and different, but oh well. Like those sunspots are a gap in just the heat or the whatever, the frequency of the yellow and the gas and all that. But I think you could go right through the sun, the disk of the sun, and it's like a black hole almost, like, because those are just showing you. Well, those are just showing you like you can see through what we think is the sun. Hold on. Well, what we think is yellow or white, if you can see right through it to the black, what infrared shows you, then that's what it is. It's just a black hole, I think. And the heat and all that's close, and the gases are being illuminated by that heat. So it's not hot, really.
Right.
The object itself isn't hot. I
So
think it's
by
really
definition,
cold.
RG, you're saying that's an actual like black hole by the physics definition that Einstein gave it? Is that what you're trying to?
No, I don't quite think that. I think there's another reality beyond what we're seeing. I think if you could go through the sun, I think you would be somewhere else other than what we see, like the black background of what people call space. I think you could actually go through that and be somewhere else. I don't know. It's just me though. It's just me. Might sound crazy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, y'all. I might be blowing up the chat here, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm trying to think this through.
Like
I don't
sunspots
know.
are just gaps
I
in
think
the
the sun is some
gas.
type of reflection. I thought it was.
Yeah. I might need to have a little bit of what Sav is smoking there.
Right.
I might. But man, shit, yeah. Whoever said something about sleep, y'all ain't lying, man. Because no, I'm not snoring, carry skates. Lord have mercy. What it is, I gotta go brush my teeth because I've got to be up in 4 hours, y'all.
No,
Yeah.
God bless
Yeah,
y'all.
man.
All the panel.
Thank you.
This is a good show, man. I appreciate you. 8 hours almost, bro. Yeah, get you some sleep,
man.
homie.
7 hours,
I'm
man.
gonna bounce
7
out.
hours, 15 minutes. Shit, man. We went hard in the paint tonight. We were talking bad
So-
about
Good thing
Dave
I'm off
Weiss,
today.
and as soon as we were talking bad about Dave Weiss, Dave was like,
What'd you say? What'd you say about me?
I missed
You're not-
that. What happened?
It's stupid.
Catch me up. I missed that. I missed that. Catch me up.
"Oh man, we were talking bad about Dave Weiss." Well, we weren't talking bad about Dave Weiss.
Not
We were
really.
talking
No,
about
no.
his
We were
app.
just concerned,
We were like,
voicing
"Yo, his
concern.
app
Yeah.
is gonna get you." We were like, "His app, dog, his app." And then he's like,
What'd you say about my app?
and then everything.
What'd you say about yarmulke? Yeah,
Dave,
I do wear a yarmulke. No.
And then Dave, and then it turned into Dave, you're racist. And then it was like, how am I? He's like, I'm racist because I said you eat fried chicken and watermelon. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker. Well, it was.
I eat
we
more
was all
watermelon than any black
Yeah,
guy.
no,
Vlad, on that
Funny.
topic, can I interject, please?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know.
Greg.
I just want to
Greg.
say one thing I would hate to see, and I had what I saw is maybe not the toughest of questions, but for me, whatever questions I had for him that I didn't hold back when he was on the other night.
Right.
But one thing I would hate to see is people not focus on his flat earth stuff and anybody turn this into a racist discussion about him, and let it go in that direction.
You know what? I got you. Because it's almost like letting him off the hook. I got you. I totally understand. And I think, it kind of, we kind of lose focus at times. But then, I mean, I'm like, I was like, hey man, I was offended by it quick. I was like, hey Dave, man, yeah, mention that, dog. Talk to us about that. And he explained himself. I think he explained himself rather well. So I was like, Dave, all right, I hear you. You're digging yourself a hole. You can't say that, Dave. But I hear what you're saying. So
Yeah.
I let it ride.
Yeah, when he said it, I was also like, ooh.
Yeah,
But
you
also-
see
but
what
also-
I mean?
Well, but I also
He
don't
explained-
see it to the point that Black Light did. I think it's, I mean, you do impressions. If I asked you to do an impression of somebody you don't know, but if I said, hey, just give me a New York Jew, you're going to say it a different way. If you do this. So I was actually completely on his side, although it may not have been the appropriate way he presented it. But I was on his side as far as I don't see that as racist. But nonetheless, I also can't empathize the way that you and Black Light can as being a white man.
Well,
But-
no one.
But
unless-
back to my main reason for adding this is that I don't want anybody in the chat to turn it into, well, we know he's a shill because he said this thing on Vlad's show and he's a racist. Like, no, that has nothing to do with the flat earth crap, nothing to do with his history with Jiren. Let's leave that as it is. Let's have that discussion with him personally if you want, if he comes back in here or amongst each other. But don't take that out to the general public as the reason that they should be flat earthers.
or not be flat earthers.
Or not, or yeah, exactly.
I know
That's
what
what I
you
mean.
mean.
That's what I meant.
No,
exactly.
I know exactly what
Thank
you
you
mean.
for clarifying.
And, no, yeah, no, and Yeah, I agree.
Hey, the best way to do
I
that,
think
guys, is anyone in the chat that's left or on the panel, please don't chop anything up and use it on your show like against Dave. I don't condone that in any way.
don't. And then Dave will
Just
be
let it
like,
ride. People come here and watch the show. They watch the show. It's different. Yep. Hey, I'm gonna bounce though. Much love, guys. Hey, thank you. Nice meeting you, Greg, Roger, and Vlad
Reggie.
and Saab. Have a great night, man.
Yeah, you too. Good to see you again.
Yep. Peace. See you.
you know, yeah, my shit always gotta go out. And then yeah, man,
Did-
don't be putting no hit pieces on motherfuckers, and Dave be like,
Oh man, they've got a hit piece on me. Did you see it?
be like, oh, Dave, man, my bad, man.
And I'm
Raj,
going to duck out too. But
okay,
you asked
Greg.
for our final words. So I'll give you my final words. I was
Please.
starting to talk about Peggy Hall earlier, and the reason I brought up her up, just some thinking sauce, is when we were talking about cops and how Saab was talking about cops and how they dress. One thing she mentioned, in particular to some somewhat related case about a particular bang, and I think anyway, one thing that I hadn't seen in all my research over the years, viewing other people's research with that, is that these cops are not allowed to have these beards. It's like part of the thing, right? Like they can't have beards. Maybe a really well trimmed one, but interestingly enough, the ones that were involved in this case have beards that are not allowed by their force and are typically not allowed in general. So you'll see mustaches here and there. Maybe you'll see a shaved one, but I thought what she brought up with that was super cool. And another one of those telltale signs that this is a script. So anyway, Vlad, love you. Love all you guys.
Love you
Thank
too,
you for
Greg,
putting
man.
up with me and
Later, Greg.
put me on. Always a pleasure. It's truly an honor. I hope you all have a great Memorial Day weekend, and we'll chat next time. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for being here, Greg, and thank you for everything, man. That was amazing, the stuff you showed us, man. Much appreciated, bro. Love you back, man.
All right.
You have
good
a good night, man. All right, man. So Greg is showing us his ceiling fan. Amazing. So
Illusion.
Sav, last words.
Well, you know what I always got to say. Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor, get rid of him because they'll probably kill you. And if you hear the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. So
go.
Words to live by. I got one question for all of you guys. Are you 100% sure and without a doubt that the world is flat?
Well,
yes or no question.
Listen, hold on. There's another trick. There's word trickery right there. Okay. It's level. Flat is a condition. Level is an orientation.
Nice.
So the
I
best way
didn't
to
say it was
describe
Chinese, but I do believe. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Sav.
So no, for sure, for real. All right. So I think the best way to describe Earth, the Earth system, is a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system.
Great
Okay.
description.
I was gonna say, yeah, man, I'm with that. I agree with that. I know it ain't curving and it ain't turning. That much I do know.
No, and this thing's remarkable the way this whole system is set up. The process of respiration right here around in the what they call the troposphere. Okay. The whole process of evaporation and condensation, the exchange of gases between organisms, the creation of gases and breakdown of various materials into other materials and organic. I mean, this is really a dynamic system that takes place. We have weather that we count on happening because of different repeating type of system variations that happen because of the season change. I mean, this whole thing works perfectly. And this is why it pisses me off with them trying to block out the fucking sun and do all this other bullshit. And it's like, quit dicking with it, man. Let it do its thing.
Yep. Let
nature do its thing. It does these, it works perfectly, you know? And so I can see nothing but nefarious intentions behind any of that shit they're putting up in the sky. Nothing but nefarious intention. You can't pretend to be God. You know, and it's more than they're not just seeding clouds and trying to get rain or anything else like that. They're deliberately fucking with the weather in order to achieve results that'll affect their bottom line.
Yeah.
That's it.
I agree. And the way I deal with precipitation, the way I deal with it, some good old Jabberama deodorant. Use my deodorant for my precipitation. You get
Now
it?
it got cold all of a sudden here.
Oh God, yeah, it was freezing cold today, man. That's why I'm wearing my sweatshirt.
Same here.
Shit. Oh yeah, shit. That's right. Fuck.
Cobra Kai, strike first.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna get off here, guys. I'll see you guys later. It's been
All right,
wonderful.
Roger. Roger, you be safe, bro. Thanks for coming
How you
on,
doing?
man.
My
Oh
country
man. Well,
is
family.
better than yours.
Nice. You should go into movies, so.
The Run Shaw movies.
I played a couple
guys.
roles in a Godzilla movie.
Look, it's Godzilla. All right, family. Well, yo, it has been an amazing show. 7.5 hours. That's a record, I think.
Wow, that's fucking long time, man.
Yeah, we almost did a whole work day. We almost did a whole work day tonight, man. But family, yo, it's not a work day because we're off tomorrow.
Well, you
So-
know how that rolls.
Yeah, but I gotta be up still in a couple of hours. I gotta go brush my teeth and then go take
I
my
don't
damn
know.
shower.
I think my son's up here in the mountains someplace camping. He gave us the location, and we're thinking about go up there. I'm not going to camp, but I'm going to go up there and hang out for a little bit and see what they're doing. Maybe depends on what the weather's like tomorrow.
They say that you're gonna go watch RoboCop again. I'd buy that for $1.
Dude, yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, wow. But no shit, that movie was just like kind of like I was looking at some of the shit that was in that movie, and it was like, wow, this isn't far from the mark. And that was in 1987.
That was
That
87.
movie
Yeah.
came out.
Murph.
And look, now they're getting ready. I see where they've like created these fucking robots and shit. It's similar to that one that blew that guy away in the board meeting. That was heinous.
Mm-hmm.
I
Was
mean,
it was it Ed 208 or Ed 203 or the big freaking Metal Gear looking robot?
Yeah, it was. They used that stopgap animation for.
Oh my God!
It was almost like those. Did you remember those old movies about the?
Or with Talos, the old movies with the big giant Greek god.
Yeah,
walking
yeah,
around
yeah,
with
yeah.
Talos.
That's the ones. Yeah,
That was
yeah. That's the
Talos
ones I'm
coming out
talking
the
about,
water. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Like
I
Clash of the
was-
Titans and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I used to love
Yeah.
those movies, man.
Yeah, Talos walking out, got that big ass fucking sword and shit, head all big. Yeah, actually, if you guys are gamers, I would recommend if you want to relive that giant freaking statue coming out the water and everything, that claymation. Yes, Sinbad, all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Claymation.
There's a game called Dragon's Dogma. So we're
Yeah,
talking
Sinbad.
about
That's the one I was thinking of. Sinbad. They was fighting
Sinbad
those
and-
skeletons. Remember
Yeah.
when they was fighting those skeletons and shit? And they was like
Uh-huh.
coming at them. They was like real all jerky.
They were all jerky. Yeah. Sinbad and the Seven Seas. Yeah. But there's a game called Dragon's Dogma, and you get to fight Talos again. Dragon's Dogma Part 2, you get to fight Talos. You get to fight this huge giant.
I think
amazing.
Sean's got a point in here. He said that any Terminator would destroy RoboCop. And that would be even, the Schwarzenegger T-1000,
Would destroy RoboCop was
Yeah.
a shit. If you want to see a RoboCop, check out RoboCop 2014. That was a good one too.
Well,
The-
wait, there was that scene where RoboCop was being shot by all the cops. Remember
Oh, wait, in the new one or the old one?
the old one?
I don't remember. I thought he was burned.
No, they beat him. They shot the shit out of him. All these cops shot the shit out of him,
Yeah, that was.
and he still lived.
Yeah, he did.
He still
Fuck,
lived.
man. That movie was, man. You got to check that movie out. Check out if you got to see. If you didn't see RoboCop 2014, check out RoboCop 2014.
Oh,
You gotta
okay.
see
No,
it.
I never saw that.
The symbols in the beginning of that movie, like yeah.
Hey, well, here's something to consider, right? And it's not just with movies, but if you think about throughout the time that television has been around, and even radio, what's been the three most top types of television programs, themes that they have? What would you
Cop
say number
shows.
one? Cop shows. And what's it usually portray? The cops are heroes.
Oh
They
yeah.
always put their
Cops.
man.
Yeah, every once in a while you have
Yeah.
the vigilante cop like the
And they
Shield or
even
something
push
like
it.
that.
They even push it to a point where a lot of these cops, I'll be watching some of these cop shows. My wife likes like Law and Order and shit like that. And you'll see this shit that they pull, and you're like, you can't do that. That's a violation of his fucking Fourth Amendment. That's his, this, that, and the other. And so I'm like, but they're making it so that average people are watching that so they can get away with doing that shit. And nobody knows it, that they have those rights because they've seen it on the Law and Order or whatever TV show. The cops did that, and so that you have to answer them and all this other fucking bullshit. So that's one of them. Do you think one of the second biggest are? And I think they're in tie with each other. I think all three of these
In
are
that
pretty
case,
much tied
then
with each other.
hospital, like a
Hospital.
freaking
Yep.
Doctor. Like Dr. Quinn, not Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. What's the one with Jack Klugman where he's a doctor?
He was a pathologist, and he was always,
like them doctor shows, St. Elsewhere's and shit like that. You see them, St. Elsewhere's, Hill Street Blues, and fucking Perry Mason or something like that.
This is interesting. The demographics between those. Now, those are two of the big ones, and then they kind of tie in a little bit with I think the third one. And almost a lot of people would lump it in with the cop shows, but I always these drama court shows, lawyer shows, right? All the way back to like Perry Mason and that
Perry
bullshit.
Mason was around for a year. It's not the Perry Mason from the 80s that we thought, because Perry Mason had been around since what was it, the 50s or the 60s?
Oh yeah, well, I if I'm not mistaken,
Ray
and like
Bird.
I said, on radio, okay,
Yeah.
even way back in the time when there was radio. A lot of people don't know this probably today. A lot of the younger people, before there was television, there was radio, and it wasn't just for music. There was other channels. There was ABC, NBC, CBS. They all had their own channels on the radio. There was no such thing as TV yet. And what they would do is they'd had different shows, comedy shows and detective shows and things like that. But there again, the drama shows, the cop shows, the detective shows, courtroom dramas, medical dramas. And it's really interesting because, okay, the demographic between the ones that watch the medical shows is mostly women. Okay, this is what it used to be. And then it's kind of melded over because women are now watching what the guys usually watched was the fucking detective ones, the cop ones. And then they kind of both meet in the middle right there when you've got the lawyer ones, right? Okay. And so there's that demographic, because look at all your soap operas. How many of those were based around people that were in hospitals, working in hospitals, always
General
being sick?
Hospital.
They go, yeah. These motherfuckers be going in there. Oh, I have terminal such and such. Oh my God, and they have a whole drama, and the person fall in love with the doctor. So that's another thing, is they always push what's the stereotypical thing that people want to push their daughter to marry, right? Oh, you can marry a doctor or a lawyer,
Or garbage man, sure.
Yeah, right. There you go. Did I tell you I always wanted, when I was little, you'd pull up to the pump at the gas station and the guy would come out and he would pump your gas and wipe your windshield and shit, check your oil, and my dad he'd do all that while the gas was pumping. And usually my dad would say, here, just fill it up with regular. The guy go around there, start doing all that shit. And when he'd come back, this guy had this fucking wad of cash in his pocket. And my dad would give him money, you know, and the guy'd say, you know, go ahead, you know, here's your change. And my dad say, I'll keep the change or whatever. And I thought, man, that motherfucker makes a lot of money. I was at that point, I was like, I'm going to be a gas station guy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was his bank, so he didn't have to go in there to the cash register, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing. The guy had to be able to make change in his head to
In
be able
his
to get
head.
that shit back. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. He had to be quick with it too, man. The skills we lose. The skills we lose.
Yeah, now they're like, you have to scan your card.
Yeah.
Like
Just scan
you
it.
put it in that little slot right there. You see
Yep.
it? Like, okay, and there's always some air fluff-headed chick with, you know, got sailboat fuel for brains sitting back there going all the time. Everything they say sounds like a fucking question, you know? So I went to the store with Becky, and then, you know, we went to this other place. You know, it's like, why
Yeah.
do you have to inflect your voice every time you end a sentence? You
I
know,
know
it's like,
guys that talk like that, and I'm
oh,
just
shit.
like, oh shit, what happened? But
Man,
family, yeah, man, I got to call it quits. My black
got
ass
you,
is
brother.
up there. I am losing, but
Right
I
on,
can't
mate.
lose in public to y'all. But family,
I got you.
thank you for joining us tonight. It was awesome. It was amazing. Let's do this shit again. Another 7.5 hours, baby. Another 7. But thank you for everybody. Thank you, Saab, for coming on and joining us. Thank you for the chat. Black Light, Greg, RG, Porter, Roger, Vicky. You already, everybody know who y'all are. Did what's his name come? Gio didn't come on tonight. Dave.
Oh man, you did 7 hours? That's crazy.
All right, wait a second. Now, wait a second. I find it hard to believe that after this amount of time, you do not have an impersonation of me.
Not yet, man. Not yet. I don't.
Come on, man. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, man.
It's coming. It's coming. I know.
He's
I
working
know.
on it.
But it's coming. But fam, I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming out. You know, we play in here, man, but we have a good time and we enjoy each other. Well, with that, I'm gonna leave y'all with my blessing. I wish you guys nothing but the best, family. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. And with that, family, I love y'all. We are out. Peace, peace.